another feed. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So maybe let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Buah hitam premium, harun nikmat, nyaman diminum.
touchdown clever, but this is about to kick off.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, they don't know.
Now from Hapley. Just looking at old boy. Hapley from up top. He might just get one. He's looking for it. No mess on me about whatsoever. But the options happen to come through. Now they do. Hapley takes the first one. There's one more shot being needed. Old boy chimes in as well. And suddenly it's all down to just one player.
Yes.
He jumps down. He's got the DPS. He just cannot hit it, but he does so anyway. And Ukraine will secure another dinner.
And looks to see if she can find Pixar. Should lock it in. Oh, she's done enough damage regardless, surely. This should be it. The push out from middle, it's enough. Mex will close. It's a suffocation.
Mereka akan bermainkan rotasi, tapi dengan Eternal's Revenge, karena dua orang sekaligus bakal langsung saja memberikan ada dealing damage lagi menuju ke arah seorang JBS atau yang terakhir akan dikejar, tapi Albert ternyata hampir juga bisa dibalaskan keadaannya, tapi untungnya Indonesia belum ada yang tumbang sama sekali.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the third and pretty much the last day for the Pubg tournament. Boy, we got a lot of things going on right here at the WEC 24 Iesf. I'm Abar Abdallah, along with the queen, the very talented Yasmin. What's going on?
Every single day we open the show, you compliment me better and better, and I don't know how you're going to top it for tomorrow, but I guess we'll find out. One thing is for certain, but throughout the duration of this entire tournament, PUBG Mobile has certainly delivered. So why don't you give me the lowdown on what exactly has been taking place on this very stage?
Oh man, a lot of things took place right here. All I can say, yesterday was a beautiful one. Egypt pretty much came again with another win. We sang a happy birthday song for the Indonesian team, and a lot of things took place right here. I mean, honestly, our amazing talents said it all. But hey, that's PUBG. What about CS? What's happening there?
Oh my goodness, have I got some spice for you. Over on the CS2 broadcast, every single series we had yesterday went the full distance, the full 3 maps. We went from 16 teams down to now only 8 of them. But there is one thing we haven't seen yet.
All right.
An overtime, and I'm hoping maybe today's matches might deliver just that.
Totally, totally. But you know what? I got this ADHD going on, and I'm very distracted with this, how beautiful this trophy is. Look at that. It is
stunning.
hot.
You wouldn't mind taking that home as well as a cash prize, of
Let's
course,
go.
no?
Let's go. By the end of the day, let's see who's going to pretty much raise this trophy with victory and triumph. Well, you know what? Now it's time to introduce our teams. Yasmin, the honor is all yours.
Let's go ahead and welcome to the big stage our very first team for today. It is none other than Chile.
Coming up next, let's hear it for Jordan.
Give it up for Myanmar.
Let's hear it for France.
And next up, it is Romania.
Coming up next is Morocco.
It is none other than Turkey.
And now let's hear for Mongolia.
Next up, we have Indonesia.
And now let's hear for Saudi Arabia.
It is Ukraine.
And now it's time for Pakistan.
Nearing the end of our intros, it is Bulgaria.
And now let's hear for Brazil.
Former champions, Kyrgyzstan.
And now we're ending it with Egypt.
You know what? I want to give props to our fantastic analysts who have been keeping the show going, giving us one heck of a round of applause, as well as everybody here in the crowd as well. But you know what? I'm ready for some PUBG Mobile action. How about you?
Let's go, Yasmin.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Bara. Thank you very much, Jasmine. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final day of the World Esports Championship for PUBG Mobile. Today, we will crown a champion, and we'll see who will be going home with that lovely trophy and the lion's share of the $130,000. Welcome to the finals, Natura, DK. We are finally here at the end of the road. How are we feeling today coming into today's games? I mean, look, I'm excited. I want to see what's going to happen with the leaderboard.
Yes, I do too. I do, yeah. No, we were talking about this before the game, right? Or the show. It's looking very interesting, DK. I mean, we've got a lot of teams that in day 2 had a really good day, got themselves into the running for today as well. Are they really going to do it? It is Turkey, it is Ukraine. They're moving forward at a very alarming rate for these other teams. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting day, and it's not going to be an easy day. I think that the scores are going to be so close.
Yeah, I mean, they already are close and on certain levels, but when you look at the first place, second place, 17-point difference, and I want to see how these teams are going to be able to come into today's games, especially the last 6 games. We talked about what we kind of expect in terms of the teams and their play styles on the first 2 days, but when it comes to the third day, everything sometimes goes just out the window. The last 2 games of the day are always going to be extremely chaotic, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see who are the teams that are going to be just throwing everything at the kitchen sink in those final 2 games, DK.
I mean, the big thing is going to be which team can utilize this point system to its full extent. So, of course, speaking about utilizing point systems, right, we've got to take a look at this leaderboard and take a bit of a gander to see what we could be looking at coming through here, seeing that it is our last 6 matches, right? Realistically speaking, I think 1, 2, right, Turkey, Ukraine, they're going to be contesting to see who will be solidifying that pole position. The rest of the lobby, I think from 3rd down to 8th, we're going to be looking at quite a bit of movement coming through in that. We're going to be having quite a bit of contentious play. And then right-hand side, also expecting a bit of movement. To what extent that movement is going to be happening, not quite sure just yet, but it's all up to the teams to see whether or not they can really push through and really get themselves over on towards that left-hand side, if indeed possible.
Yeah, I want to see like the teams on the second side of the, or second half of the leaderboard. I think their goal at the end of the day is just try to get the highest placement possible, and maybe play the chaotic role at the very end. And this is what we kind of expect from those teams on the final day. It's like this is where you're not going to be feeling any kind of pressure whatsoever, Neptura. And
Yeah.
that's sometimes is what makes everything so crazy in the final day.
Oh yeah, I mean, time and time again, we've seen on various events a team doing super well, going really, you know, doing their thing, and then a lower place team the third day just goes, we got nothing to lose, let's hot drop them, and then they ruin their game as well. So it's kind of a twofold thing here, right? Because you've already got for some of these higher place teams this pressure of we've got to do really well, and then you actually got to look behind you as well now. So you're looking in both directions at this point. So it is going to be super interesting. We did talk yesterday about having some hot drops, particularly in Sanhok. It is going to be interesting to see how that actually plays out today.
Yeah, that's going to be our first game of the day as usual. We're having a look at how the yesterday's games transpired, especially with that ending for Ukraine. And when we're talking about the teams that are in the first two places, we're talking about Turkey, we're talking about Ukraine. Turkey has managed a 12.5 points per game on average with the total that they've gotten so far. And yesterday's games were absolutely insane, DK. Like their consistency, bar the first game, even though they had 11th place, they still had 8 eliminations. And every single one of the other games has been an astounding performance from them.
I mean, just looking at the map rotation that we have, right, it is quite difficult for teams to keep that consistency going, but we've had 2 squads being absolutely phenomenal when it comes to that, right?
Yeah.
Turkey, they did a little bit better with that yesterday, right? They got themselves those 2 winner chicken dinners, and of course the chickens that they got were nice and fat chickens, right? None of
They were
those
well
skinny
spiced
things.
as well.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Very tender, just exactly the way it needs to be.
Did you share the chicken with them? What, you didn't invite us too?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, really?
What's going on, DK? Wow. Betrayal on the desk.
Right, I'm moving over here.
I mean, we had betrayal on the stage yesterday, and now we have it on the desk. I don't know what's going on, DK, but I won't stand for this.
Tisking.
So I'm just going to take a seat. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting ready for the first couple of games, and you know, I want to get your opinion as well. Let us know, who do you think is going to be coming out on top on our first game of the day? And Sanhok has always been the crazy way to start the day.
Yes, it has. I always love Sanhok. It's actually my favorite competitive map, just because it's crazy.
Okay.
Short and sweet and really, really fun. It will be interesting. The last 2 days, actually, we've had a zone go the same sort of direction. It will be really interesting to see if maybe, just maybe one time we can have a Sanhok that's different.
No.
No?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, it would be nice. Some of these teams, I mean, I'm sure they're tired of playing on the trifecta area. That's one of the hardest areas on the map to actually play.
Yeah.
Especially at this level, right? Because you go into classics and it's like, oh, this is hard, but like it's fine. But it is very difficult at this level. So kind of hoping it goes to a different way, but we'll see.
Yeah, that we will. And when it comes to the leaderboard, when it comes to the that are going to be fighting for that first place spot, we said it's going to be 17 points difference at the moment, DK, between Turkey and Ukraine. And the most important thing is going to be how these teams are going to be starting their day. If they start off with a top 3, a decent amount of eliminations as well, that's instantly going to motivate them and think, okay, no, there still is a chance. But let's say if Ukraine was to be eliminated early on and Turkey was to get a chicken dinner, all of a sudden you're talking about a 30+ point difference. And at that point, I feel like you can't just rely on you doing well. You have to play Party Crasher to the other team to make it easier for you. What do you think, Neptura?
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult because the points are still so close that it could absolutely be a runaway. These teams, I think the first 2 games are going to be very, very important because for the likes of the top 3, top 4, maybe even top 5, you are looking at if one team goes above the rest of you, it's kind of game over by game 2. It's going to be very difficult because they've got that momentum going. They've already got that steam going. It is going to be difficult. So the first 2 games, I think the prerogative for the top 5 really is to stay alive as much as possible. Not even, now
Lagi nonton vlog unboxing? Makin seru sambil makan enak. Buruan beli makanan kesukaan lo, mumpung ada promo maksimal sampai dengan 50% di GoFood. GoFoodin sekarang.
Semua tinggal GoFood. Surga makanan ada di GoFood.
lots of bushes, lots of everything. Even the buildings. You can get under those buildings. So like, you know, you could do that. Just get those points wherever you can.
And that's going to be one of the most important things for today. And one of the teams that we talked about before was Kyrgyzstan, champions of the tournament last year as well in 2023. We were looking at what their performance was like in last year's tournament. Could we expect the same kind of run in today's finals, DK?
statistically speaking, based on the performance that we saw last year compared
Yeah,
to
tell us,
this
what does
year,
the science say?
The trend looks the same, right? I'm not going to go into the science of things, but we'll definitely stay on what the statistics tend to show there. So the first day that we had for Kyrgyzstan is very similar in the regard of how they kind of did, right? Not necessarily the exact kind of performance, but just the way the flow went for them on the first day, right? Second day looked a little bit more challenging, exactly like what we had yesterday for them here. But the third day last year, that's when they really bloomed, right? They popped off, they just went absolutely ham. So I'm curious to see to what extent they're going to be able to do it here today, right? Are they going to be able to contest for that first and second place? Realistically, I don't think they will be able to. But
unless it's a situation where the top two teams early exit, and it's a chicken dinner for Myanmar, just like they did in yesterday's games. That's how they started day 2, so they have to do it again now.
I get it, but in all probability, it's going to be tough, right? Because you're almost guaranteed that Ukraine and Turkey are really going to be pushing today, right?
Yeah.
I don't see that really being the case here, but what I do see though is that Kyrgyzstan are going to be looking to just at least get as high up on the rankings as they possibly can, right? And I said it before, I think all the way up to third place, we could definitely look at quite a bit of movement coming in through there. So realistically, I think they might still be able to make it up into third.
Okay. I mean, I want to see the teams that, if we're looking at the it felt like they were exhausted after that first day, you know? Came into day 2, they again had a decent performance, but not close to what we've seen on day 1. Turkey, on the other hand, started off very, very strong in day 2, where they had, 4 games in the top 4? A lot of eliminations in every single one of them as well, or rather 5 of the games, thinking of Tura, 5 of the games. So my question is, for Turkey here, are we going to be seeing the same performance from them like Ukraine had on day 2? Like, do you think that there's nothing left in the tank for Turkey anymore, or do you think they're just going to keep building on that momentum? Because it's been a very incredible run from them so far.
Well, they end up on a win, right? Yesterday they ended on a win. That's got to be as good as you can get for going into that momentum for day 3. I think, yeah, it's going to be very tough to beat them unless something's happened, right? There could be things behind the scenes. There could be like a VOD review, something didn't go right, and now they're kind of like, oh, we're not sure. It's very easy to get into your head. It is day 3. But a team like Turkey, I don't see it happening, right? They've had 5 out of 6 top 5s yesterday. There's no way they're going to be pressuring themselves. I think they seem like a fairly stable team to be going further in day 3. I don't think it's really going to be an issue, which does cause problems for other teams who are looking for that spot, because yes, they had a decent day 2. Ukraine was pretty good. They had a win, a second place, and a third yesterday, so not bad at all. It's just not as dominant as Turkey was, so it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when we're looking at Turkey's statistics as well from day 2's games, not one match they had, they had at least 5 elims every single game. Like 8 elims in the first one, 6 in the second, 6 in the third. It's ridiculous. And then obviously like the 16 eliminations they had when they got themselves the chicken dinner. So like they love taking fights. They love going for those eliminations, and they love focusing on taking every single battle that they can. I think they know that they have the experience, they have the synergy, they have the communication and the trust between each other to know that they can take any fight they want to, DK.
It's fire. Right, so...
Flux.
But yes, right.
That's so strike 1 for you.
All
3 strikes and you're out.
Aside. So you were talking about them. You were talking about them ending on the winner chicken dinner yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Egypt also ended on the chicken dinner on day number 1, right? Look how they came back into day 2.
That's very true.
Right. First match, it's the first match. Just get through the flow of everything. But then they came into that second match of yesterday, and I mean, what a play that was, right? Got that winner chicken dinner, secured themselves a decent serving of points as well. 11 eliminations to go with that. Great and healthy boost. And I see that kind of being the thing for a lot of the teams sat in that middle section of the standings, right? They're gonna hit us with a few surprises, right? They're like, you know what? Let's show them. Let's go. Let's just hit it. And we're going to see those points come. So we will be looking at quite a bit of a move coming in. Who that will be, I don't know, because there's so many teams that could do that.
Well, you say you don't know, but now I'm going to ask you. predictions.
All
Yeah,
right.
before we go into game one, we still have a couple before we dive right into that. But I want to get your opinions. First chicken dinner for the day. Who would you give it to?
Rasa keju cheddarnya nagih dan banyak manfaatnya loh.
Keju cheddar memiliki berbagai manfaat yang baik untuk tubuh kita. Julie's Lemon Cheddar Cheese. Gurih asinnya bikin seru. Buruan beli di Indomaret.
Okay. I think Turkey is going to come out swinging today. I think that first game is just going to be pure dominance from their side. I'm talking 10 elims at least and that first place. And that right there is going to force Ukraine to perform a lot more and maybe even focus on Turkey in the rest of the day. And that's what's going to make it a little bit spicy for us here on day number 3. And I want to see. I'm loving the little dance moves we also got in the background there with our casters.
They're vibing.
Oh yeah, sure. Now you dance. Well, we like to have fun on the broadcast before we dive into the games, and then we got of course, I want to get your predictions. Everyone in the chat, let us know. I know we have a lot of fans from Kyrgyzstan as well, so we see you in the chat and we appreciate you and we love the support that you guys are giving to your team. So let's see if they manage to come out on top in game number 1. Here we go over to our casters. It is time for Kovo and Falix to take it away.
Welcome everybody. My name is Kovo and this is Falix, as introduced by our fantastic desk. We can't wait to get going. They exposed us for vibing a bit to the background music here. The players are vibing. Music. The players are vibing on the stage. I love to get the vibe check when the cameras are flying around. The Egypt heart, you know.
Yeah, we saw this as well.
That
like
one really, yeah.
I was worried for a tiny second there what is going to happen, but he hit the heart. He hit the heart. It's diffused, all right?
A few admins around me started getting like big eyes and like
they were like, what is he going to do? But yeah, he did the right thing. Interesting scenario now going into this day. We have the top 2 teams that far ahead at the moment. It's plenty and plenty of points between the top 2 and the rest of the leaderboard. Yeah. So we're just going to hit you with the casual question, right, with the obvious one. Is anyone going to be able to catch up before we dive into the top 2?
I think what we're going to see is Myanmar, the one team that has the best chance. Yeah. They'll see how game 1 goes. They'll see how game 2 goes. If they start off big, they're going to be playing for second. They're going to be playing for first. If they don't start hot, and some of our favorites play decent games from the start, it's going to become impossible very, very quickly. So nobody's given up, I think, especially around that 3rd to 4th, 5th maybe pack. Sort of that's where it's still in the theoretical realm of possibilities, because you could still be playing for second as well. Maybe you can't catch the first place team, but maybe you can catch the second. Maybe you can fight with Myanmar for 3rd. So there's a lot of possibilities there. But once we move past the Sanhok, once we get into the Erangels, it's going to become very clear what can happen today.
Absolutely. I still think mathematically, just based off of mathematical standpoint, from an actual objective analysis, you have to say that if it doesn't happen in the first 2 games, and it's something that the desk quickly touched on as well, if it doesn't happen in the first 2 games, if any of the run-ups don't have that 20, maybe 25-point game in one of the first rounds, and the first one is going to be Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, then it's becoming really unlikely, incredibly unlikely, because then the top teams that have had an incredible point average, we'll talk about Turkey being somewhere around the 12-point mark, which is absolutely insane in a little bit like this, then these will have to have incredibly bad games, essentially 0-point games from that point onwards to have a chance to be able to catch up. So ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into the very first game of match day number 3 here at the Iesf World Esports Championship, and it couldn't be any more exciting. Plenty of teams still have a chance. Turkey and Ukraine obviously leading the charge.
Leading the pack. I spoke to Ukraine a little bit before this game kicked off. They said they're happy to be in second place. They're happy to be hunting. It's easier to be catching up than to be running away from a team behind you. And we'll see if they can back things up. We're hitting Sanhok. We're hitting it fast and aggressive. So far, the drop spots seem fairly reasonable. I think France with Jordan there, a little bit around that quarry area. That's a little bit exciting. Everyone else is in positions that they're happy with, but we haven't seen the circle just yet. Are we going to What Nemtura calls the trifecta one more time.
This is really interesting because the very first Sanhok we saw, very first match day, we were really surprised how much space Jordan had towards the quarry, up towards even Paradise Resort almost. That entire street was clear. And I think as soon as everyone else realized that was what was happening and Jordan had that much of space, that much map control, everyone else started to chime in. And obviously France is one of them. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at Romania, who have found the first player from Jordan, actually, now that we talk about it. Unfortunately, it happened right away. Space being taken away, and a player lost at that as well. Jordan now down to 3.
Unfortunate outcomes for them at the start here. They have one of the teams that might not be in the chase for first anymore, but they are still fighting for a lot of placements on the leaderboard, as are many of our teams. Even if you can't break into maybe the podium ranks anymore, getting yourself a 5th place is a whole lot better and sounds a whole lot better than a 10th place, and it's way more prize pool as well. So a lot of teams still fighting for a lot, and there's nothing worse than starting your first game, losing a member so quickly. It costs you a ton of resources in the game, a ton of manpower, everything, but it also just sets you on the defensive right away. And it's really not a mindset you want to be in, especially not on Sanhok.
Bulgaria, in the meanwhile, one of the teams that definitely has an easier entry into this next circle. Plenty of free space ahead of them. But then again, it is a long way for them as well. And depending on how this circle shifts as well, we're going to have to take a look at phase 2 and phase 3, as it always is with Sanhok. Which is why it's so surprising to me that we had someone on the desk say it's their favorite competitive map. That is crazy. That is completely crazy. I've never heard that ever. Yeah. But apparently it is.
I wasn't gonna go there, right? I wasn't gonna go there. I wasn't gonna Google again how to say delusional in French. I thought we moved past that topic, but hey, opinions are opinions, right? You can't.
Some are wrong, some are right, but it's alright.
It is what it is, but it has its charm for sure. I do enjoy watching it. I will not pretend like it's the most strategical map in the world, but it is still fun to watch teams battle it out. It's just a different game, and we see teams adapt to that. And I think we've seen, for example, yesterday, Turkey adapt to that very well, where they realize as well, we're not getting into every circle here, but what if we just take a really good fight versus France on the edge? We get our first 4 elims right off the bat, and then we take 3 more, maybe 4 more in the process of just slowly trying to battle our way in. Yeah, that's not something you do on other maps as much, but once you figure out how to make that playstyle work for yourself, it is absolutely fine, and it is to a certain extent reproducible. So once you accept it that this map is different and this is different PUBG that you're playing, you can still be very consistent and very powerful on this map.
Absolutely. It's been a very quiet phase 1 so far in Sanhok here. First match of day number 3. Once again, be reminded, these are the 6 last matches that we will have at the Iesf World Esports Championship. Live from Riyadh, by the way. I'm not sure we've told you guys out there where this beautiful event is taking place. Yeah, it's live here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's a beautiful venue at that.
Yeah.
We've once again listened to you guys' feedback out there. Production crew has been incredibly fast. So we're heading into match number 1 now with the last 6 chances.
I had, like I said before, I talked to Ukraine a little bit, and their coach Bambini as well was very happy with the servers and the location of the event. Everything working flawlessly, no ping, no issues, no stability issues. They're able to play their best game. They just have to make it work today. Saudi Arabia scouting out this compound. They seem to have a really good idea of what's going on. They seem to have a really good idea. There could be a Pakistan player here, but as carefully as they have scouted this, it seems like they have now disregarded the possibility. They think he must have left, maybe just because they spotted someone on the high ground. They thought that's the player they were looking for, and now Nawaf walks into the sort of SFK, excuse me, and that's instantly a player left. Kante, no HP to trade this out with. They're going to be careful here. They don't want to be taking 1v1s, but the trade's there instantly. Nice play around the side. 1v2, not meant to be. And it's a good pickup for Saudi Arabia.
And it's easy again. That's crazy as well. He's been the most consistent player. And we were discussing on the stage and backstage, especially Sandstorm was and GK and obviously Nemtura as well. Who's really RGLing for them? And everyone said it's probably easy. I mean, it kind of has to be easy, right? And pretty interesting because that's not a usual thing, right? That the RGL is taking that much charge in some of these individual fights.
Yeah.
That we're seeing right now. Long range shots. This is an easy pickup for Kante. one of the 3 players from the power lineup that we have representing Saudi Arabia. And he will pick up another Pakistani player. Unfortunately, for any Pakistani fan out there, that leaves just 1 left alive. And with only 1 elimination being secured, might not be the very first round they needed.
Found him as well. That's the last one fallen, and that's Saudi Arabia with 4 elims right off the bat. A little bit sad that they lost Nawaf in that process, but I think this is a good lesson for everybody watching how hard it is to stay clean in this game. They do scout the compound, no movement there. They see a player that could have been the compound player somewhere else, and they just assume, well, that's probably our player. That's probably the guy we're looking for. And just like that, knocked and flushed instantly. Going to cost them quite a bit in this game, but not a whole lot you can do sometimes. You cannot really play everything as safe as you would want to. It's going to cost you too much time. 5 seconds, 8 seconds until phase 2 pops on in though, Alex. That's going to really tell us where we're going on our first Sanhok of the day.
1 second until it closes. And I'll take a look at the map any second now. Should be a shift. Is he inside the zone right now? Kante looks like he barely might be inside the safe zone. Or at least close to it. But I imagine, I mean, we've seen all sorts of circles, right, up until this point. Some have gone north, some have gone south. And surprisingly enough, whatever way it shifted, we had the same kind of teams, even on a map like Sanhok, in this type of lobby, be very consistent. So I'm not even worried for Saudi Arabia at the moment. Or for Ukraine at the moment as well, or even Brazil. All of these 3 teams have had really strong Sanhok games and have come really close to closing out games. I mean, Brazil has literally closed out the very first round, but Ukraine has come very close twice as well.
Brazil kicking things off versus their South American neighbors. Finding for 2 very, very quick entries here. Romania going out instantly to Indonesia on the other side of the map. But this is some big openings for Brazil. They already confirmed one of them. And they will be looking to make that 2 whenever they can. You can see they're very split out here. Multiple angles. Bulgaria on the other side as well. This is not starting off well for Chile. It's just 1 left standing. And I don't think he's getting that res onto trigger any time soon. But you can see as well, Brazil, they don't want to overcommit on this. They have vehicles that could get the angles. But they're playing this very safe and slow because they know there's another team looking on in. They know there's another team that's just waiting to pounce. So they have to not concede anything here with the circle shift as well. We're going back to the trifecta. Myanmar sitting pretty in the center compound. They're going to be looking to hold their bridge across Ukraine here, looking to close out some of that Jordan side area between Ruins and Painan. Nice hillside for them. And then Turkey, another team that we constantly have to keep our eyes on. They will approach Painan from the east here. Not in a bad spot, but they have a river cross to make.
Look at the place Morocco is in right now. They're one of the very few teams that have wrapped all the way across towards the northern side, which I really, really love. I mean, it's kind of a gamble, let's be honest. It's a big gamble, actually, now that I think about it, because you wouldn't really expect this circuit to go up north. I think they were preparing to go all the way to the western bridge to at some point rotate down south and just backfill really, really late. But now that it's actually gone up north, it's even better. It's even better of a rotation. That's kind of the gamble they were taking. It works out either way it shifts, but if it does go north, we're in a perfect position anyway. So I want to see them now get a move on, be a little bit faster, take as much space as you can. You should know that there's almost no one on the northern side. Everyone else should have a motive, or should have had a motive a phase earlier to rotate down and grab yourselves a centralized position. Some of these really so-called power spots that you like to call them. These power positions that give you a high probability of taking a round if it does shift your way. So yeah, Morocco, I'm expecting them to get a move on a little bit faster. And if they do, maybe, just maybe, we'll have the one big round that we've been missing from Morocco so far. These guys, unfortunately, have been underwhelming as well in this tournament up until this point.
Not really been able to show up to the extent we would have wanted them to, but it is also, right, it's the kind of nature of the game. Somebody is going to have to be in that lower half of the scoreboard. We would love everybody to just pop off and have a good time, but it's not the way Pubg works. Indonesia finds one more onto Chile. That's just a single member left standing for the Southern American squad. It is simple right now. We've just seen some bad news pop up for the rest of the lobby as well. We saw that Lewis from Myanmar looted himself an airdrop. The man's on 2 kills a game. That is almost unbeaten in this tournament. I think it's just Scarface that has a higher advantage, a higher average with 28. These are forced to be reckoned with. Ukraine is on the drive-bys. They want to cross the bridge. They have been camped, but they do not care. They get the first one onto, again, not a knock they should even consider getting here. This is not something that should have happened. But I don't think they're ready for it. I think they're just happy to cross. They're happy to get away from this. And even though Ukraine lost out on that firefight, they're not going to lose members here. Egypt, excuse me, lost out on the firefight. But Ukraine knows position is more important at this point. We're early on in the game. We're just going to try and move away. Slonik, though, sees he has a chance at that flush. He's trying to find the angle. But as soon as he realizes it's a little bit too hard, he wraps around, goes to support his team. They haven't found a home just yet. They're still cruising around, scouting things out. But they have to consolidate at some point here.
Crosses the bridge back again. And now the decision comes in. Do we replay that northern side? Yes, we do, is the answer. And that's the kind of spot that I was expecting Morocco to take, but unfortunately they have slowed things down again. So that space is up for grabs for a team like Ukraine, who has now crossed and found themselves in a pretty good position once more. Adrian is going to pick another frag up. That's the 4th elimination in this game already. And we've talked about this at the very beginning. Brazil, always a team that is not to be underestimated on a map like Sanhok. These guys can fight, and they've proven it time and time again. Unfortunately, yes, they have hit a little bit of a slump. I wouldn't even call it slump. I think they've just been overperforming just a tiny bit in the beginning. Yeah. But if they start off the day like this, who knows? Maybe, I wouldn't even call it a miracle at this point. Maybe if they can grab that consistency again, get one chicken, maybe another, it's definitely possible for them to catch up to at least Ukraine as well on the overall standings. Next up is Bulgaria. They will pick apart France on that rotate. That was desperately trying to find any kind of playing room on that southern part.
Fights are kicking off on all edges. That's the way Sanhok goes. So many teams are interested in this. So many teams want to get the elims before they have to move. Egypt right now looking good on the bridge cross. 3 for them already. Bulgaria falling to multiple angles here. As, oh, that's big in the kill feed. That's Brazil getting caught out from behind. I believe Ketched finds the first one. Turkey once again has realized, hey, there's elims to be getting here. There's points to be grabbed. We don't have to move into the circle when the proposition isn't looking that good. We can just find some fights and get our points this way.
And Turkey is one of the countries that we have to take specific interest in. Obviously, especially if it is against a direct contender like Brazil. A team that still, at least mathematically, has the chance to catch up. And look at that circle now. We were saying that Saudi Arabia was in a pretty good spot. That's even better, but I got to give it up for Ukraine. Over-rotating Morocco, realizing that they have this very small window of grabbing that spot because they saw Morocco be on the west-hand side and then overtaking them and taking that spot. I got to give it up for Ukraine.
Look at this as well. They already pushed out of the compound. They're not waiting around. They saw there was a chance for Morocco to get up the hillside, and they instantly sent 2-3 players out, with Old Boy being the one that gets the information, to instantly cut that approach, to instantly make sure, hey, you're not coming up here, you're going to take casualties. Lazy, instantly out, and on the other side, Egypt is getting involved as well. Morocco is not getting up that hillside. They're not a threat anymore.
Exactly. Look at the sidelines. Egypt is chiming in as well, and that's perfect for Ukraine, because if Ukraine clears out that edge, first of all, the zone is deep enough for no one else to cross that bridge anymore, so Egypt doesn't have a chance. No one is really going to be able to contest them there. Ukraine will have high ground, and it will have exactly the kind of edge that they can win the game from. So I'm really looking forward to see Ukraine now potentially have a game to catch up to Turkey. At least, as of right now, the chances are incredibly high.
This is Brazil sending it across the water. Where do they go? So many angles on them, so many different positions. They can spot them out. Rafa is trying to use the car in a smoke. It doesn't work out fully. Ukraine, though, on the other side, is engaged with Indonesia. That's the other side of their compound that they've been holding off. Yes, they're getting 2, but Tulika's already flushed out. That's not the deal they signed up for. They just wanted to come back into their compound after dealing with Morocco, and they have found some unexpected neighbors. Havlik has to be really careful. Wants to dodge into cover here. They got to get the reses back up. They got to get the meds back up. Excuse me. Indonesia, on the other hand, they might find time for a res here if Old Boy isn't fast with this.
Yeah, first snake comes on through. Molotov inside the shack, but Ukraine themselves have positioned that really easily nadeable. That push around the corner. Oh boy, he gets one. He looks for the second one. Unfortunately, can't find it just yet. But that fight is far from over, and Indonesia suddenly has been reduced to just 2 players, and they have the man advantage again. Be reminded, if they clear this out, they have the entire edge. There's a couple of more shots coming on through. Old Boy around the corner. He gets into the car, but he gets shot out anyways. Old Boy with another knock. And suddenly it's just one player left standing. Havlik with the DBS up close. He hears him in the smoke. He's already being shot at from the other side. Down to just a couple of HPs. And there he goes. Oh boy, he's going to be able to pick himself up another elimination. That is Ukraine finally clearing out that edge.
Big for Ukraine, and you can see the confidence there, right? No doubt in his mind, he realizes, I've got a really good flank on this. I've got a really good angle to be aggressive here. And he doesn't doubt it for a second. Keeps his team in it. Keeps his team on their feet as well, able to get that res back up, and they're already on 5 elims now. Egypt on the other side, they're on 6. Again, is about to make that 7 if he finds the angle, but not quite connecting just yet. He's got to run, he's got to dodge and weave, and there's more players, more Turkish members around this as well. Once again, picking up frag after frag after frag. These guys, it's a dire situation, circle-wise, but they've gotten themselves the 4 elims to at least make this an acceptable game.
Shoulders. He's going to have to be really careful about any steps he's going to take after he needs to cross away from that ridge line, or rather rock that he's behind. So many sidelines on the other side that could potentially catch him. And we'll be able to take him down. So many more fights are happening all around these edges. Old Boy finally clears out Morocco. Chapo thought himself safe, but he's far from it. Gets up on the D stand and takes him down. That's another frag being secured, another elimination on the board for Ukraine. And now, finally, a couple of minutes after we expected it to happen, but they finally cleared out that edge.
They've gotten the edge, they've gotten the high ground, they've got the information they want. They just have to convert at this point. Mongolia struggling on their edge, struggling to make it in. They're putting a bit of damage into Kyrgyzstan. They're hurting. One of the teams that we talk so much about, but it's the other side of things. It's actually Saudi Arabia who picks that up. Kill stolen away. Zerich on the cross. Balia is going to try to not let that happen, and Flyke is so open to this. Kyrgyzstan, they can't deal with all the threats at the same time. It's Myanmar out of the warehouse that cleans them up with a little bit of help from a friend in the blue, but we have to start talking about Myanmar here. They've been quiet in their warehouse, but now they're starting to pick up the kills. They've gotten themselves some airdrops, and they have some of the best fraggers in this lobby all up and standing.
Exactly, 5 eliminations, 2 players still standing. Actually make that 3 from Turkey just across the ridgeline on the coast.
Oh, wow.
And if they have the space to kind of deal with them, which I don't think they have right now, the angles from Saudi Arabia should be just a tiny bit too good for them to really get that isolated fight going, then they could pick themselves up a couple of more eliminations. At the same time, as I'm saying that, the next circle shift is going to send up somewhere close towards them, so I don't think they're going to do it.
No, I think they're going to wait this out. They have a positional advantage at this point. Brazil from the other side finds Ketched, and they are finally activating here. I think it's just the solo. It's just 7 on the rock that tries to keep his team in it, tries to keep his team involved. Solkai out with the nade. And that's Myanmar, where we know and love them. 8 elims, they're barely inside the circle. They have to find some big openings here or a big smoke line to cross the road. It's not going to be easy, but we have Ukraine still on top, just waiting to grab this game by the horns.
One more player from Saudi Arabia has been eliminated in the meanwhile. It's going to bring them down to just 2 players now, getting into late game, getting into phase 7 any second. And that means, I'd say, that advantage is back in Ukraine's favor. They've got the zone, they've got the map control. Look at how much space they have vision on. And that's the first knock, taking down direct opposition, obviously. Myanmar has just lost a player, and that's exactly what they needed to make this round work.
They're getting absolutely battered here. Their cars are getting popped. Damage is coming in from all angles. They don't even know where to play. And Ukraine even has the liberty to peek on over and clear up 7. That's another kill. That's another placement point. And Ukraine can now start making moves. They love that Saudi Arabia lost another member. They love that they have this man advantage here over them, because the team that has manpower has an incredible position to get out of. That's another one. That's the top fragger of that team. Down and out. Ukraine is making exactly the steps they need to be making to push themselves up the leaderboard, push themselves into contention, and Turkey has to just sit and watch this.
Yeah, it's disastrous right now. Havlik takes down another player. Godspeed hits the ground, and that means just 1 player left standing. Myanmar was 4 players left alive a second ago. But unfortunately, the sideline's just too good for Ukraine. And Saudi Arabia at the same time. Kante in the meanwhile has made his way outside that compound. But he's only got 1 player to work with, and that's Fidan. And he's towards his right-hand side. And Ukraine should know this as well. Just a couple players left standing for them to potentially overtake Turkey now in the very first game of game day number 3 here at the Iesf World Esports Championship. That would be an upset that would definitely be an upset. I didn't expect it to happen that early, and there he goes. He gets found out by Verdana, actually. So no more elimination being picked up by Ukraine. This might be the difference maker because Turkey had a lot of frags as well.
Absolutely, but the points keep trickling on in. Slonic now over the top. The DBS comes out. Ukraine is grabbing this game, and they're not going to let go. Havlik knocked, but it does not matter. Old Boy closes it out. The old man with new tricks. Confidence peaking for these guys right now. Just coming down from the hilltop, cleaning up everything around them. And they were looking unstoppable there.
They really are. The consistency is back for Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. And just when we thought it couldn't get any closer, it does. Because Turkey, once more, have had an incredible game as well. They had the tougher circle, let's be honest. This is the kind of difference that Circus on Sanhok made. Turkey just couldn't play themselves in from the southern side. At that point, grab as many frags as you can, and that's exactly what Turkey did. So I cannot blame them at all. I think they survived longer than I expected them to. But Ukraine, my goodness. These fights they took on the northwestern side, I said, if they finish them off relatively cleanly, they only lost one player essentially against two essentially isolated 4-4s, right? I mean, I think they went to this, I think actually they went into Indonesia with a player down even, and they still managed to come out on top.
They basically got trapped by Indonesia. They were dealing with Morocco on one side, they come back into their compound, Indonesia is waiting for them, and they still win that out, and you could see there, Old Boy coming around that side of the compound is massive, and it's not that he hits the craziest shots in the world, it's just his understanding of his angle and his understanding of the situation. I need to do something for my team here. I have a teammate knocked, we've already lost a member, we could get third party by Morocco any moment. He knows he has to close this out. You can see that if you watch this game back, there's so many situations where he just understands what he can peak, what he can aggress on, and he grabs himself a kill. He grabs himself a kill onto Brazil, grabs himself a kill onto Myanmar, just understanding perfectly what he can get away with. And it's just the brain of that man that gets him, I think, 7 elims in that round alone. Crazy stuff from Ukraine.
Unbelievable. I don't think I've spotted a single mistake, really. I think they could have finished off Morocco just a tiny bit faster, but then again, I think at the same time, they were really well aware that someone was creeping up behind them.
So good.
And I gotta say, I'm surprised by Indonesia as well. How fast was that push back? As soon as Morocco started, Indonesia, I mean, they had a pretty long path as well to get to that compound. And for them to realize that is the winning fight. The same thing that Ukraine realized earlier when they over-rotated Morocco. Right? They did the same thing, essentially, gameplay-wise. Just fighting was in Ukraine's favor, and it has been for the entirety of this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. They have just been unstoppable when it comes to taking isolated 4-on-4 fights.
The moves they make to cut out Morocco instantly before that even happens, and then the moves they make back as well, beautiful stuff. Also, one thing we do have to remember, I want to steal just one more point from the analyst desk so they can't talk about it, you know?
Take it all at this point.
Remember Saudi Arabia in the compound phase 1, where they lose a player to a solo with a shotgun in a corner? And then in the end, they lack the manpower to get out of that compound and actually win that game. That game is completely winnable as 4. Completely winnable. But I see a very angry Sandstorm looking at me. I am going to stop talking now, and I'm going to let the interviewers do the talking. Right. Old Boy on stage.
Just making, there we go. Old Boy, GGs are in order for you and the team. I gotta ask you, easy game?
Yeah, actually.
Actually easy game. Now the real question is, you've been playing PUBG for 6 years now, PUBG Mobile to be specific. Talk to me about this experience as a whole, coming into the entire tournament. Do you feel like you've been able to help your team a little bit more because of that experience that you have?
Yeah, this experience helped a lot, to be honest, because when you get this experience, you can understand the game better, and because of this, take correct decisions when it's needed.
Well, before this game 1 of the day, you were second in our standings, now walking away with a victory. How are you going to make sure that you're just as consistent for the next one and secure another chicken dinner?
We're going to be consistent, I'm sure, because we have captain as a Tulika, and for me, he's best captain in the world.
And who do you think is going to be your biggest competition in this entire event?
I don't think so, because there is a lot of players, a lot of teams right now not playing because of PMGC. And next year it's going to be very hard because all PMGC players are going to play. It's going to be lobby already like on PMGC.
Okay, so is that you promising me and everybody at home that this next match is going to be another easy chicken dinner?
We got to try our best.
Okay, there we have. There we go. He's done it. Back over to the analyst desk. And GG's again, Old Boy.
GG's indeed. That right there was the perfect way for Ukraine to start day number 3. 17 points behind, and they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner on Sanhok and 10 plus elims as well. Turkey was there in the top 5, but Myanmar was the one to eliminate them. So I love the fact that we're seeing the top 3 in the leaderboard again.
Yes.
Top 5 in that first game. None of them are letting up. None of them are stopping. It's just go, go, go, Naptura.
It absolutely is. It's so scary for these teams, right? Because you're right, Myanmar did take out Turkey, right? And that's giving points to Myanmar. They don't want to give points to Myanmar.
Yeah.
Ukraine now, Myanmar gave points in turn to Ukraine. They really don't want to be
So
doing that.
Turkey is like, this is literally the worst thing to happen to us
Literally
right
the worst game. Oh my god. Bad start to the day in terms of that. But otherwise, yes, we did have all 3 of those teams in that top 5, which is the best case scenario for them.
Yeah, and again, when it comes to the points that Ukraine was able to gather in that game 1, that instantly makes the top 2 extremely close to each other as well. I think Turkey had a couple of eliminations, and with them being in the top 5, that's still 3 points, I believe, or 4 points if they manage to get 4th placement points wise. So that does make up a little bit for it. That doesn't mean necessarily that Ukraine will have the lead there, DK, but at least it alleviates some of that pressure. Because we were talking about how, what if Turkey was the one to start with the chicken dinner and Ukraine was to bite the dust early, then it becomes incredibly difficult for them.
It becomes quite difficult, but fortunately that was not the play, right? Things worked out the way it was supposed to, and of course, speaking about the way it was supposed to, here we have the stats on screen. Not quite Neptune getting close to the 1,000 damage just yet, but we're warming up, right?
We are.
Only the first match of the day, everybody, of course, being able to put the damage on board. So curious to see how this is going to make its way moving on forward. But an interesting thing that I noticed looking at the zones as we progressed into the later stages, we had quite a few choke points being played. Right, teams really struggling to get themselves in that zone. And the funny thing is the zone's a circle, right? So you'd never guess that it would be choke points on a circle. But it turns out on Sanhok, that's the thing.
Yeah, and I can understand why now it's your favorite competitive map. It's a one-trick pony. It's just the same zone over and over and over. We've had the same zone for 3 Sanhoks in a row. What is going on?
I know.
It's absolutely, and the fact that it literally ended in basically the same area, just south of the Camp Alpha Mountain, and it's just insane to see the fact that it's that consistent.
Yeah. The only good thing is that these teams have had it twice already.
Exactly.
Right?
So
they were able
guys,
to analyze exactly.
We just do the same rotation. No, we just make the same play, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it works out.
I'm pretty sure Ukraine has done that twice now, that exact same rotation. It's worked out pretty darn good for them both times, so GG's.
And I believe they were able to hold on to the same compound as well there, DK. And, but before we get on with that, old boy, he's been in the esports ecosystem for PUBG Mobile for about 6 years. The man has an insane amount of experience, but there you go. We do have a 1,000 damage dealt for Fahidan from Saudi Arabia. Ring that bell.
Ding, ding, ding!
Thank you. And that is the 1k plus damage. And we do have to touch on Saudi Arabia actually as well. They managed to get themselves top 2, and I think they managed to get 8 eliminations by the end of the game. Great way for them to start the final day, especially when they want to get themselves in the highest position possible. Because I think Kyrgyzstan didn't manage to get that many points, by the way. Good job cursing them, both of you. So, I think I should just stop asking you guys that question.
Yeah, probably. Probably a good idea.
It was only a curse because Neptura said something.
Hey!
When I
you
said
were
it's
the
a blessing,
first one to say Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, but everything was going well, and then she had to go and say it. And then it was like,
okay, so next time I'll ask her first, and then, okay.
Ask for the casters
and then I'll
instead
go
of
for
me.
something different. But speaking about different though, we saw some pretty interesting stats looking at the graphs here, but look at what we've got as we make our way into the overall match scoreboard. And one thing that's interesting to note here as well is you brought up Saudi Arabia and how they performed, right? This was also their best Sanhok that we've seen so far.
Yep.
Right, in the finals itself. Right, they had a pretty decent run yesterday, but today they just took it that extra little bit further. So things are really starting to build up. And I mean, speaking about builds, right? I did mention that Turkey and Ukraine are going to be the 2 teams fighting for pole position. Yes. Right, we went from, what was it, 17 points?
Yeah, 17-point difference, and now it's only 4 points between Turkey and Ukraine. Myanmar now in 3rd with 116. Brazil is the 4th team to crack that 100 points as well. And Saudi Arabia now, I think their goal for Saudi Arabia, it's going to be, I feel like we mentioned this before, it's a 2-horse race for the first place prize of $40,000. Turkey and Ukraine both fighting for that. And then we have Myanmar, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia all fighting for that third place spot as well. Kyrgyzstan, Egypt, and Jordan, they all have a chance as well if they manage to get themselves at least a top 3 finish in the next game, just to make things easier for themselves in Natura. But we do have a couple of competitions going on, like a couple of mini ones on the leaderboard here.
We do. I mean, yeah, we really do, because then you got 81, 80, 75. It's still very, very close on that front page.
Yeah.
So the games are only just starting, Sandstorm. I think we're going to be in for some real fun. Erangel's in the next 3 games.
Oh, we're in for a treat.
We are really in for a treat, because I expect, honestly, okay, prediction time, but not for teams. The whole top board by the end of the second Erangel will have 100 points.
You think so?
Yeah, all of them.
All right, well,
Easy
you know
peasy.
what? I am very curious to see if that actually happens, because that's just going to make it... Oh, I mean, it already is so top-heavy in terms of how the points are being distributed, because you saw, I think it was 19 points between 8th and 9th place as well. So like I said, what do the teams in the second page do at this point?
Yeah.
It's just going to be chaos in the final games. But I wanted to start earlier. I wanted to start now. Like, you don't have to wait too long. Take every opportunity that you can. And
Tropicana Slim bantu banyak orang kontrol gula darah selama 50 tahun.
The opportunity for trying things out, maybe day 1, maybe the first quarter of day 2, or a quarter when there's 6 games, sure that works out. Or the first third, we'll go for that, the first 2 games. There we go.
is
Makes
it
it easy.
1.25? I don't know why I'm doing the math.
Overcomplicating
Just
it.
keep going.
Yeah, cast the math, don't go
do
for
that.
it. But so, especially moving into day 3, the first match being Sanhok, it's like, it's okay. It's not a big deciding map in comparison to what we've got coming up, right?
Yeah.
The 3 Erangels, of course, moving into Miramar for the final stretch. Now, the teams will have to give it everything from game 2, pushing through to the very end. If they don't, I don't quite know if they're going to be able to have enough time to make up for any potential mistakes.
It's going to be quite difficult for them at that point, but we'll see. They still have 5 matches to go, and we've seen how game 1 went. It was Ukraine starting off strong, and it is going to be Turkey's turn now. What are they going to do? Are they going to fight back in game number 2? Because we know how dangerous they can be. Boys and girls, it is time to jump into game number 2 in a few short moments, but predictions.
Ooh, rapid fire Turkey.
Okay, Turkey for Natura. So don't choose the same team, so you don't have an excuse this time, DK.
I go for Myanmar.
Myanmar. Okay, and you know what? I will say, since they cracked 100 points, Brazil. I think they're going to be able to take that chicken dinner for game number 2. So let's head on over to the casters and see what their take is. Who do you guys think is going to get the chicken dinner in game number 2? Alex, Kobo, take it away.
Brazil, that's an interesting one. That's one that I will be keeping my eyes out for. I mean, we can go for the top again, right? We can always go for the top teams. I feel like Kyrgyzstan has been a bit of a sleeper team on Erangel. They've gotten some chicken dinners for themselves, but who hasn't at this point? Who hasn't at this point? Everybody that's there at the top, everybody that's convincing us that they are one of the top teams has performed on Erangel as well. And I'm just in love with the storyline of Ukraine coming back and closing the gap so fast and making it so even here for the last 5 games of the day.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We went into this day thinking, yes, it's going to be exciting, but that the very first game is going to be exciting like this is something that I sure as hell did not have on my bingo card. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Myanmar and Brazil are the predictions on the desk. I think very good picks. Brazil has started this game off strong again. They've found themselves a couple of rotation frags here and there. They're very disciplined in their approach on Sanhok. I feel like they just got to bring that into Erangel now, and I want to see that happen. Brazil and Myanmar is only going to make this, a good Brazil and Myanmar is only going to make this more interesting. And yeah, actually, fair enough. I kind of agree with these predictions as well. I expect a couple of more great games coming out from both these teams. They are under less pressure than everyone else. Arguably under less pressure than even Turkey and Ukraine at the moment. Because both know, I mean,
go big or go home.
It's so close. The next round might not matter. The next round might not matter. But then the last 2 really will.
Yeah. I want to point out as well how well Turkey did in that last game to actually get to up to 9 points. When they had 4 elims, they were proning in the blue, stuck on the wrong side of the river, and they still managed to make that cross, still managed to get themselves 2 more elims and 3 placement points. So the survivability there and really struggling for every single point, to keep them in the pole position is something that separates them. That's something that separates them from teams that might just be in third or fourth here right now. Just that ability to scrap out and maximize points, even in the games that are tough, even in the games that you're not meant to win. And that's something you love to see. As we're heading into Erangel, 3 more of these, and they will do the majority of the decision here of what goes on the last day.
Playing path is definitely far up north. It's going to make it a little bit tough for some of these teams that usually go military base, for example, to find themselves a loot spot. This is interesting now. Okay, so we have the Western Circle. Massive, massive advantage now for Brazil. The first one's out the plane, the first one's in deep circle center. They can pick themselves any position they want. The last time we had a similar circle, Saudi Arabia actually was the team to take that home. They were playing the compound that, I'm not sure who it is right now. It's too easy to tell. It isn't easy, that's all I know at this point. Might be Fidan. The Fidan was playing just south of Mount Everest, a really strong compound where we kind of said really early on is a power position as well, and we kind of expect them to have a great game, but they actually won it off of that as well. So these predictions might ring true yet again, but too early to tell, obviously.
Yeah, lots that can still happen in the circle, and lots that already happened to Chile once again. They were one of the first teams to lose members on the Sanhok, and now they are getting punished here by Myanmar. Lewis James, who else? He and Marnet have been the cornerstones of the success when it comes to numbers, when it comes to stats. Who's doing most of the work in the team, you can't know from the outside, but these guys have been putting up numbers. These guys have been farming elims for the squad, and that's what's keeping Myanmar in this. That's what's keeping them a contender for the top. A team that I think can be extremely proud of their position on the leaderboard right now. When we look at who they're up against, right? When we look at the insane amount of experience on a Ukraine squad and a full Fireflux representing Turkey here.
Full Fireflux. They have the advantage going into this that they have a lot of experience with each other. And it's the reason why I predicted these guys as well to take home the tournament. If they pop off, and they usually it's never the individual skill that's the problem for them. Yes, I mean, there's this argument to be made. We said it a million times. They have struggled this year throughout the Pubg Mobile International Circuit. They've struggled to find any kind of footing, especially in comparison to last year. But also, things have just changed. And sometimes there's a meta that you know, can roll with really easily, and sometimes that just isn't. And at the moment, I don't think that negates the fact that these guys are incredible individuals, and they in a top heavy lobby, that we expected it to be as well. I don't think that takes away from their winning probabilities. It's just a different kind of tournament.
Yeah.
And so far, that really rings true. They have an incredible point average, something that, I don't remember their standings last match, but something that came really close to even on Sanhok today again. So I'm expecting it to go even better in the remaining 5 maps.
Yeah, they are on over 12 points a game, which is just insane, right? That's insane. That is a second place with 6 elims every single game. That is just, it doesn't make sense.
It's so fun to have that point average as well. Like, just really quickly want to touch on like a player perspective, knowing that you go into a game and just everything you do works to some degree. You find so many frags. It's such a joy to play. These guys will 100% are having a blast right now here in Saudi Arabia, just playing this tournament. And yes, maybe if they don't get first, it's going to be a little bit of a bummer, but they're having fun. You can tell.
But that's the crazy thing as well. If they end today with a 12-point average in second place, they're going to feel like this is a failure. Because these guys are here to win. These guys are not here to fight for second place and say, well, you know, wasn't meant to be, unlucky, go next. That's not the mentality that any of these guys on the stage have right now. And that's what makes it a little bit hard for the top teams, like we said, right? They have more to lose. A team in third place, yes, they could fall down into 5th, sure. That would not look as nice. That would be a little bit less prize money. But they don't have as much to lose, nearly, as anybody that's playing for the win right now. And that's where that amount of experience really has to come in. And that's where you can't get the nerves. And that's why I love to see especially the performance from Ukraine coming out in the last match. They looked so confident and so clean in what they wanted to do with the game and what they ended up doing with the game. Really not showing any nerves at all.
Also, especially considering they haven't won stuff in quite some time, I think this will be somewhat of a comeback for them. Not only grabbing themselves $40,000 that we have in only the first place, right?
Yeah.
In only the first place. But it's going to give them so much more confidence, and maybe even, I mean, there's been some arguing about maybe potentially there being lineup changes. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of a shuffle next year in terms of the Turkish teams going into the international circuit yet again.
Yeah.
But
Roster Royale.
Yeah, the Roster Royale does tend to happen. Even though, to be honest, Fireflux has been relatively solid in that regard. But the rest of the teams really haven't. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe that's gonna put a pin in it if they do win this tournament. First frag has been taken though, and that is Ukraine.
They get the knock, and I would be surprised to not see them engage in this. If they have seen that Chile already lost a member, they might be ready for the engagement here. And you can see, yes, the res has come through, but the punish is instantly there. They want to get into this, and Trigger is the one that falls to the shotgun, leaving just one Chilean member here in the bottom floor, one in the top, instantly takes out one, and just like that, Ukraine, they don't want to mess around. They don't want to waste a second. They now have to be careful about third parties coming on in, but they've already grabbed themselves 3 elims, and they're giving you a bit of an idea of what you have to do to get to the point averages that these guys are playing on.
What a start for Ukraine now. 3 eliminations, and look at the confidence. I would not have taken that fight knowing I'm in first place, and there's no need to take this fight. You don't necessarily need to engage this. But they found the first knock. They have the advantage going into this, and they know at the moment everyone's going to be scared of us just based off of the overall standings. So incredible stuff from Ukraine. Risky to some degree, but wow, is it just striking with confidence, and it works.
But I would almost say more risky on the side of things that there could be a third party coming on in, because this is the stage of the tournament as well, where there's a lot of teams that struggle to keep up with the incredible performances that our top teams are putting up, and that you can figure out, okay, this team has already lost a member, we're already ahead in manpower, we got another knock on them, we're just flying in. We're going to abuse the situation that they're in, and we're going to use our individual advantages to close that out. So I respect them engaging one of the teams that are struggling a lot more on the leaderboard, struggling a lot more in these games. The only problem you get is what you're seeing right now as well on the map. You can already see Turkey getting into it and setting up. And with a big ridge here, there is a chance that they could really pop a few cars, maybe even get a knock on and a flush onto Ukraine here. So they have to be extremely aware of this Ukraine here. And if they stay in the compound, they should be safe. But if they move around the outside of the building, there could be an instant punish coming out from their biggest competitor.
Exactly. Danger is that Turkey is that close to Ukraine. If they spot each other out in Turkey, if they've read the kill feed really well, maybe they've realized that it is Ukraine back up on the street that have just gotten themselves 4 eliminations, or make that 3, but almost 4. And that fight wasn't done too fast either, so there's definitely been that period in time where they should have been in range to realize what was going on and kind of connect the dots between obviously the elimination feed and the fight up top. Romania, in the meanwhile, in the distance, rotates on through into another really strong compound that I thought Turkey was going to take before them, but they've over-rotated them just a bit. And they haven't lost a single play in the process either, which is surprising to me, given the sidelines.
The thing you also have to consider when you're thinking about tracking the kill feed and figuring out where the fights are going is these guys know exactly where each other loots. These guys know exactly what kind of positions each other teams like to play. And there's a whole lot of sort of reading the map and reading the other teams going on that you can't really see from the outside at all. So they might even just have a good idea based off of that. Now, a couple rotations coming in and out. This one looks a little spicy. Gatka being taken by Mongolia, but there is already other members here. And they will have to clear this if they want to continue playing the game from here. Egypt has pulled it up in full force. Egypt is not giving this up at all.
Wow, no, they're really not. Pubg has been taken down to 20 HP. Has to be careful now of not being caught off guard. He's in the shack, which is notable from the other side, with the rest of the remaining Egypt squad is. And now the third party comes in. Fudan with a long-range shot somehow finds an angle on Suke, who immediately hits the ground as well. This is disastrous right now for Mongolia. This is really unfortunate. They've been struggling to find form too. An incredible region, really experienced players as well. Hope especially. Definitely has got international experience, but so far they haven't been able to connect in this lobby. That experience with the desired performance. An absolutely amazing Molotov. I'm not sure how he gets out of this one alive. Finally he gets found again, is chasing him down deep into the bottom floors of the next building over, and he is able to secure that knock too. Suddenly down to a 2v4.
Egypt looking good in this one. Just gotta make sure once again to try their very best to stay clean in this. That's an awkward angle around the window. Good shots though coming out from Endless. Stays alive for now. Going for a bit of a reset as well. Doesn't want to get pre-fired, doesn't want to get utiled out of his corners. He's only got smokes to work with here. He can only really delay the inevitable. Hope, does he go for the pull-up here? Yeah, he does. And that's testament to what these teams are playing for. They've got nothing to lose here. They go big or they go home. They don't want to play the game as two or maybe even just as a solo. They want to try and win that fight, and if they don't, that is all she wrote. Now he wants to go for the res. There's a bit of util coming on. Again, should get that through the window. It almost gets to confirm, but not just yet. Now the UMP, it's got to connect. It connects quite a bit, but again gets around the corner, and the molly does the work as well. Just like that, they clean it up. Egypt are back in this, and they're looking good. Whenever they get early kills, you always have to keep an eye on them.
Big stuff coming out from Egypt, and yeah, you're 100% right. Whenever they do get that fight going for them in Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, they seem to be really dangerous. And that's another position that they've very purposefully fighted for, because they obviously, this was an active position, right? That breach did not have to happen. There was a couple of different positions they could have played that would have secured them a spot in the circle, but they wanted that power position that we were talking about earlier, that the last time Saudi Arabia was splitting with the compound up top and essentially gave them the win as well. So Egypt picking up 4 eliminations and finding themselves in a really, really great spot to potentially finish off match number 2 here in one of the best positions, or rather a potential top 3. We'll have to wait and see. Myanmar is definitely one of the teams that has a little bit to say about this. They have a pretty big split going on as well. I'm wondering where the 4th player is. Is he in the dip towards the northeastern side of Zai right now as well? Because if he isn't, then the only position I could think of that he's in is somewhere further towards the east. Maybe that compound, maybe the yellow buildings even. And if they have that split going on, then I'd put Myanmar in an equally impressive position as Egypt, easily. Yeah, they do. That 4th player is deep towards the eastern side. That gives them so much information. It's not to be underestimated how much information that really gives you. You can see everything, even up towards the southern Pachinki Hill, and you know who's really there, who's rotating in, who's taking what position. And that's going to give them a lot of space to work with, a lot of information that they can use in the next couple of phases to come. Morocco in the meanwhile, breaching Indonesia, but a quick 1-1 trade.
Kicking off on a position that you'd like to make landfall on, not a position you want to stay on, but for now they have to consolidate first, and it's looking like Indonesia might get the better end of the stick. They haven't gotten Rendi back on their feet, but they have gotten the entries. XL really popping up on the lower ground. Marshall on the top. He's got a rock to work with. He's got a nice right peak, but he's getting pulled up on. He's getting held from afar. Any piece of util should seal the deal here. Very nice and fast. The shotgun comes on out. He's baiting his time. He's trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Finds a 1v1, but he cannot close it out. Morocco falls. Indonesia shows us a bit of their teeth as the res has come through as well. I said before, they won't be able to stay here, but they'll be able to get themselves a little bit of information of what's in front of them, what they can play, and they should be able to make a move into the combat here. Kyrgyzstan, though, is in the kill feed for Alex. That's a team we have to keep our eyes on as well.
Absolutely. Pakistan on the opposing side, and it's a lot of trades going back and forth. Not really a clean fight for any of these teams. Flyke seems to be the one that maybe finally brings the advantage back to Kyrgyzstan. We've been desperately waiting for these guys to pop off. Desperately waiting for these. I was hesitating when I picked Turkey, gotta be honest, because I thought Kyrgyzstan would have almost equally as impressive players when it comes to just straight up mechanical skill, individual skill. But yeah, so far that's unfortunately just not really been the case. That a couple of really important scenarios that they needed to win in match day number 2 yesterday, and they didn't. If they would have, maybe just one big round, one more chicken dinner that they would have had on that day could have changed the entire outcome going into today. But unfortunately that hasn't happened. At least Kyrgyzstan on the catch-up. Myanmar, on the other hand, is slowly but surely now creeping up on them. Another knock has been taken. This time around by Flyky, though. But there is no chance to flush him down, and Mounted is already on the rest.
That's a big pull-up. That's good opening knocks. A bit more util would seal the deal here. They hear Flyky reloading exactly in the corner as well. They have all the information they could ever need. Can't quite get the nade in just yet. It's a solid bounce. Could get the flush, but it doesn't get the knock. Flyky, he's done bigger things before, but this is a hard one. This is a strong fighting team, and it's a 1v4, but a lock from range makes it all but more doable. Romania around the corner finds one, and he's still dancing. He's still riding around these cars, and look at that. Turns it around. Had no business winning that at all. And there's so many knocks coming in. He might just do this.
He might just. It's down to a 1v1. The support from the long range distance suddenly makes all the difference indeed. Lewis now peeks into the building, and he does get the headshot in the end. Flyky goes down, but my goodness, has he done a lot of damage to Myanmar. He's essentially destroyed any hopes of them winning this round. They had the cars, they had the players, they had everything they needed. They had the util as well. 6 smokes on Lewis alone to get out of that yellow building area afterwards, but 3 players being knocked down at one point, bringing it down to a 1-1. That's not what I would have expected from Flyky, and that's, I mean, I literally just talked about them being individually absolutely insane players, and we're seeing it time and time again, so why hasn't it shown consistently? That's the problem I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's really just not, it's definitely not the individual skill. That's the problem for Kyrgyzstan at the moment. They've pulled up some crazy 1v3s, 1v4s, all sorts. As Indonesia just wipes the second squad off the face of this lobby. And they're looking to make that more. They're looking to hold on versus Bulgaria, who wants the third party from the top. But so far, good angles for the Indonesian players. And good awareness as well to fall back when the util's coming in. And Kyrgyzstan, they're a bit of a question mark for us. We expect more of them just because of the individual skill. But Indonesia this game are looking mighty hot here, Felix.
Absolutely. It feels like they've woken up today. I mean, Sanhok, I was already really impressed. Now, this is another good fight. There's a nade. No. I was about to say, there's a nade back at them, but it really wasn't. It was from his own teammate, unfortunately. It rolled back down the hill. That's going to diffuse the scenario just a tiny bit, at least for the time being for Bulgaria. But let's be honest, they're already way past the half-point mark of that Mount Everest hillside, so yeah, they're definitely leaving this. They definitely do not want to fight this, and you can tell they're even leaving one of their players. There's no chance for them to get back into this fight. Leave and fight for another day is the motto now for them. But yeah, Indonesia, I'm really surprised. I wanted to highlight their decision-making last game, and it's come through again.
Jordan on the other side taking the fight to Brazil. A nice little trade comes out, but the off angle is clean from 7. That being said, doesn't have a whole lot of teammates left standing at the moment, but he will try and get the res as fast as he can. Keep themselves in the conversation. Egypt has breached, finally. They were scouting this compound for a long while. They've now breached Saudi Arabia, and somehow they're making this work as well. So many breaches coming out. So many trades across these squads, but aggression so far paying off for quite a lot of them. And if they clean this up, they've just taken one of the best approaches to this circle out of the hands of Saudi Arabia.
I have indeed. Might just be a nade trade now. One from Saudi, one from Egypt, but neither really hit that target. Another one comes in. That would have been perfect moments ago, but unfortunately it isn't anymore. Pro Knight yet to fight Fidan straight up. Pre-fire shots left and right, but it's going to stay that 3-1 inside the compound for the time being. Or at least inside that building. And now the smokes have come out. Arthur is closing the distance. He's also had lots and lots of impact frags whenever Egypt was indeed fighting. And with the, finally. I mean, with a crossfire from back there was no chance for Saudi Arabia at this point. Great cleanup going out from Egypt, and that's the 8th frag.
They had to go really fast here, and they finally managed to do that. If they even get one player knocked, they're in massive trouble there, because Brazil hears that fight. They see that fight, and they know they want to engage with this. They know it's their best entry to the circle. So Egypt has to be very happy that they kept 4 alive right now. Adrian is on 4 frags for the squad, but he's got to do more of that magic, because they're not in a not in the most beneficial position for this here unless they find the opening knocks. But we saw them earlier looting up all the util. This is bad on the other side, though. This is Ukraine fallen and getting taken out by multiple teams at the same time. Tulika finds one back onto Indonesia, but that's it. And that's Turkey saying, hey, we've seen you do it last game, but you're not doing it here on Erangel. And they can still play a massive game here, Felix.
Absolutely. And same thing that Egypt just did to Saudi is now happening to them by Brazil. 7 enters the building. I think he realizes they're behind it. Now he pops out the shotgun. He gets traded though after with one frag. Is it gonna happen again? Flaky was the player to do the magic.
Pesan Grab Bike hemat sekarang. Sobat hemat buat jalan ke kampus, ke kantor, kemana-mana paling hemat. Mulai 5.000 plus extra cashback.
Rafa from up top. What a beautiful hand nade that was thrown right then and there. And that's going to secure them 6 frags. Quick thinking by Brazil as well. And they have yet to secure themselves a spot in the circle. But they have gathered a couple of more eliminations.
They should, theoretically, be able to pull up below the compound. But they might just get, they will get shot a whole lot on their way on in. So it's not an easy entry for them. Notorious finds one. That's Bulgaria that they let live on the Everest earlier. Bulgaria that said, we're going to live to fight another day. And that day has come now. Big amount of pressure coming up. Notorious, he wants to close it out as well. He's stepping all the way up. I was going to say that's risky. You're opening yourself up to almost the entirety of the circle, but there's Excel from the top as well. He will claim, or try to claim that frag for his squad. This is a rough fight for either of these two teams because there's teams below them just have so much angles on them, just making it so hard to get out of here.
And that circle pushes everyone in except Romania. Now Romania is, for the very first time actually, he's now getting breached by, I think it is Brazil. And that's going to be the challenge of the round. If they win this cleanly while everyone else is fighting, they will have a shot at this round better than anyone else. Bulgaria meanwhile gets caught off guard by the breach from Indonesia, who found themselves the 12th frag. These guys are just cleaning up, edge by edge by edge by edge. It's not highly tactical gameplay, but you don't need to in this circle anyways. There's no need.
Yeah, but it's also, saw the angle that Excel gets for his team, right? He decides that fight. He decides who gets away with the win in that one. So there is still really, really good moves being pulled off from each of these players. Now they realize we got to go down here a little bit, but look at the space Indonesia's taken. I'm loving this on the minimap. These purple dots figuring out exactly what they can do. They've just got to not overstep because there's Turkey right next to them. That's not players that will miss a whole lot of bullets when you give them a chance to.
And I said Romania needs to finish this fight against Brazil early, but I now just realized Myanmar is still alive on the southern side, so they can't really take it to them. Brazil is I mean, they're kind of forced to just let Brazil take that Richland. There's nothing they can do about this. But I'm wondering at the same time, how's Myanmar not doing anything about Brazil, right? They need to at some point. Are they just going to try to sneak into the open field? I think that's what they were thinking. But it doesn't work anymore either because they're spotted out. So at some point when that fight is going to happen, Romania, if they really want to grab control of the round, they need to activate.
Oh, that's big. Indonesia has just gotten 2 knocks onto Turkey. I think they've already flushed out one as well. This is a mega opening. Look at Rendy pulling up on in. He's driving past, jumping out the car. The shotgun comes out. The trades are not clean. The team is not there yet. Can he do it? There's one player left. It's just Solkai, but he can't. Excel cleans it up. Turkey is sent packing. And it's 15 elims for Indonesia right now.
That's one of the best rounds we've ever seen here at the Iesf World Esports Championship Grand Finals. And maybe there's more to come. Everyone else is fighting as well. As soon as they get these reses back up, they might just be perfectly in time for that fight to happen. And I said Romania needs to activate. That's exactly what they're doing. Nate's down. First frag. They're looking for the second. Yes, they find it. Just one player left standing. But he does so much more damage. Maybe enough for Myanmar to have another shot at this as well. But oh my lord, who does that really favor? I'm not so sure because Indonesia in the meanwhile has picked themselves back up and they're back up to 3.
Yeah, but look at the way these elims went. Look at where all these flushes went. It's Myanmar that picks up more kills. It's Lewis. Who else to do it for them? Indonesia want to take control of this game. They want to take it right now. They're taking it with the car. Rendy's going on in. No problem at all. He has one more to find in the smoke. The shotguns come out. He does get knocked in the process. It's not clean once again. Excel. Oh boy, they're playing with fire here, but all they have to work with is a solo in the field. That's the only threat left for them.
Unbelievable.
And once they get a good idea of where he is, they should be able to close this out. That being said, we've seen crazier things coming out of Myanmar, but there it is. He is spotted.
Yeah.
Indonesia should be able to do this.
17 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. We're witnessing history right here. One of the biggest rounds we've ever seen here at the World Esports Championship. And there's the first nade. Maybe the second one is going to hit. That looks absolutely perfect. Lewis down to 50 HP. 18 eliminations. That will be absolutely insane. We said it couldn't get any more close on the overall leaderboard. Maybe with this round it does. And there it goes. Erangel, who else to take it? Then Erangel for Indonesia. Meaning they will indeed pick up 18 eliminations. And yes, I think it's time. I think it's time to potentially go back to the drawing board and tell ourselves we thought we had 2 contenders. Maybe, just maybe another good game. We are back up to 3.
What a round. Myanmar in the end happy to be picking up scraps. They're out of the field. We talked about them a little bit. They weren't able to get active. They weren't able to get aggressive while the compound was still in full force. But the big story for me there is as well, Turkey getting absolutely folded by Indonesia. They looked like they were in a power position. They looked like they were ready to clean that up. They looked like they were poised to win that game. And Indonesia just said, no chance. We're not letting that happen. We are grabbing this and we are running away with it. Keeping Turkey from running away on the scoreboard and making a big stand for themselves.
I really want to see how much more Myanmar was able to do. You said they took so many frags. It was a second place. That is at least a 15, maybe almost to a 20-point round. I wasn't exactly sure how many frags they had in the end, but one thing's for certain, to bring it back. Maybe it was this one here that really gave them the win.
Yeah.
I loved it. That was one of the Indonesian players doing it at the very start. Amazing stuff. I think amazing from start to finish. And I said it before, it's not a highly tactical round, the way they played these edges coming in from the northeastern side. But it was isolated 44, isolated 44.
Hai, banyakin transaksi GoFoodmu buat dapetin kesempatan menang tiket konser Malik and Essential.
Surga makanan ada di GoFood.
Right, but you said isolated 4v4s. They won a lot of those, but then they even get third party by Bulgaria. They have one knocked. Bulgaria sort of knocking on their doorstep. They turn that around. They win that as well because they look really good in these fights. It just hasn't been consistent for them, and that's what I love about these tournaments. Is you have some teams that really you don't get all too surprised by. They don't really do anything, and then they pop off massively like that, and you're just wondering, where did that come from, right? We had that with Myanmar, who were very quiet for a few games, and then suddenly they get 10 elims, double-digit elims again. They're now in the top. They're now a mega contender for this tournament. But like you said, right, Indonesia, they're pushing themselves up there. Can they repeat this for the next 4 games? Doubtful, but who knows?
Yeah, I was actually more so talking about Myanmar there specifically, but yeah, Indonesia as well. I mean, I think DK said it on the desk as well. Some of these teams in the middle of the pack, they're going to pop off. It's just uncertain on who that was going to be, and I think that one of the answers has to be now Indonesia.
Yeah.
One of the biggest rounds here in the finals coming out from these guys. Out of almost thin air, I want to say.
Yeah.
Something like this has not been seen before by Indonesia, let's be honest, but almost no other team except for Turkey and Ukraine, if we're honest. Not even Kyrgyzstan had a round like this, so massive stuff. It's going to push them very far up the leaderboard, and also in terms of not even contention for this tournament, but prize money.
Yeah.
Let's put it like it is. At some point, you gotta give your hopes away to some degree and look more practical at things. How much more placements can we get on the overall leaderboard to get as much money with us as we can? Because $130,000 is up for grabs.
Yes.
Every spot is gonna make a difference.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying as well. It's fully fine at some point to give up and say, we don't win this tournament. Like, the top teams have just run away with things for so long now. It's going to be hard, but third place is still massive, like, right? That's still, you're getting 14K instead of 7K in fourth. That's a big difference. That's double the money. So lots of things to be fought for, and we are going to hear what they have to say about this, Felix.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to Veracity and one of the players that have just won one of the biggest rounds in the grand finals. Take it away.
Thank you very much for that. Boys, Erangel, first chicken dinner of the entire tournament so far. Talk to me, after 2 bad days, what made today different?
I think we have a new motivation for this day, just like that.
How did you find that brand new motivation coming into today?
I don't know, I think after 2 bad days, we think a new motivation.
And with so many eliminations under your belt as well, talk to me about the communication in the team. Was everybody yelling between each other?
Yes, of course. Yes, a lot.
So heading into the next map, how are you going to make sure that you have the exact same performance, another chicken dinner under your belt?
Okay, I hope.
How are you going to do it?
Oh, I think I will do same like last match. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, let's find out whether or not you'll actually be able to do that. And it is back over to the analyst desk.
What a resurgence from Indonesia. We've been asking each other, where are they? Where have they been? What's going on? And finally, they came out swinging in game number 2, 18 eliminations, 20. And they're going to be extremely important for them, especially that they were one of the teams that you mentioned, DK. You said the teams in the middle of the pack, they will cause chaos, and that's exactly what Indonesia did there.
When you're right, you're right. Right, so it's one of those things. Really happy to see that for Indo, right? And I think it's very well deserved the victory that they got. They worked exceptionally hard in this match. I mean, they were just banking elims every which way.
They were just taking every fight.
It was insane, and that is the kind of surprise plays that we want to see, especially coming into day 3, right? Big upsets to be had here, and if Indo keeps doing this, I think they might even be inspiring other teams to attempt the same thing. So I think we've got to be in for quite a bit of variety, and of course, speaking about these inspiring plays, we've got some beautiful replays here as well.
Yeah, that we do. We're going to have a quick look at what happened in that last game. We saw that Turkey did not waste the opportunity to take down Ukraine. So, they're instantly dealing with the competition for that first place spot. They were able to once again get themselves into the top 5. And Turkey, they're not letting up. Like, yes, they saw that Ukraine got a chicken dinner and Naptura, but now they're like, you know what? We see you. Just calm down a little bit. Don't get too excited.
Yeah, they're trying to put them in their place a little bit. They're like, okay, look, you might have won a game, but you've not won the tournament. It's actually ours, and we are going to show you really who's boss here. So Turkey did a very good job in trying to do that and get rid of them early on, and it did work out for them. They did get quite a few points, so it's going to be a continuing battle throughout the event. I was surprised, though, Sandstorm and TK, by Kyrgyzstan, though. They did get rushed quite a bit, but Flieke able to hold on out for as long as possible, but they went down earlier than I thought they would.
Yeah, not something they did expect, and I thought that Kyrgyzstan would be able to have a surprise for us in today's games, but it seems that Myanmar is actually the one that's keeping on going in the game so far. I mean, yesterday, just a reminder, 5 out of their 6 games were in top 4, and now once again, the first 2 games of the day, top 4 with eliminations. I feel like one more game, or one game where Ukraine and Turkey kind of drop the ball, and then Myanmar comes out again with another performance like that, it might turn into a 3-horse race, and that's going to make things extremely interesting, because then I don't know what it's going to be. Games, DK.
Well, as we know, consistency is what drives the competition, right? And I mean, we've been looking at quite a bit of that come through. Of course, we got to give credit where credit is due. Our MVP, all the way from Indonesia here, almost hitting 1,000 damage as an individual. Right, again, we've seen these plays come through, so it's always so impressive when they hit those 4-digit damage numbers. So very, very crazy performances here. I mean, and to take a look at that, right, 6 eliminations, and that's only a third of a contribution to the team. Speaking about 1,000, of course, there we got Lawrence. Nep.
I mean,
do you want to go?
No, go for it.
Okay, all right.
I like the fact that I was never asked to ring the bell. It's not like I want to. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. No, I don't want to do it. No,
Are you
no.
sure?
The moment's passed. It's gone.
Oh, okay. Next time. Ding, ding, ding for Lawrence. Let's go. 1,000 damage. Absolutely. Good job.
Yeah, I like that. It's like 1,003, like just barely over the threshold there. But moving on from Lawrence and that incredible performance that he's been able to put up, that 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations as well. I do have to say that Tulika, for the side of Ukraine as well, has been able to put up some good numbers as well, getting himself a decent amount of eliminations too. Like, I know that he was feeling pressured from Turkey and a couple of other angles, but he just realized, you know what? I'm still going to try to get this. I'm still going to try to take this one and that one. And they still ended up with 6 by the end of the game. So even though they were eliminated in 8th, they still, they're not going to be falling too far behind Turkey, I think.
Right, yeah. No, they're not. They're keeping that consistency going, which is really what you want to be seeing. If you are in the top 3, it's really important that you keep your consistency. And if you are feeling pressured, it's okay to kind of dial it back a little bit. You don't need to be super aggressive, right? But you can't go to 0 points. You can't go to even 3 or 4 points. You have to keep a 7 to 8 point margin every single game, sort of thing. And they are for now, starting to really do that.
I mean, and donuts are pretty nice, right? Let's not get around about that. But
Okay.
you can't get donuts in PUBG.
No.
Right? You can't have them. A full bag of donuts ain't gonna work, right? Zeros. Another
We're
way
not
of-
talking about actual donuts.
No,
here.
no, we're talking about zeros.
Zero,
No
okay.
points. Bag of donuts, right? It just works. It's very sweet. Either which way, of course, we are going to be hopping over on towards those overall standings. But you got to say, though, Indo, with those 18 eliminations, also setting a new record.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is true. We started off with 15 for Egypt, and then I believe it was 17 next, and then Indonesia increasing that to 18 eliminations as the highest. Saudi Arabia joins the 100 points club now. It's still in the top 5 fighting with Brazil, but now I feel like Myanmar is getting away with that 3rd place, and they're still trying to catch up to Turkey and Ukraine, who both had the same exact amount of points in our previous game, so nothing really changed in the fight for 1st place, but Myanmar is still trying as much as they can to catch up there, DK.
But it's so, and this is interesting because we were talking about this before we started with the matches here today. So Myanmar, they were in a position where they were they had the potential to contest Ukraine for that 2nd position, but they were also the defenders of 3rd place, right? With what
They're
they
the gatekeepers.
with what they were doing here now is they said, you know what, we don't want to be the gatekeepers. We want to make a rush, right? We want a seat. Right? We want to push all the way to the tippity top. And if they continue with the consistency that they've been showing, not only today but yesterday as well, I can see that happening, right? They're gonna make a run for the money.
It's just one game. Like they just have to wait for Ukraine and Turkey to make one mistake, and then that's just gonna open the floodgates for Myanmar. And again, I don't know, where did this consistency come from? So now we're talking about 7 out of 8 games where they've ended up in top 4 so far. That's an insane statistic to have for a team like that. But we know that this is one of the teams that has been playing together for a while as well.
Yes. They have been, so they do have that experience, they have that synergy that a lot of these teams, for a lot of these teams, that they will actually have that disadvantage as well. So they are playing on that. It's taken them a little bit to get to this stage, but now that they're in that zone, in that mindset, they are looking really, really good to continue that. It's really going to be hard to stop them.
It is, and I think it's going to be quite difficult for the rest of the teams as well. And we saw how the leaderboard was shaking up bit by bit with that performance. Indonesia jumping from the 2nd page to the 1st. Jordan faltering back, I believe, to 9th place at this point as well. But I want to see more from Indonesia because, I mean, you pointed this out before we finished the game. Indonesia had a 2nd place in game 1, and then it was just complete radio silence up until this game now.
Yes.
So, what can they do from here? Where do they go from here?
They don't get too overconfident.
Okay.
They don't do that. That would be mistake number 1, because now they've been put on the radar of other teams to watch out for, right? You've got that elimination feed, you've got the analysis, whatever. So they know roughly where Indonesia will be going. And so you don't want to now get overconfident and go, yeah, we can do this and do that, and kind of get a little sloppy with it, because teams now are going, wait, we need to actually watch out for them. Something like that. Same for Miramar. I've done it. Myanmar.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing. So those teams really have to watch out in the coming games.
Yeah, and the casters have to watch out because now, you're infecting the analyst desk and you're stealing our points, and I don't like it. Okay, I'm watching you too. So let's see what you guys have to bring to the table for game number 3. Erangel awaits. Alex, Kobo, take it away. Be careful.
Infectious disease, infectious humor coming across. Now we're making the same mistakes. This is not going out well for us. Glad that we're in the home stretch here. 4 more games until the tournament is over, and we can finally stop pasting our bad habits over onto the rest of the talent crew. All jokes aside, this is going to get exciting. Going to be very sad to see this end today, but I love that the teams are keeping it so interesting for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So many points are to be made now on whether or not Myanmar, or so many arguments are to be made up. Maybe Myanmar has now got the chance, and if they don't do it this round, maybe that breaking point has gone past. Because we said at the very start of this day, right? Yeah. If anyone wants to catch up to these two, it needs to happen in one of the first matches. Now, I said the first 2. Arguably, it's still the first 3. But we've already kind of come to the point where Myanmar not only needs a big round, but Turkey or Ukraine just can't have a big one either, right? So essentially, you have to do a 0-point round. So
that is where the problem starts for me. Is Myanmar has to catch up a lot. But
30 points.
Yeah, but expecting one of these two teams, expecting Turkey or Ukraine to fall short, that's something I can see happening. Both of them not really getting anything on the board here for 4 rounds. That's something I can't see happening. And that's why I think maybe they're going to end up playing for second place, but they're going to just play their own game. They're going to maximize points. They're going to see what they can do. And then you want to look at the scoreboard at the end of the day. You don't want to start looking at the scoreboard now and thinking about every single point, thinking about every single team. Right now, Myanmar just has to get points for themselves, and that's what matters the most.
It really does. And with that, a warm welcome once more. We have the third game of match day number 3 here at the Iesf World Esports Championship, live from Riyadh. And it is almost half time. It is almost half time. Not quite yet. Circle deep towards the northeastern side is going to make it very tough for plenty of these teams to have any kind of priority. France, for once, will have it. They have not been too fortunate when it comes to zones. Then again, when it comes to fighting, they haven't been either, unfortunately. Well, they've brought it back just a tiny bit. I'm definitely seeing improvements throughout this tournament. And yes, we've thrown some amount of shade towards them. But it's all in good fun. It's all in good banter. These guys, I've said it before, some of the best players in the France region, Antho especially, I've casted him like 2 years ago. And he's still going strong.
Unexpected hot drop on the melee base. Brazil's been here a lot. Now Romulu's in, is going for the angle. He's finding the angle in time, and he should win that out every single time. Nice awareness of him to just really speed it up there. If he had been to that angle a little bit late, it could have been a fair 1v1, but he makes sure to get himself the angle that gives him the best advantage. Now, try to get that bolt shot out. And Lyth has to be a little bit careful about where he peeks his head on out. Again, I'll say a little bit of an unexpected hot drop, but an opportunity for Brazil to start this one off hot if they can be decisive here. And yeah, like I said, right, so many interesting storylines. I think I want to pick up Indonesia again. They were right on that bottom side of the scoreboard, the bottom pack, where we said they're not playing for the top anymore. Now they're starting to make arguments that they might be playing for a 6th place, maybe even a 5th place, which is just massive in a lobby like this, right? And it's also massive considering the start of the tournament they've had. So a lot of teams that can still play for a lot on this leaderboard. Is it prize money? Is it just the honor of saying, well, we were at least top 8, right? We were top 5. We got 5th in the world at the World Esports Championship. That sounds a whole lot nicer than we got 11th in the world, right? There's a big, big difference that these teams can still make, even if we are going to focus so much on the top 2 teams, because we just want to see who wins this tournament.
Exactly. Brazil now still remaining in that contest before they get deeper into that contest with Jordan. Jordan, by the way, I got to say, replacing Bahrain, I had very high hopes for them. Incredibly strong players. Ragnarok time and time again has shown us that individual skill is definitely there for them. But I cannot count the amount of rounds. There's just been too many that they get caught up in phase 1, either contest or early fights. It's happened, I want to say, in half of the rounds. I haven't actually counted it, but it feels like half of the rounds at least. Now, in an 18-game final, yes, some of these rounds are excusable. It happened. But also, if you do it for half of the rounds, you're bound to just not be a contender anymore. It's just never going to happen that you fight all of this cleanly. It wouldn't have happened to Ukraine and Turkey either. If they would have fought every time in phase 1, there's no chance. They wouldn't be up there.
Yeah, that is true words. As we see Chile once again being punished early on. I'm not sure what's going on with them today. It's been a day to forget so far. Losing a member early again. Now Saudi Arabia, they smell weakness. They see a solo player. They're flying on in once again. Be careful to not lose a member here, but it's looking good. The damage has come on in. And you can just tell the level of confidence on these guys. Chile has walked up though on the angle. They're getting a bit of damage in. Kante has to be careful about where this fight takes him, because once again, sure, you can get all the frags you want. Losing a member early is still going to set you back so much. A good nade around the corner, but it's Elite who actually falls to Fidan. And it's looking like the Saudi squad, the home contenders, are going to pick up a nice 4 elims here to start off their Erangel number 2. The fight to the log, but the outside barrel is not going to connect instantly, but look at the angle already collected from Fidan. And well, that's a nice way off to start your game. It just pains me to see Chile going out earlier, so early again.
Yeah, it's the same thing for Jordan, right? Chile just, they can't seem to catch a break in the early stages of almost, I want to say, half of these games as well. Getting caught up in rotations, getting picked apart one by one, and then just not winning the duels on top of that is just going to result, unfortunately, in a rather disappointing performance up until this point. But man, they've shown us as well that they definitely deserve to be here, right? In the regional qualifiers especially. And Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, these are some really important elims. These are some really important points, especially not for contention. We said it before. I think that ship has sailed. But grabbing yourselves a couple of extra spots to get towards more prize money on the overall leaderboard. That's what their main goal has to be right now. And they're playing like it is as well. Super aggressive in the early game, taking a lot of initiative as well. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Maybe if they started this a tiny bit earlier, they would be up there with Ukraine and Turkey and the rest of them.
You love to see it. And you love to see it when you have a game like Ukraine did in the last one, where they don't really make it out of their compound. They can't really make it into late game, but at least they've grabbed these 4 or 3 elims in the early game, right? That makes the game so much more bearable for them, keeps them in the race. Same here for Brazil, but for Brazil, this cost them a lot of time. This is not a fight they chose to take. This is a fight that just walked up on their doorstep, and a fight that is now sitting inside a hallway with the Tommy gun. So, gonna cost them a lot. Making that bridge cross later on will take some time as well. If they get away cleanly with 4 players and 4 elims, then you can start arguing that it might have been worth it.
Yeah, you can. But that needs to happen first. We've seen, even in the grand finals, that with Fly Crew, for example, last round, perfect example, that these types of fights don't always go your way. It's very easy to lose a player like that. Especially if you make that a 3-on-2 inside some of these puzzle buildings, that's so incredibly dangerous.
One nade. Oh, Lathe takes down 1, takes down 2. Are you kidding me?
That's exactly what we were talking about. And now that situation has turned upside down. Lathe is going to get one of these flushes as well. What a nade, by the way. But he also changes the angle almost immediately and is able to take the flush from downstairs. Now 7 with a good trade. There's another nade coming in from Lathe, but he sees him early enough. Brings it back to a 3-1. I think he just got caught off guard from the other side. Right, yeah, he got caught off guard. He exited the building on the other side. Player was there. I think Adrian was there, and Brazil is diffusing the situation. But again, they've lost a player. That's exactly what we didn't want to see.
And it's so hard. It's so hard to clear these buildings. Like, it's borderline impossible to stay clean in this, and they do not manage to do so. Jordan with a nice last stand in that round. Circle, however, has gone northeast. Circle has gone the way of Romania, but also Ukraine knocking on the door here. They're going to take one of the best positions in the zone, as a lot of teams still in transition here. Some teams still in the blue, making their way on through to a phase 2 that has some space open now, with 9 players already going out before that phase 2 pop. There's a little bit more space than there maybe could be, but it's up to debate who's going to make the best out of this. I like the Ukraine position. They're going to take some high ground here in the library, get a lot of information around them, and get one of the power positions for themselves.
Starting off here in Yaz. Not sure if that's what they really wanted for when they originally entered this edge, but one thing's for sure. Turkey definitely didn't want Ukraine that close. And Solkai, he's being forced into the building now. This is interesting. This is interesting. If he loses his car there, Turkey might just be forced to bail him out. And then maybe we have a fight early on phase 2 with the top contenders for the entire tournament. And that would just be an absolute banger of a fight to watch.
He knows as well that he has to leave. He knows as well that he has to get out of there. First aid, smoke in the car. He might smoke the approach as well to try and cover some ground before he gets visible. But he wants to get out of there. He knows he has to get out of there fast. He's caught on an island, and he's known to be a solo as well, which makes the situation so much worse. So he's going to work on getting out of there. Is he going to be successful is the other question. Somebody from range could easily pop his tires and leave him stranded there. And it's looking a little bit like he might be making his move. Yeah, I can see him on the minimap making the move. He's already taken fire, though. He's already under the heavy eyes of Ukraine. If they pick that up, I think they've put him down to 1 HP already. If they pick up that frag, they know as well. This is an important point for us to take. It's looking like he's been forced back.
Has to take a different pathing now. Indonesia, in the meanwhile, the team that has given us crazy, crazy performances in the last 30 minutes. One fight to another, and they are chasing. Look at this. This is aggression that we haven't seen before. They take down one of the Miramar players, and they bully him out of their rotation path. This is incredible scenes that we're witnessing. This is absolutely disastrous for Miramar at the same time, but also incredible for Indonesia. Where was this? To put it into your words, where was this the last 2 days? They spot a weakness in that rotation path, and they even drive down the car. They hunt him down.
No way.
What is happening? Lewis gets taken down just like that. That is Indonesia on the hunt for any survivor from that rotation up towards the eastern side. And there was no need for this, but they wanted to do so anyways.
I'm loving it. And like you said, right, just catching out players that can't really do anything about it. Myanmar not ready for that level of aggression, not ready for this craziness being thrown at them and instantly punished. And this is why I was so hesitant to say that Myanmar has a shot at first place, because things like these just happen. It's not even like they made a big mistake here. They were just wrong spot at the wrong time, had the wrong team around them. And just like that, they've missed a fourth of their chances to close that gap. And it's not looking likely. Once again, I think they can be so proud of what they've achieved so far, but not really counting them as a favorite for winning or maybe even second place in this tournament anymore. Egypt, once again, they pick up an early frag. They know when they can. It's just been the late game ones that haven't always been perfect for them.
Egypt, last round was cut short, a bit too early for my liking. Especially considering that we said they usually have really strong games when they start in phase one to, you know, get some eliminations going, get some team fights going. This time around, it's happened as well. Not to the degree of the last round, but at least 1 point has already been secured. So them being in the forest is not only a strong position, but also gives a lot of space, a lot of opportunity to get into potential fights from here on out. But a lot of teams outside of obviously Indonesia are taking things slow now. They realize every single step, every misstep they take now could potentially cost them thousands of US dollars.
Crazy area of the map as well to be taking fights in. So much cover, so many different ridges, so many positions you could find an enemy in. Both of these teams are taking it with a little bit of caution. No full-on aggression just yet. Kyrgyzstan quiet on the south. In a little bit of a lower ground dip. Pretty much just waiting for this phase 4 to pop to tell them where to go, I believe. And they'll have to see what they do with this. Another team that can sort of salvage their tournament here. Another team we've talked so much about. With 25 seconds, this could be an important shift for them.
Long-range scouting. But I don't think Egypt's going to find much. In the meanwhile, Morocco has lost a player. One of the teams that, I said it before, I'm the most disappointed with. Unfortunately, I love these guys to death. They've had lots and lots of fun at the African Esports Championship. The reason for being here. Have had an incredible performance there. And just really sympathetic players overall. But just can't seem to get it going. Losing players here and there. The fights haven't been as convincing as they have been just 2 months ago in Morocco. And if you only have so many chances, if you
they want to make the play.
Have 18 games and you kind of throw away 12 of them, it's just, it's not going to be enough to really make a comeback happen. Ukraine now finally starting the fight that we've been waiting for so desperately. The two Titans are getting head-to-head here at the Yaz area. Both of these teams need to move for the next phase, but one is at a bigger disadvantage than the other one, and I'd say that is Turkey.
Havlik wants to make this work. He wants to make this happen. He's forced in a fight that will push him away from the zone just because he wants that kill point and he wants their back clear as well. He doesn't want to waste any more time. So you can now see Bulgaria pulling up into this. They might not be aware what they're just stepping into here.
And I think this is really interesting. I cannot see Ukraine staying here unless they know it's Turkey. Don't you agree? I feel like they know this. I'm not sure how, because I haven't spotted any knocks from both of these teams in the elimination feed. But I'd argue Ukraine has better options than this, and this is not like them. They usually are very quick on the rotate. They're quick on the circle pop. They tend to go for power positions. This is not one of them.
They might want to play their side of the street. They might want to play out very late out of their buildings and just play that ridge line. But even then, like you said, I think it's a little odd that they're committing so much. Like you said, I was thinking the same thing, but I don't think they can know. I don't think they can have that information.
I don't think so either.
Especially now with Bulgaria pulling up, that's going to give them a lot of fake info of like, oh, okay, that's probably a teammate trying to help, right? That should give them basically the wrong idea, but they can in the end sit him out. They can sit Sulkai out here, but they don't want to get stuck in the blue. They don't want to waste time. They don't want to go that slow, right? So they would love to deal with this, and they tried, but they don't want to overstep either, and I respect that. I think there's a good bit of just patience there to realize, okay, I've made the play, and it didn't work. Tulika knocks Scarface on the other side of things. That's a different Turkish player, and that's a big scalp to take. That's the top fragger of the Turkish squad taken out, and with Sulkai so isolated, this might be a big development on our northwestern side of the circle.
And one of the strongest fragger in this lobby so far up until this point. Based off of the player stats, he's been leading Turkey in terms of eliminations. And he's now been taken out. And that is the information that we waited for. Ukraine now knows who they have in front of them. They know it's Bulgaria on the left-hand side, and it is Turkey towards the right. And that should seal the deal on whether or not they will rotate out early. Or the decision on whether or not to wait for the rest of the teams out there to be pushed into them. I think that decision has now been made. And meanwhile, Egypt, we were talking about it, really strong position. That now comes to fruition as more teams are getting pushed into the forest. The sightlines are just really strong, especially if there's more than just one team in there and you kind of have to share your space. And that means more and more frags being picked up. This is the second already, the third one now, maybe the fourth one with this. But it actually is being picked up, I think, by someone else just barely. Maybe that was France.
He actually dies to jumping out of the vehicle there. He actually denies the Edem. Doesn't give them over the point, but it's a game to forget again for Morocco. Look at the sprays coming out. A single Pakistan player just lays waste to the team in front of him. In the meantime, we also see Kyrgyzstan going out. Another quiet game for them. Brazilian players on the south side just overpowering them. There's a lot going on in this game, and it's Sulkai going down to the blue zone here. He stayed in the blue so long, trying to be a problem for Ukraine. He actually does get taken out in the process. So it's just a two-man for Turkey left. And Ukraine might want to peek on over this. Oh, Turkey's leaving. They're not sticking around. They know they're a weakness here. They know they're a team that might get aggressed on very quickly. And there it is. They're getting the cars ready. They're making a play ready. Whenever that res comes through and the first aids come out, Ukraine is going to have to send it somewhere. And they might just choose the dip right in front of them because it has just been completely evacuated.
Exactly. This is good play by Ukraine now. This is exactly what they wanted. You were indeed right. They were waiting for this dip no matter what. And that obviously is an easy decision if you have no one right in front of you. Now Indonesia in the compound. They've been unbeatable for the last hour. Let's see if Mongolia can make a stop on that impressive performance. If they can pull the break, it's Egypt chiming in from the distance, but that frag is being secured by Indonesia as well. He's got the MG to top it off as well. That's like the worst combo you could potentially imagine when it comes to someone running into the compound. Oh, that's missing now is level 3 West, to be honest, but I'm not even sure that's needed. Vasriel takes him down with the S12K. Suki hits the ground, and there's another elimination being secured by Indonesia. They are just plowing through.
In the meanwhile, though, we have Romania engaging on Ukraine. We've seen a flush already come through. I think it was Havlik being the one lost there. Now Oldboy knocked to Saudi Arabia. This is not looking good for Ukraine either. We said Turkey is in dire straits, but Ukraine is on the cut as well. As all this map is just blowing up here. Falik's nades are coming out. Egypt getting knocked to France, but the rest of France is getting absolutely slaughtered in these smokes. Oh my. The whole map is falling apart at this point, but I'm just keeping my eyes on Ukraine because they are not getting the better end of the stick here either. 2 players left standing for them.
Ukraine, it's a tough edge. It looked easier than it probably was, and that gives Saudi Arabia now the opportunity to make it 11 eliminations. They have woken up from the short slumber they've been in. Unfortunately, we have to put it that way. It's been a couple of rounds where we've more than just a couple of rounds, unfortunately. It's been the entire day yesterday, but they've just not really taken the chances that they've been given. The circles were not necessarily against them. I've got to put it like that. They've just not been proactive enough and haven't used their chances enough. And they should be up there. The 3 players of the power roster. In the meanwhile, that's so bad for Ukraine. Turkey is starting to activate. That's 2 knocks, but 1 trade.
Turkey's been getting kills here, eliminations on all sides. They're trying to claim the southern side of the Heaven compound for themselves. They're going for the res now. They've still got France in their way, but Mr. Blue, he's stuck against it, stuck against the blue wall. Ukraine on the other side, they're trying to make something work. They don't really know where to go. Romania on one side, Saudi Arabia on the other. 10 elims for them already popping off completely. Ukraine needs to salvage just a few points here. They don't want to let this slip away, but what can you really do? Maybe wait for the zone to close on in a little bit further, but you can see Indonesia, they're running out of their own compound. They're trying to close down this northern edge. They're just farming everything they can right now.
Yes, and it works out. That's the crazy part. We have almost 30 eliminations between 3 teams in the current leaderboard. That is completely absurd. Everyone is picking up frags. And, well, not everyone. It's completely the opposite, actually. It's only Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and Brazil. But everyone else has to be scared of them picking up any more frags. So that's once more going to change up the leaderboard. For any team in the mid-pack of things that wants to grab more money, that's going to mean big problem. Solis has now found another knock. It's a nade against one of the players, I think, inside the building, inside that garage building. But they know themselves, like, they can't commit to this just yet. They have another player, and that is Mr. Blue on the edge that has to move any second now. And they surely want to wait for this.
This is looking so good for them, though, as well. They can wait for France to go out here, and then they've already decimated Mongolia to just 1 player left, so they can very freely play the southern side of the compound here, not worrying about anybody from the compound pushing on out into their side. Should give them an access to the very, very late game here, as we've been wondering what Ukraine can do with this. Turkey has a very straightforward path into this. All they have to wait for is Mr. Blue to go out, and they finally pick him up themselves as well, pushing themselves up further on the elims. As yes, they'll have to deal with Indonesia at some point, but they should be able to dodge this fight for quite a while here, Felix.
Yeah, I think so, Evo. I think they are able to dodge this. There's still lots of space all around these edges, actually. It's way more than we usually see in Phase 6. Usually everyone has sightlines on each other to some degree, but even Saudi Arabia, I think, with how much space they've been given. Look at this, west side completely, entirely clear. Actually, that part of the map is completely gone.
That's big.
Has lots of playing room. And interestingly enough, Saudi Arabia looks away for a second, and as soon as that happens, Turkey picks themselves up Brazil, who are now out with 8 frags.
That's another 2 points. That's an elim and a placement. The good thing for Ukraine is they're still sneaking on in on this, but it seems like a matter of time until they get cleaned up here. It seems like a matter of time. Tulika is trying to go for some sort of information, also showing a little bit of presence with the car, making Saudi Arabia realize, okay, these guys are not just proning it out, they're still looking to play the game. But where do you end up going? I think the smokes are coming on out. I think the breach from Saudi Arabia might be coming on out. I'm not sure where they want to go with this. I'm not sure where they're taking their play, but one of them is already knocked by Indonesia. This is the saving grace for Ukraine here. This was their biggest threat, and it's just gone the other way. XL pulling up. Indonesia's pulling up.
I think so, right? I think that's that play, and it's one of the only plays that they really can do. But I don't think they're committing to this fight just yet. I think they know that they have Saudi Arabia on the other side, and as soon as they start this, they will get third parties. I wouldn't overcommit in their shoes, and I don't think they're doing it either. Yeah, they're just taking that space, that map control, to push Ukraine towards the edge and not give them any breathing room when it comes to the next phase. And that next phase, ladies and gentlemen, is going to pop any second now. And we might have a better idea on who's really going to take this. This, I would say, still favors Indonesia heavily. But we're going to have to take a look at how the sidelines really are. There's a couple of rocks towards the southern side that Saudi Arabia is probably going to be able to take. But before all that happens, Tulika has to find a safe spot. And he barely finds something. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. Axel from up top picks himself, I think, the second frag, yes, for him in that round. 12 eliminations at the moment for Indonesia.
Doing it again.
We've just had a round where they had 18, and they are potentially to do it again.
When I said Indonesia had the chance to close the gap towards some of the top positions here, I was kind of laughing at myself for saying that right after. I was like, there's no way, right? There's no way they do this again. There's no way they can pull it off. But right now they are farming, and they're coming out of their compound as well. They're not just sitting in a gifted position. They are taking the fights to their opposition now. They've got their eyes on Saudi Arabia. They've already decimated them to 3, making their game a whole lot easier. And they have 2 Turkey players on their southern edge, and they've dealt with the solo as well. They are just dominating this right now. They'll have to leave. They'll have to put themselves a little bit into the open here. But I think their manpower should be enough to carry them through this.
Should be. This actually is completely absurd. I don't think we've seen something like this. A comeback from one of the teams that hasn't done... Okay, this is an over-exaggeration, but let's just put it that way to make it more dramatic. That hasn't done anything in this tournament. And they come out like this, 18 frags, 13 frags. It doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. You have to have the skill before that. And it's not zones either. That's the crazy part. Usually it's zones that have a say in this. This has not been the zone whatsoever. It's just Indonesia playing incredibly well.
I love to see it. Right now, this is going to be their biggest challenge. They've got a 3-man and a duo eyeing them down. And they don't really have crazy cover to play with anymore. They're looking for some rocks. They're looking for some ground. They're not even going for the res. They're going to let Kausa bleed out here. I think that's potentially a bit of a misstep, but they feel so much under pressure that they don't want to get these reses. And there was the nades coming through from Turkey as well. They were looking to punish any overcommitment. Now, 3v3, v2. And this is much more open than I thought it would be. Saudi Arabia consolidating as well. When they were losing a member and they didn't know where to go, I thought this might be the end for them. But now they're looking almost okay, and this zone has gone all the way south. This is not a thing of beauty for Indonesia at all.
No, it really isn't. And I was saying that I think the advantage might be on Saudi because you see there's a couple of rocks, there's a couple of trees in there, and there's this little bit of area that is a little higher up. You can see it right here. The ridgeline that Excel is looking at, that's a little higher up, and that denies them a lot of sidelines. Not only Turkey, but also on Saudi Arabia. And that's, that might spice things up. It's Catch taking down one of the Saudi Arabian players. It's suddenly down to a 2v2v3. Is he going to get rest?
I think this is going to be absolutely massive because Indonesia really has the chance to decide who wins this game here. Whoever they aggress is going to have a hard time. Now Saudi Arabia down to 2. If Indonesia decide, well, we're flying into the weaker team, we're flying into Saudi Arabia here to get a playable spot in this circle, then suddenly this is super winnable for Turkey. This is not off the cards at all here, Felix. They might walk away with the chicken dinner here if just a few things go right their way, or just 1 or 2 more knocks for them.
That would be completely absurd. We've just seen a Ukraine win. Maybe Turkey could back it off with a win on their own. That would make things so much more spicy on the overall leaderboard, much more exciting than we predicted the start of this tournament going to be. Randy pulls up on the ridgeline now. Turkey, they have a little bit of breathing room still, but it's going to come down any second now. The blue zone is right on their backs.
They're toying with this, they're looking, they're trying to figure out where to play, they're baiting some of the util as well. Rendy has to be careful to not drive into that one though, and Kesh wants to make a play. Kesh wants to grab one of these frags right now. He's peeking on over, he's going to go aggressive here. He wants to close this out. They don't want to stay inside that ridge. Damage comes in with the shotgun. Can he turn it around? He needs 1 bullet to land, but it's Saudi from the other side. The trades are all coming in, but none of it are going the way of Indonesia. It's not looking good. Saudi Arabia might be picking this one up here, Felix.
But it's a 1v1v1. I don't think we've ever seen this in the grand finals, and suddenly Solis takes him down. Saudi Arabia will take third place, and it is not meant to be for them, but it's far from over for Indonesia and Turkey at the same time, because 3 players are potentially left standing for Indonesia, and that 1v1 might be brought back to a 2v1.
Oh, he's pushing it now. He's trying to force the issue. Comes around the rock. 1v2. Vazriel over the top, and he does take it. Indonesia back to back double digits. They keep Ukraine in the running by just dominating the lobby themselves.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I'm going to put it out there again, just for the sake of sounding dramatic. They have not done anything in this tournament up until this point. Now they come out like this? Are you kidding me? Who are we? Who are we to say anything about that performance other than it was incredible?
Incredible.
Doing this 2 times in a row without the circle on your head is something we see very, very rarely for a team that isn't at the top anyways. Unbelievable scenes. Indonesia are bringing it back a 2nd time in a row and deservingly taking the top spots again. Saudi Arabia had a chance in this one, but unfortunately didn't win the 1v1s.
I don't even care where they end up on the scoreboard now. They have made their country proud. They have showed everybody what they can do, and oh my. That was not what I had written on my cards, right? We were talking about the top 2 so much. We were so interested if Myanmar could maybe be a contender, but that today would be the Indonesia show. That is craziness. And as well, like I said before, they're keeping this so interesting. If Soles wins that 1v2, that is 3 more elims and 4 more placement points for Turkey. That completely changes the storyline. That completely changes the outcome for the second half of the day. So incredible. I also love Rendy, right? 2 players knocked. Rendy instantly crawling for that information. He doesn't want to get rest. He doesn't want to play the rest of the game. He wants them to get the 1 res, and he's sacrificing himself instantly. Spots out the player, takes a bit of attention away. Beautiful stuff from Indonesia there. They played this one like absolute madmen, and they reward themselves.
They did what normally the very top teams in the lobby have done so far, Ukraine especially. Just this domino effect-esque kind of playstyle, working your way through really tough situations and coming out on top on every single one of them, which is really, really tough. But in a lobby like this, where if it's top heavy, it works. Yeah, it's just something we haven't really seen from them. And I gotta once again give credit. The Death is gonna obviously tear this apart and go into detail. But look where they started. Taking a garage building fight. We as players, we know how tough that is.
Yeah.
Going out. Obviously, they have third-party help, but still, making that clean, coming out as 4, and then going past that, having the zone shift south, away from you yet again in the end stages, and still dealing with all that, making sure utility is on point, making sure you cover your teammates, and then ultimately rezzing your teammate in a 1v1v1 scenario, bringing it back to a 2-1 and winning the whole game. It's just been a storyline that's just been magic, to be honest.
I love it as well. I think they play that super, super clean. And you can see it for Ukraine as well. Ukraine was delaying. They were trying to survive. And then he pulled up below the compound, because in a lot of matches, there'll be 2 teams in the compound. And there'll be a team behind you, Saudi Arabia, holding that compound. Everybody's holding each other above. But Indonesia had dealt with literally anyone around them. Indonesia had flexed out of that compound multiple times to pick up some stragglers here or there, or kill a team around on the edge. They had all the space already. There was nowhere for Ukraine to go anymore. And you can see Tulika there, he's trying to use his experience and his game knowledge to find a spot that should be somewhat playable, maybe potentially safe. No chance at all. Indonesia had all of that under control.
Incredible scenes, ladies and gentlemen. It's been the day of Indonesia. We thought it was going to be the day of Ukraine, Turkey, maybe Myanmar, maybe Brazil. I mean, who knows at this point? But it's been the day of Indonesia. Incredible scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Speechless.
I mean, I don't even say any predictions anymore for the next 3 games.
No. We're going to be going into the last 3 games excited, but first we're going to go to our Anna's panel, who will talk to you about anything and everything that happened in that game.
You assume you have a choice. No, before I even throw to game number 4, I will ask you for your predictions. This is just out of the question. But yes, what an incredible performance. Indonesia. What? Honestly, what? Again, to remind you, we've seen them in 2nd place in game number 1 on day 1. Complete silence. Couple of points, couple of limbs, middle of the pack the majority of the time, and then all of a sudden, bam. Back-to-back chicken dinners, 14, 15, 16 eliminations. And here's the thing, they jumped from the 2nd page to 8th, I believe, and they were around the 75, 76-ish mark. And now with this chicken dinner, they have jumped to 100 plus, if I'm not mistaken. I'm hoping my math is right. Indonesia is on fire. If they get one more like this, which I'm not going to say it's impossible. It is entirely possible after what we've seen. If they manage to pull it off one more time, they might take away 2nd place from Ukraine and even start gunning for 1st, because what is happening with Indonesia? How did they do that, Nat?
I don't know. I said before we came on, I was like, I want to talk to these players. Because what happened? The switch is so drastic, right? You've got them day 1, day 2, 2nd page, not really being talked about, not really being on even the broadcast. They're just doing their thing. That's fine. But then now, back to back, over 20 points per, or 20 eliminations per match. It's huge, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon. Sure, they had a slight hiccup in the end game in that last one, right? But the trajectory of coming in, mid-game with like 8 or 9 eliminations, and then going and just eliminating the rest of the lobby, just going after it, and oh dear me, Rendy.
Yeah, Rendy with almost 1.3k damage. I'm gonna give the belt to you, DK.
No, you go.
All right, okay. Ding, ding, ding, there we go. 1,300 damage pretty much, right?
Yeah.
3 shy of that.
I'll give him the
but
extra
it's
3
impressive.
damage,
It's impressive. But speaking about impressive, right? We were talking about the insane amount of eliminations that Indo was able to get in just the matches today. Okay?
Yeah.
Now to put it into perspective,
hit me.
Okay,
give me numbers.
The eliminations that they got just in the past 3 matches is almost the equivalent of the total points they had in day 1 and 2. Just
What?
the eliminations. Okay, they came into today sitting on 40 odd points, right?
Yeah.
42 points.
Yep.
Okay, they've already surpassed 36 eliminations in just the past 3 games.
Wow, that's a stat and a half. That's an incredible performance right there. And also, I want to see it again. I want to see absolute chaos and carnage when we go into the second half of the final day. We have 3 games left, 1 more on Erangel, and of course we have the 2 final Miramars to wrap up the day. We started with a 2-horse race for the finals between Ukraine and Turkey. Turkey getting themselves second place, by the way, and 8 eliminations. And we have to say, Soulless almost had that game.
Yeah.
He almost had that game. And that right there would have, I think, would have made it insanely difficult for any team to follow up. And again, yeah, you know what? We had 1 bell for Razy, and now we're gonna have another bell for Soulless. Nep, Nep, it's all yours.
Oh my god.
I would have taken it for Fahidan if he made it.
Okay, fine. All right. Ding, ding, ding for Solas. There we go. Bell of 1,000 damage.
It is quite insane. And Azrael, like, the stats for Fireflux, or rather for Turkey, the stats for Indonesia, and this is the second time that we've actually seen Saudi Arabia in today's games come out with a huge amount of eliminations as well, and getting themselves into that top 5 one more time. They really want to try and catch up with Myanmar, I think, DK.
I mean, they've been farming today. They
have
definitely have been farming. And I like that mentality, that approach coming into today. You know, like, regardless of what happens, we're going to try. We're going to try and see how far it gets us. I mean, just looking at the graph there, you can see just how much elimination and damage they were able to bring to the table here. We're only being bested by Indo.
Yeah. I just want to point out, though, this graph, I love these kinds of graphs because look how many eliminations teams are stealing from each other. The damage does not equal the eliminations. So you've got all of these teams, and I suppose the zone did allow for that. It was very open. You had a couple of high ground points, but that was kind of it. But the damage, these teams, they are taking eliminations that aren't theirs. That's stealing. They're stealing.
Listen, all is fair in love and war,
Absolutely.
and this is war right now between every single one of these teams for that lion's share of the $130,000 prize pool for PUBG Mobile only. Reminder, the tournaments at the WEC 2024, the prize pool is $1 million scattered across 6 tournaments over 4 different titles. Now Indonesia, 15 eliminations with that chicken dinner, 25 points. Saudi Arabia with 16, but one of the main things is the fact that Turkey and Ukraine, in the previous game, they had the same exact amount of points, so the difference was still 4. And now with Turkey getting themselves 14, they increased it by 9. So the difference is starting to increase a little bit. And now we see Indonesia. My God, you're telling me you went from 42 points, second page of the leaderboard, jumping to 6 and 101 points in 3 games. They've been able to do in 3 games what teams haven't been able to do in how many games have we played so far? 15.
Yeah.
That is insane for Indonesia, DK. And I'm seeing a decent amount of people supporting Indonesia. I see the crowd, I see the supporters, and I love that energy that they are giving off. And I feel like that is a huge motivation for the Indonesian representatives on that stage, Nap.
Yes, it really is. It's always so much fun when you've got that support behind you, right?
Yeah.
Because even if we have a lot of titles here, right? So it could be people from different games, but they see Indonesia is there and they're doing well, and it's like, yes, here we go. And that's what's so great about it. And so that's another motivator for real. I mean, coming in here and you go, hey, look, somebody over there is Indonesian. They know what we're doing, and they're proud of us, and that's awesome.
You feed off that energy as a player on the stage.
Oh, yeah.
It definitely, I want to say, it relieves a little bit of the stress. At this point, I don't think it adds to it. No, because you had 2 days where you got 42 points, and then all of a sudden you're just destroying the competition. And we saw how close the top 5 was. Saudi Arabia now, I believe they're 14 points behind Myanmar. In 3rd, Brazil, around 122. So again, the race for 3rd is on. The race for 1st is on, and it's just getting tougher and tougher at this point. And with only 3 games remaining, there's no room for error, DK. So now they have to change it up with the next with the break that we have coming up before we jump into the second half. And what do you think are some of the things that the top 5 teams might be working on? Specifically, I want to focus on top 2, Turkey and Ukraine. What might they be able to do?
consistency. That's all they got to do at this
It's
point.
been there already for these
yeah,
games.
But that's they got to maintain.
Yeah.
That's all they got to do, right?
That's true.
Don't change anything if it ain't broke. Just keep going, just keep flowing, and it will just keep. They will just keep succeeding, right? Because if they go for any crazy drastic shifts, that could maybe upset the entire situation. It's not like they're necessarily going to lose their position, right? But they're not going to be able to gain as much ground or just cement their position overall. So it's a very fine line that you got to play with here. But especially looking at the teams on that second page,
yeah,
it's interesting to note that they all essentially still have a stake in this competition.
And with the second half, or with the last 3 games coming up, this is when Chaos Mode is going to get activated by the second half of the leaderboard, and I know for sure that's when things are going to get... I mean, it's already spicy enough as it is at this point in the tournament, let's be honest with each other here, but I want to know what's going to happen between Turkey and Ukraine, because Turkey has... I mean, the consistency is still there from day 2. Like we mentioned, 5 games in top 4, with 4 of them, I believe, being in top 3 as well. It's not like they were 4th. No. They're getting chicken dinners. They're getting second places. They're getting eliminations time and time again. And I am really, really excited to see what's going to happen with those last 3 games. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a very short break. Make sure you get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, and we will be back with the second half to see who will be crowned the champion and who will be going home with the lion's share of the $130,000 prize pool for PUBG Mobile. We'll see you in a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and here's Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
Open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
Some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 is here. In this update, we've added loads of new special mechanics that'll improve your gaming experience. Let's take a look at the new updates in Classic mode. First are the firearm updates. In the new version, we've added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot and has a fast rate of fire, but currently doesn't support aiming down sights. As for vehicles, we've added the hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents its occupants from firing at outside enemies and vice versa. In addition to the hovercraft, we've added the new horse animal vehicle. This is a 2-seater vehicle with the ability to jump and swim. It makes traveling through complicated terrain a breeze. Additionally, it moves extremely quietly. It can also be fed and summoned. To provide a more immersive riding experience, we've also added a few emotes for evading obstacles, resting, feeding, and more. We hope it provides you with an immersive gaming experience. In this update, you'll find a special medical item in Classic Solo, Duo, and Squad modes. The Self-AED can help you and your team recover on the battleground and claim victory. When you have a Self-AED in your possession and get knocked down by an enemy, you can recover from the knocked down state even if none of your teammates are around to help you. As long as one player on the team has a Self-AED, the team won't be eliminated, even if everyone has been knocked down. That's it for the main Classic mode updates in version 3.4. I hope these updates and improvements bring you a better gaming experience. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and viewers around the world right here watching us at the WEC 24 Iesf, I'm here with some amazing people in the scene of esports, especially PUBG. Well, I would not do you justice if I would introduce you myself, so please, each one of you, tell us about yourself, your name, and where you're from, starting with you.
Okay guys, my name is Flyboy. I'm from Indonesia.
Amazing.
My name is Anto and I'm from Team France.
Let's go.
I'm Old Boy. My team is Team Ukraine, actually. My name is Dmitro. The second name, Bui.
Boy.
I'm Christian. I'm representing Romania.
So guys, you took an amazing leap of faith in this world of esports. Especially that, you boarded the plane, you came all the way to Riyadh. So how was it so far? How was the journey? Second day here taking place. Christian, tell us about your journey, man, so far. One day you knew, we're going to Saudi Arabia. What's the first thing? It's oh my God, Riyadh, let's go.
I was on work and someone just sent me the message. Come on, man, we're going to Riyadh. So, and was actually we're going? And
yeah?
We just come. Okay.
Yeah, كيف حالك?
Oh.
Alhamdulillah. It's answer for كيف حالك actually.
Okay.
خلاص.
خلاص. Actually خلاص.
خلاص.
Well, tell us about your journey.
Well, for us, we didn't really deserve it because we took the place from another team that qualified.
Bless you for saying that.
Yeah, and they made it to another tournament, so we got asked 1 month ago to play. And of course, it's a dream for us to be there. And even if we have some difficult, even if we play bad or we are enjoying Riyadh and we are enjoying the tournament, so that's the main thing.
Well, we are blessed to see you here in Riyadh, definitely, to tell the story. What's going on?
Because this is the second time I went to Riyadh, I think I like more this weather because it's more colder than before I came to Riyadh.
Oh man, you came at an amazing time, honestly. What's happening over here, especially who are here at the Boulevard City, and just a walking distance, we have the Boulevard World with all cultures and fun stuff. But this is my favorite time of the year. The weather is amazing, so you're absolutely right. And you know what, guys? I guess we need to try some Saudi tea.
In summer, you can die here.
I would love. Yes, old boy. You're gonna be a new boy in summer.
Fresh boy, actually.
Fresh boy. Oh,
so hot. I've been here already 4 times.
Yeah.
And I can say that on winter it's good here. Actually, so good. The lifestyle, how it looks like, everything. The food I like so much.
Oh man.
Your food, guys, it's very good actually.
Okay. But speaking of food, you guys, I'm sure you tried a few things here in Saudi. What was your favorite? If you tried anything more like a Saudi brand?
Albek maybe?
Albek, of course. Yeah, of course. What about you, sir?
To be honest, I tried everything in the restaurant. So
okay.
Yeah, I liked everything. To be honest, not especially one thing, but
okay.
Yeah, I think I'm coming back to France with some.
Let's check the
not with a win, but with some kilo.
What about you, Christian?
I tried almost everything, but
yeah,
I don't know which one was the best, to be honest.
Oh wow!
But the food
Gotcha.
is good. The food is really good.
Gotcha.
I like it.
Gotcha. Oh boy, I'm sure you have a lot going on here.
Actually, I not remember the name. Maybe you're gonna help me with this because I love this dessert.
Yeah.
It's having the yellow or even not yellow or the orange. How?
Kunafa?
Kunafa, I think.
Probably yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably yeah. We eat it on hotel. There is a lot of this stuff in hotel.
With coffee?
No.
Without coffee?
No, without coffee.
Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe
Yes.
later on we're gonna see what you ate, so I can give it a name and see what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll check it out. This is amazing. It's like having fun, all us guys, and taking place, all because all of you pretty much at some point picked up a game called PUBG, and you became so good at it, not knowing that one day it's gonna take you around the world, and you get to see people and have conversations like these. So now, I'm just assuming here, I could be wrong, is that when you picked up the game and you became more of a passion or a hobby, but then it became a profession, and then you're giving it more hours. How are you balancing this whole thing with life and work? And it's interesting where I would call it work because it started off as a hobby, but now it's kind of a more of a professional thing. I'd like to hear your thoughts, starting with you.
I think I love play this game, so I'm not actually thinking about that.
Nice.
So I just play
Okay.
every day, every single day.
Okay, cool.
for myself, I can't call it work because this is not my full-time job, of course. But usually I work from 8 to 5, and then when I come back, I go to training and we play scrims with the team, and so it's like a second job, if you can say so.
I love that. I love that. Christian?
I guess when you like something, you make time for it. But you know, when I started playing, I was in school, then in high school, and I had more time.
Yeah.
But later, life catch up, and
Yeah.
you know, work and more things happens in life, and I don't know. We just make it time somehow.
You just make it
If you
time.
like it, you make time, and
I love that. Oh boy, Habibi.
For me, these 6 years, it's actually my lifestyle.
Wow,
so
6 years.
Yeah, like I play at least 12 hours per day, and it's happened already 6 years in a row.
Wow.
Like, okay, we can take like 1 year. From 1 year, I can take like at least 1 week for chilling, and the other time I play always. Because you finish one tournament, you have second tournament for what you need to train, and also you need to be consistent, and because of this consistency you need to train a lot.
Wow.
Actually, for me, my idol is Ronaldo.
Okay.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay.
And by this guy, I learned some stuff that if you want to perform your best, you need to train every day. Every day, you need to be disciplined player.
Okay.
That's what I have. The motivation is these things what giving you boost,
Yeah.
but only for a little time, like
Okay.
not a big time. But
Love
the discipline is giving you always up in your
Okay.
life and your career in other stuff. Also, you yeah, you're asking about this thing. Tell me, like we can go somewhere around and watch the world because of the game, right?
Mm.
But the thing is that we don't have time for this. Like after tournament, we already need to go home immediately. In this case, if organization give extra time for players, at least 1 day,
right
after the tournament, players can check the whole cities, you know,
right,
watch the world actually.
Right.
In this case, it's gonna be perfect.
You know, I love it that how you guys changed the perspective of my question. When I said the word work, all of you pretty much like agreed. It's like, it's not work. We're loving it. We're enjoying it. This is our passion. We're not really working. We're actually living. I love that. Thank you so much for, you know, changing the narrative of the question itself. Let's get a little bit more technical with the game, you know? What is your favorite map? Where do you like to land mostly when it comes to PUBG? Christian.
definitely Miramar.
Okay.
Definitely Miramar. Miramar is Romanian map.
Ah.
Every Romanian is playing Miramar, so
Okay.
if you want to hear Romanian words, if you want to learn Romanian, just go on Miramar, go on all chat, and you will learn Romanian.
It doesn't have to be practical. It sometimes can be pride. I totally understand. I feel you, man. I feel you. That's a good answer. Oh boy.
I don't agree with Christian.
Oh, you don't agree with Christian?
I don't agree with this
Okay,
guy.
let's go.
Because
Habibi?
from my opinion on Miramar, this map actually for Turkey people, because they play a lot on Europe region, and I think you can agree with that, because
Yeah, there are a lot
people a lot playing on Miramar. What about me?
Yes.
Livik the best map actually. Okay, it's sarcastic. Yeah, sure, it's sarcastic. Also, for
Alright.
me, I think Miramar is good, but Erangel the best because it's classic.
Okay.
This is classic for everyone.
All right. Okay. We'll get back to that. What about you, sir?
To be honest, I didn't like Miramar before, but in this tournament, strangely, it's where we perform the best. So I think it's because there is like more space and we can easily rotate. So yeah, I will say Miramar as well.
Okay, cool. What about you, sir?
For my opinion, I like the best map. Who I like maybe Erangel because it
Okay.
remind me to my country.
Huh.
There is a place like it's called Kalimantan.
Okay.
It looks like Erangel, I think, and Erangel I think is a classic map for PUBG Mobile.
I really appreciate you, gentlemen. Like, you know, for making the move. For like, I don't know, it's like if we ever thought that one day this is gonna happen, but now as esport professionals, whether as team leaders or players or even other parts of your world right now and lives that got involved in esports. How do you see yourself right now in this career or path of passion? What do you think of how you reached so far as an esport athlete or even professional? If I may ask you, Christian.
I'm in my first tournament, in my first official big tournament. And for me, it's a very nice experience. And once in life, I think it's nice.
It's nice, right? Appreciate you. Right. Oh boy.
It's giving me a lot of experience, and not only in the game, to be honest. Like, some situations happened in esports,
right?
And because of these situations, it gave me some experience, which is give me understanding a little bit more understanding about the life.
Right.
So obviously, I can say, like, for me, this game is my teacher.
Your teacher, okay.
In the game and in the life.
I love that. I love that. Wow. You don't get to hear that a lot, you know? How things really change when it comes to video games. But now it's esports. It's a teacher. Wow. Well said. Sir?
Same for us. I guess that's an opportunity that we won't have twice. So yeah, that like we are enjoying as much as possible, and it's a big experience for us.
Nice. Nice.
Even like discovering the country, the culture. We went like in the city to see some stuff, like not only the game.
Right.
So yeah, we enjoyed it.
I feel you. I feel you. Brother?
For me, esport, professional athlete is
Right.
changing my life wholly.
Okay.
Because before I'm becoming a professional athlete, I was a pilot.
A pilot?
Due to COVID-19, I have to change the work.
Okay, no.
And then
it's
I
very
became a
interesting.
professional athlete.
Wow. Wow. So it's like, have you ever thought, like, you know, being a pilot, like you had that Pubg scene, it's like, I'm gonna
I
land
never
somewhere.
thought before. I never thought to drive an airplane in PUBG Mobile.
It's so unbelievable.
Imagine you use plane and say to people, okay, you need to start jumping.
You need to start jumping. It's already 750.
I like imagine, like, with your voice, like, is your captain speaking right now? Is it time for you to land right now in Miramar? Coming up right now in 30 seconds. I'm like, and doing the countdown.
Never come in my mind.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Thank you so much for working so hard to qualify yourself from the national, regional, and all the way to the championship. Hosting you right here in Riyadh. You're always welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, any last words, even your own language, you want to say to the viewers, and even to your fans and everybody in the world right now watching this? Starting with you, Christian.
Sunt mândru să reprezint România și îmi pare rău că nu am reușit să oferim un rezultat de top, cel puțin de podium, dar la anul mai bine.
All right. Oh boy.
Дякую, друзі, що дивитесь за нами, підтримуєте нас. Слава Україні та слава ЗСУ. Дякую за захист нашої країни та за те, що даєте нам ще один день пожити та насладитись цим життям. And also I want to add some stuff of your language.
Okay. I was expecting that.
Assalamu alaikum, Habibis. Yallah, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Let's go. Sir.
Yeah, first of all, but thank you for welcoming us in a good ways and for hosting the tournament. And if there's some French viewers watching, j'espère que vous n'êtes pas trop déçus et qu'on représente la France comme on le peut. Même si c'est pas dans la game ou dans le podium, au moins on est fair play et on donne une bonne image de la France. Voilà.
All right, thank you very much. Sir.
If there is Indonesian people watching, I like to say tetap semangat, kejar cita-cita kalian, menang kalah itu biasa, yang penting jangan berhenti usaha. That's all.
I'm inspired right now. I'm gonna speak in Arabic, so let me just. I don't think I'll be as good as you guys with what you said, but let me just give this a try. اللهم يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين من حول العالم هنا بالرياض. يعطيكم العافية على سندكم ودعمكم لنا لمجال الرياضات الإلكترونية. So now, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you for one last day. Let's see what's gonna happen. You know, regardless who's gonna make it or not, thank you so much. Thank you for your performance, and thank you for being here for WEC 24 Iesf. And gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen watching us from all over the world, thank you so much. This has been a talk right here at the WEC. Whoa, the heat is real. It's like, I'm not gonna wait. Well, let's just hold hands and on this table right here. I love this. Well, you see, it is really happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching right here at the WEC 24 Iesf.
gentlemen, we are back from the break. We are ready to kick things off for the last time. We're going into the second half of the day for 3 more matches. We will have you wait and experience all this action until we see who actually wins it out. What's going on here?
Oh, what's on there? What's on there?
Oh, predictions.
Oh, predictions. Okay, you're quite literally put us on the spot
that's
now.
an invasion.
That is.
I've been attacked in my home ground. What's your prediction?
Are we really going to let this slide, first of all? Are we going to let this slide? I think...
I see security coming. Security's coming.
Yeah.
We're good.
He's being taken out. We need a new host. Application's being taken out. Predictions. Yeah, let's get back to the topic. Now that we're forced to, I feel like we kind of have to take
He's
part.
so happy about that too.
Yeah.
He's so happy he caught us off guard.
Kind of have to. I'll stick with my prediction, by the way. I think Turkey's going to run away with it in the next game at the very least. But after that, I'm going to have to form a new prediction. I'll see how things look when we head into the last 2 games of the day. That's why I said things are really going to get interesting. And where these 2 teams, especially at the very top, unless anything changes now in match number 4 of the game day, we'll have to kind of focus on each other mid-round as well.
Yeah.
It's not only going to be about their points, it's going to be about the points of each other. And we saw it in the first couple of games as well. Even today, even when it wasn't really necessary, these 2 teams were focusing on each other.
Yeah.
As soon as Ukraine, Iesf was the perfect example, as soon as Ukraine realized Turkey was just outside, game plan has changed.
Yeah.
Significantly.
100%, and they're not fighting against the rest of the lobby anymore. They're fighting each other here. They are battling it out for who wins the World Esports Championship. Wicked sunglasses, by the way.
Oh, these
Shout
are
out.
Nuts.
Big man.
Yeah.
In the back row there. Yeah, like I said, it's essentially a fight for the top. It's a 1 versus 1 when you look at teams Ukraine and Turkey. And so far, slight advantage for Turkey here
Absolutely.
today. They have been able to keep the gap at least. And it is 3 more games. A lot of things can happen. But they are in the pole position right now. Ukraine, though, they've said it themselves. They'd rather be chasing. And they will be chasing until the last game.
Yeah, I mean, Old Boy and his squad, they've got the experience to chase as well. It's not a problem for them going into these last 3 games knowing that there's a bit of a gap. I mean, they came out the door swinging today, and that was a gap before that as well, right? We had like 17 points or something that you know, some of these teams had to catch up on these top spots in Ukraine. Once again, the experience just shows they have no problem doing that. And it's just going to come down to who's really going to pick that chance that they will be given in one of these next 3 rounds and convert it.
Yeah.
Right? It's ultimately so very often what it comes down to in PUBG Mobile when we head into this straight head-to-head fight in the last couple of matches. I'm interested to see if Morocco can pull something out of the bag as well. We've been missing these guys. I've said it before, very sympathetic players, incredible individuals as well. So far as a team, they just haven't really clicked in this tournament, but it's not too late to potentially grab yourselves a spot on the leaderboard to grab some money as well. It's 130 US, 130,000. 130 would be a little bit, would be definitely not up there.
That's not what's going on here.
130,000 US dollars. I forgot the thousand there for a second. That is up for grabs. 40,000 for the first place alone.
Yeah.
And you can imagine 40,000 for the first place. That still leaves almost 100K on the line for everyone else to grab themselves a share of that big prize pool that Iesf and the World Esports Championship have given this incredible tournament here in Saudi Arabia. So any spot matters on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely.
Every single point matters as well.
And a team that's been getting a lot of points is a team we should not forget to talk about, Indonesia. They've completely pulled up, right? Mega games in game number 2 and game number 3.
Money games.
Absolutely stellar performances from them. If they keep up this pace, if they theoretically, right, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to continue playing like this. If they do, they would end up in 3rd place here. If they would continue to get the same amount of points. Now, I'm not saying that's happening. That would be mental. That would be the comeback of a lifetime. But they are making big strides. And they've already pushed themselves from what I believe was something like a 10th place before the game started into 6th place now. They're very close to 5th. 4th is in reach. They are making a comeback, and they're making a big one. We should not forget about them. While we focus so much on the top 2 here, we're focusing on who wins the tournament. But there's a lot of teams still working for some of this stuff, huh?
Yeah, these guys have been performing as well recently. Today's been a good day for Egypt. They have come into the African Esports Championship as one of the favorites to take it home, and they have given us every reason to think so as well. Back in Morocco just 2 months ago. and they've qualified as a result. They are showing it here as well, not to the consistency of a Ukraine and Turkey, but as you said as well, it's always going to be someone that unfortunately drops down a bit. But I think they can be proud as well, and so can every Egyptian out there. They have represented their nation incredibly well. Such an esports heavy nation as well. The Esports Federation back in Egypt, they're investing a lot into startup programs, into coaching stuff, and just supporting esports in general for that country. And it's why it's such a strong esports country as well.
Love it. We've had a good taste of the esports culture in Africa and the African Esports Championship, and that was all of the Egypt show for a great majority of it. Morocco, we talked about them as well, right? They were looking good, they were looking impressive. They haven't been able to pull that off here on the more global stage. But I think we are very shortly getting into game. I see a few fist bumps coming out, the headsets are coming on. Bit of a handshake there on the side of Miramar, a team that also has impressed us oh so much here in this tournament, right? Like, we didn't expect them to come out swinging like this. We didn't expect them to be as consistent and as dominant when it comes to elims. They've really showed off what they can do. They've really popped off on this big stage, and they're now looking to ride that home.
Jordan right behind them on the venue, on the stage. And these guys just as much are looking for one big round to close out this tournament. They are yet to find it, partly due to the fact that, and we said this before, partly due to the fact that unfortunately they have just continuously fought time and time again in the early stages of matches. I respect it to some degree, but then at the same time, you unfortunately just can't be one of the favorites anymore going into the finals. So if you do stuff like that, it's going to take away too many rounds to potentially score big points, which these guys are capable of doing. I mean, very often, just last round, even a 2v3, they still give teams plenty of problems to deal with. I want to see more of that, and Jordan will be one of the teams that I want to see another chicken from. I'm saying another, that I want to see a chicken from.
Yeah. I feel like almost everybody here has shown us what they can do, what they can pull off when things come to shove. It's really the consistency that just separates all of them. Who can pull out the magic and who can pull it out multiple times a day. As I just realized, I've done a bit of a magic trick. I've even had a host walk through here with a big prediction sign. I haven't even given one of myself. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop running away from it. I'm going to say Ukraine's on the back foot, but I'm saying they're coming back.
You think Ukraine
Sticking to my guts.
Are they going to win the next round? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they are coming back in the next 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a couple of more minutes before we head into the game. There seems to be a small technical issue. We haven't had one of these in a while. It was bound to happen with 64 players. But we got to make sure all these players are up to speed, that everything is fine. Everyone, especially for these last 3 games, has an equal chance of doing something big here going into the last 3 rounds. Only 3 more chances, be reminded. We have seen 15 games already. 18 is what it's going to be at the end of the day. And that is all there is. I love it. He's got his lucky charm with him as well. The small, was it a teddy bear? I didn't even catch that.
Something like that, yeah. Everything that gives you the confidence, right? Everything that makes you feel comfortable on stage. For some
I
of
had
them,
one of these as well back then.
Okay.
Back when I was
back in my day when I was still playing video games.
It wasn't just as nice as his though.
Yeah. That's why he's here and you're not.
Fair enough.
That's why they're playing and we're talking.
Cannot argue with that.
Yeah.
I'm having the easier job now, just standing up here and looking at all these players. Taking one final breath before we head into these dangerous times.
You want to hear a fun fact?
When it comes to getting...
While we're in a tech today.
Yeah, tell me about it.
There's a player in this tournament that's got a 3 KD.
A 3 KD?
A 3 KD.
Are you gonna make me guess?
Do you want to guess?
Yes.
You won't get it.
Okay, so I won't get it?
You won't get it.
Okay, so let me put it this way. Is he from Turkey?
No.
Okay, he's not from Turkey.
Second place from Turkey.
Okay, so it's gonna be someone from Myanmar?
Incorrect.
Ooh, okay. And he's not from Ukraine, I'm guessing?
Correct.
Wow, so we have someone with a 3 KD that's not in the top 3 spots? That's nuts. Is he from Indonesia?
You're not gonna get it.
I'm
Stop
not
guessing.
gonna get it, really?
It's
Okay, tell me about it.
He's only played 3 games. He started playing today for Saudi Arabia, and he's picked up 9 frags in those 3 games.
Wow.
Yes.
So, I mean, just reveal the secret at this point.
Yeah, it's Kante.
Wow.
he is far ahead in KD. It's a little unfair because he's only played 3 games.
No, we'll
but
take it.
The second place is Solus, who's been getting himself 34 elims in 15 games. That is mental, by the way. That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But his KD is only 2.27, so numbers-wise,
I mean,
theoretically...
anything above 1 is like, okay.
Yeah.
Anything above 1.2 is like pretty good. Anything 1.5 is like, you're definitely having a really strong tournament. But getting 2 is completely absurd. That's just, you're definitely having the tournament of the year for you. So yeah, Solus is surprising to me. I thought maybe Solkai was going to be up there as well in terms of, or Catch. Honestly, Catch had so. I think the problem with Catch. Let me see some of these things. Maybe you've got it at hand.
Yeah.
I feel like Catch is getting so many knocks, but I think so many are being stolen as well.
So for me, Catch has always been an impact frag. I feel like he always gets fragged in those rough situations as a duo or in tough fights. But numbers-wise, it was always Scarface for the first 2 days. That was clearly ahead of the rest of Turkey. And now on the last day, it's been Solus who's caught up. And then we have Myanmar, Lewis James.
Yeah, I was about to say Lewis. That was going to be my first guess.
Yes, with 31 as well, which is crazy. And then the Scarface with 31, and then Old Boy with 29.
Yeah, Old Boy's been having one hell of a tournament as well, definitely. Yeah. It's especially tough considering if you're in a top team, you would kind of expect everyone around you to frag anyways.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, to some degree, it's tougher to have extra good stats. It's not tough to have good stats because you're obviously having good rounds, but it's tough to have extra good stuff. So it kind of becomes tougher for all these players up there that have, well-performing teams anyways. So got to give it up for Old Boy and obviously Solus, Scarface. All of these guys are having one hell of a tournament. And we said it before, you can just tell these guys are having a blast playing Pubg Mobile right now. It's such a fun game, especially if it works out well.
Yeah.
It's kind of obvious, but that's just the way it is as a player. If the rounds are going great, you're having a lot of fun, you're having a lot of passion, and you just can't wait to get back to the next game. And so can't we.
So can't we. So can't some other players. I'll say it again, man. If we're on this camera for like an hour, I'm fine. Just watching the players get ready for the games, seeing how they sort of keep themselves entertained, how they keep themselves in a positive mindset. It's nice to watch. And you can tell sometimes, some teams have structures where they joke around with each other. Other teams are in full focus the whole time. Yeah. And other teams have like a guy like Old Boy around there who's kind of leading. He's kind of like talking.
He was arguing a second ago.
He's starting conversations. Yeah. He's making sure the fist bumps are coming out. He's kind of the leader of the team. He's not the in-game leader, but you can tell he's that man with the experience.
But he's micromanaging sometimes as well. So he's definitely having a lot of impact. Maybe not macro-wise as much as someone might think, but especially micro-wise, he's having a lot of impact. Making sure everyone's doing the right decisions in the late game. But then again, his team is so experienced as well. They don't really need it all that much anyways. It'd be completely different if he'd had 3 players without international experience, but he doesn't. Right, that's just a matter of fact. I think I've seen some of these phones be in-game already. I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. That means we are going in to the next
We're
game.
going in.
It is halftime here at the World Esports Championship, ladies and gentlemen, hosted by Iesf in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as you said as well, it's past halftime. That means 3 more chances to find out who's really going to take that one spot.
Last Erangel of the tournament, last Erangel of the World Esports Championship is upon us. The plane is southeast to north. Not the worst one we've seen. We'll give plenty of teams a fair chance to reach their loot spots, but no military hot drop in this one. I'd be very surprised if that's what we see as we are jumping out of the plane. One thing I've been really interested about, Felix, as well, is how close Ukraine and Turkey loot to each other and how we basically never see them clash at their loot spots. Neither of them cares too much about ruining each other's games early. Neither of them has been going for sneaky plays, trying to run up to a compound unseen, try to pop a car, maybe pull up on a solo. They've been respecting each other very much. They've just played their game, and then they find themselves in the prio positions in Phase 1. They don't really mess around in the loot spot. They make sure they get to the good spots first, and then we start seeing them clash.
Blind Path comes in. We'll see who clashes with who. Maybe in the early stages of match number 4 here on this 3rd game day. It's happened in almost every round, unfortunately, that someone was fighting, which is surprising to me. Doesn't always happen in every tournament. Some of these teams are just really too stubborn to give up on the spots that they wanted to play this final off of. And I can understand why as well. It has massive impact. I mean, you as a coach especially, as an active coach as well, you tell me all about it. How much does a loot spot really matter? If you've prepared for 1,000 of hours, or at least hundreds of hours, it does matter, doesn't it?
It really depends on the team, right? It depends on who you are and how you approach the game. You have some teams here, you can just go based off loot spot and you'll know roughly how a team will approach early games. A team like Turkey or Ukraine, they are loving their early rotations. They love to get prio positions early. That's why they loot center. That's the same thing would be true for a team like Egypt. They want to go fast. They want to know their timings, and they want to know the timings of the teams around them, right? So some of these top teams will even say, I'd rather have a good team looting next to me than a team that I can't predict. If you're a team looting on edge, however, you're a team that likes to go for all drops, doesn't care too much about any central positions. You're a team that likes to go a little bit later on in the match. Then you're relying so much less on your loot spot, and you're relying a lot less on who is around you. But it's two different schools of thoughts. It's two different ways to approach the game. And two of our top teams here loot very central on Erangel.
We don't know who's going to win this tournament, but I know who's winning the award for best outfit. Just there, I think that's the carry. The next fight is coming up though, and I was talking about Jordan fighting every single time, and it's not different here in match 4. It's a quick trade, it's a quick double trade actually against France, who've been struggling to find form, who really need a big round as well. This is a good trade from Dudu, but there needs to be more. Just a bit more to take down Jordan. So far, no one has been flushed. This could be the first clean wipe coming up from France. They've secured themselves 3 frags, and they should be able to get both of these rests as well. It's going to take some time since Ragnarok is in the distance. It could potentially have sight lines, but now that I'm saying that, he is running back. So they'll get these probably up relatively fast, and then they should have a vehicle as well to potentially chase Ragnarok. This is a good start. One of the first good starts for France.
Yeah.
Neptura is surely going to be happy about this. She's already cheering somewhere in the crowd, I can tell. And
the thing is as well, right? We've talked so much about France having a rough tournament. They have scrapped their way up into, I think, as a 13th place now. And they're looking to do more work here as well. And you could say they would hunt this guy down. And yes, there they are. They're coming for him. They're not going to let him go anywhere. Ragnarok has shown some really good shots early game. But this is 4 guys in the car. They're flying out on all sides. No way they let him get a flush here. No way. He gets a second. How is that?
No
3
way.
bullets? No!
Oh!
What is that?
Oh my goodness! Ragnarok, he's got 21 more bullets and a dream! That's still left standing. Give it up for Ragnarok. What have we just witnessed? That is completely absurd. And just when we thought the France, I mean, we
call an ambulance,
I don't
but
actually
not for me.
Wow, I have no words for this.
Sacre
That is
bleu.
Yeah, that is crazy. And
That is
Ragnarok,
not a thing.
I mean, the one guy from that lineup
He had
as well.
3
that
bullets.
You just don't want to meet.
He had 3 bullets in the back. He had, what, 10 HP? 15 HP to start that fight off?
Maybe.
Oh my, that's... Oh, I was about to say I'm so happy how France have turned it around. They had a good last Erangel as well. I think we saw something like a triple nade coming out of 3 that we kind of missed because there was other fights going on. Yeah, that's... this game is not what they were hoping for.
No. I don't usually actually believe in the classic curse, but that situation right there might make me believe otherwise. That's completely absurd. That should never have happened. Endless there with a good nade now cleans down the last Chile player downstairs at least. But there is another country up top. And now you see these skirmishes, these types of skirmishes that you usually wouldn't see on match day 1 and day 2. But because so many teams are struggling and they need big rounds, they will start earlier to potentially secure themselves a couple of elimination points. And that's why you see Mongolia now striving for exactly that. 2 more players from Romania and 1 from Chile inside their compound. They've got the man advantage on every single one, but time and time again, we've been proven wrong that stuff like this goes clean.
Shotgun in hand as well. This could go all sorts of wrong. Trigger is going to hide this out. He's going to let this fight happen. And it is the trades for Mongolia. They got one of the knocks coming in, but they know. They're well aware. Okay, there's one more player here. They've even spotted him. The nades come on out. Oh, what is that? Chile once again sent packing early. It's really been a day to forget. They've had their chances. They had their games on the past 2 days. Today they cannot get anything going. The worst possible scenario as well. The last day is the one that you memorize the most. The last day is the one that stays in your head the most. and it's really not been theirs. Mongolians on horses.
I was about to say that. I was just waiting for it, yeah.
The world has seen that before, and it's not gone well for anybody else. So, 5 elims already. And if they do mount up, I'd be scared.
An unbelievably beautiful country as well. Definitely on my list of destinations in terms of countries that I still want to see. And yeah, funnily enough, horses now obviously in PUBG Mobile as well. That is the perfect fit for the Mongolians, and they will come out on top on all of these fights in the early stages as a result of it. 5 eliminations. Yeah, this isn't fight now that we have to keep our eyes peeled on. Because Miramar has lost. I think they're leaving the third player as well, right? They kind of have to this one, so they're down to a 2-man. Turkey has now done it. They've finally, at least for now, cleanly won that early engagement they've been so desperately waiting for. That should be a second confirm, and thus the second point being picked up in the early stages. Every point is going to matter. We know that much with how close the leaderboard situation really is. But then again, it's not sealing the deal just yet.
Still trying to make the crawl is Zayo, but Edu is not gonna happen. One early knock and an instant follow-up from the Turkish squad. Against the direct competitor as well. Once again, this is why you're hesitant, right? This is why you're not believing in the Miramar comeback. This is so many things have to go right. One thing goes wrong, and the whole thing is called off. Big points, though, for the Turkish squad, and it is Solus again picking himself up 1, aiming for that top fragger spot in the whole tournament. But probably not something they think all too much about. They think about the win. That's all they care about. That's all that Ukraine cares about. And they're setting themselves up nicely here with some early frags, early confidence, warming up, coming into this circle.
Very long rotation ahead of Turkey now. Might take things a little bit safer now going into these last 3 matches. We said it's going to change things. Game plan might change for all of these top contenders. And this is an indication of that. Indonesia. This is dangerous for everyone else in this lobby, judging by what we've witnessed in the last games. Good thing, though, is that's the second player from Indonesia now being taken out. I think everyone else right now is breathing a sigh of relief. Not without picking themselves up 3 frags, though.
Yeah, 3 of Morocco, and it's Ukraine who picks up the last. They also pick up 1 knock right there, and then making this one an opportunity for them to fly on in. They've just seen Turkey in the kill feed. They want to do a bit of the same. Do they know about the player proning outside? No, they don't. Kausa is making a stand here behind the car. He does, I think, get naded out, but no, he's still alive and kicking. But his time is short-lived. Ukraine with 4. They strike on back. They will get the res. They will get the reset, and they are in a prime position here to ride this one out. Good position into phase 2.
Exactly. No one is close. No one can really third-party them. This is exactly the reason why these guys are at the very top. When they take early fights, they always make sure they have absolutely no one close by to potentially third-party them, and they make sure they have the advantage going into this fight as well. They would have not taken this, and it's been the same in the last round, by the way. They would not have taken this if they wouldn't have had the advantage going into this. So I love it. Once again, really calculated play. Whoever is making these calls, and for a lot of these scenarios, actually, whoever has the best ID, who just makes the calls, right? It's not necessarily the IGL. It's more like, you know, who's really able to take initiative with the information that he's been given on whether or not this is a good play. Yeah. And then that play gets made, and that goes to speak. Oh, that speaks volumes about, let me put it this way, that speaks volumes about the experience these guys have between them and why these guys are at the very top of the leaderboard. So, once again, great pickup by Ukraine. Reminds me of last round, where, yes, they couldn't finish at the very top, but they once again had a great chance at winning the round potentially.
I'd love to see them now flex out again, right? They crashed the compound, they won the fight, they've restabilized, and after you stabilize, you can try and extend again, get a little bit more space for yourself. But they might just figure that this is too much. They might just figure that this is enough as well, depending on where the phase 3 takes them. They'll for sure wait the extra 18 seconds, but I hope they're ready. I hope they're ready to take something else. I hope they're ready to take a little bit more space, because they should be given some if they get a beneficial phase 3. And I hope they're quick on their feet if they do have to move away. Egypt set up in the forest. They've had an eye on them. They've taken some shots, especially at vehicles. The circle does go south, and it does favor that mansion forest again. So Egypt, once again, in a power position here. But look at Turkey as well. They've got so much space for themselves right now.
Yeah, lots of space we can gather. Reminds me of that Indonesia play last game where they just made sure that no one else was really having an access towards that eastern side. And that can be really dangerous, as we've said. And also, to add on top of that, we haven't seen an encircle that far eastern yet. So I think this is going to be interesting for anyone that has a late entry, because you don't really know what to expect. For anyone that's already inside the circle, you can kind of guess on what's going to happen, and even if you can't, you can kind of prepare yourselves for it. But if you're on the edge, you have no. For example, if you're France or Bulgaria right now, you have no idea how many teams are really going to play that edge. You have no experience to draw off of in a lobby where you don't really know your enemies as well as you'd normally expect, like in I guess, a professional league. So this is going to be interesting. Egypt has now been breached, not to take away from this fight, and Kyrgyzstan have a good chance now of picking themselves up a couple of more elimination points.
They got a drive-by in as well. They flew into the compound, instantly got the second knock onto Egypt, making this one hard to defend. Kyrgyzstan has finally realized, hey, we got to play for big games here. There's no point surviving in a dip. We've got to take some aggression elsewhere. And the only knock that's come toward them so far is a third party. That looks like a good nade, but it's instantly traded on as well. Effect is on a sliver of HP. If Suxi gets one in the window, that'd be amazing, but he's trying to clear the balcony first. Gonna hit the first aid as well, and it's a full reset potentially coming out. Effect still has to find that first aid, but he's trying to find a safe spot first. As now the reses come through, they're up to full numbers. And there might be a time here very soon where Suxi falls away from it. You can see he's already looking to eye that up. And you can see instantly, Kyrgyzstan already building up the angles, already trying to go for the punish. As on the other side of the map, Turkey is able to benefit here from a fight. They can third party from range. They might get themselves some frags here as Bulgaria is squaring off.
Yeah, this is why I said this edge was so perfect for Turkey at the moment. So many teams have to enter this. So many teams don't know what to expect. And that is going to result in a couple of frags for Turkey. I know that for a fact. They will not let this edge rest. They know if they clean this up, if they don't let anyone get anywhere close, they have so much space to draw off of and potentially keep on going in the next couple of phases. Now Arthur now has to defend. He's getting traded. I was worried there for a second that the flash might come through, but Flyke is getting picked back up, and that means Kyrgyzstan once more is able to get 4 eliminations phase 3 and keep themselves in the running for potentially yet another chicken dinner. They are definitely fighting back round and round and time again, but it always seems to fall short in phase 4 and 5. So I'm exceptionally interested now to see if Kyrgyzstan can do it this time around.
At least this time they took the aggression, though. They took their fate into their own hands. They've been sitting around a little bit too much. They've been playing position a little bit too much. And then they end up in a late game where one of the top teams has just way too much space to deal with them and just completely annihilates them. So good to see them take some aggression and figure out what fight they want to take and take it into their own hands, take it proactively. Brazil coming in on that northern side. They got to sort of push out Ukraine out of positions here if they want to make their way on in. They still have a France solo behind them in the blue as well. They don't know about that at all. But they do have to make their way on in, and it's not going to be an easy approach and potentially a chance for Ukraine to pick something up here.
Potentially. Brazil definitely has the tougher road in. And I was surprised to see Ukraine stretching out that far in the first place, to be honest. Usually if they do have power positions, if they do have the hard cover compound, then in phase 4, phase 5, they do tend to just stick together, make sure they don't lose anyone, especially now that they've had a fight already in the round, and they've cleaned it up really, really nice. But they have made their way back. And thus, as we said, it's going to be Brazil that's on the moving end of things, that will have to make some form of play, some kind of attack on anyone on that northern edge. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be really, really tough. Making that happen as a 3-man, yes, you've got the cast, but that's just about the only thing you've got going for you.
I really like it, though, from Ukraine, because they are sitting 4-man in one compound. It's not a compound with super easy crosses either. It can be hard to get out in the late game. So I love that they're sort of trying to be a little bit more aggressive, try and keep more space for themselves, maybe pick up a few free points, right? If only one of the Brazil players pulls up into that compound, I think Ukraine just close the net and get rid of him as soon as they can. But Brazil plays it safe, plays it smart, stick together, and stay alive that way. France solo is found, 3 elims and a disaster right after. is all she wrote for that round. The VSS on an extremely long range. Maybe not the gun of choice, but it is what Mongolia has to work with in this one. And there's Turkey. You said they're not going to let this edge rest, and they are about to pick up. Just one more Elim. Oh, he turns away just at the wrong time, but he still has a good idea about Supra. Yeah, and Supra has to step into the open, and just like that. It's going to be one more point. I say that, a few bullets are missed, a little bit of time has to be invested. And it is actually Solkai who steals it away. This is, not
weird.
the Scarface we're used to seeing. But everybody wins sometimes. Scarface just keeping it relatable for the viewers in chat here. This is a big fight, though. Ukraine has made the push now into Brazil.
It hasn't been relatable so far, but yeah, I definitely fault you there, Scarface. That was very untypical for you. Ukraine, on the other hand, starting to activate as well. Both of these top teams have found themselves a couple of frags to start things off and to slowly but surely get into late game. Both of them have set themselves up as well. I'd argue Turkey is in a way better position, though. And I've said this from phase 2 onwards. I mean, Turkey was never going to let anyone alive there on that edge, and they have done so successfully, whereas Ukraine definitely has the tougher entry. Next circle shift is going to decide a lot. 4 seconds until we might have a pretty good idea on how tough it's really going to be. Look at the teams around Ukraine at the moment. It's actually centering around Jordan now, who found themselves a shack with a solo player left standing. Brazil has to make a move onto Pakistan. Or they will potentially be sandwiched between Ukraine and Kyrgyzstan, and both have to move out as well. This is a tough zone on the west-hand side, but also gives you a lot of opportunity for potential eliminations.
Exactly. This is a fighting zone. This is a fighting forest right now. However, on the other side of the map, we see Turkey quite literally the favorites to win this round, right? So they can wait for all this fighting to happen. They don't have to get involved. If Ukraine so much as loses one member, that's going to be a massive advantage for them. You can see Kyrgyzstan pulling up as well. Brazil just trying to lay it out in the middle, just trying to go for early entries, maybe figuring out how to weaken the teams around them so they can actually survive. Not an easy task for them, but plenty of sneaky positions that they can try and grab. This is a powder keg, and the lint has been lit. As we see Ukraine moving on closer, Kyrgyzstan trying to figure out where they want to play, and this is going to explode at some point. But I think I might have just seen Ukraine reposition to the north. That would be massive if they can pull this off.
It really would be. I'll have to take a look at the next couple of minutes on how tough it's really going to be. I said it before, I don't think it's an easy edge, but it's an edge that at least gives you some amount of playability. That's not always a given in phase 5. And the sidelines are relatively good in terms of third-party potential against them. That is nuts! So Ukraine made that move around, and Turkey has now found them, but it's a trade. I think it's a 2-1 trade in favor of Turkey. And just there, Tolika goes down once and for all. Leaves Turkey alive with 4 players. I think one of them, once again, is knocked, but he should be up any second. There he goes again, Soles. And just as I say that, Scarface fights Old Boy. This is not a good outlook for Ukraine at the moment.
Slavik is sitting in the middle shack, but I think he doesn't know there's already a player in there. I don't see him go to any other position. So we might see Ukraine completely go out here in a second. Old Boy falls from range. I don't know where the last member has made his position in. Jordan still has the shack in the middle, I believe. A solo player from Jordan is still controlling that. So Ukraine living on borrowed time. They tried to make the move to the north. They realized the forest is too much for them to fight, but they weren't ready for how much space Turkey has on that northern edge, how much space they've worked for as well. And now it's an absolutely immense task for Slovik to try and get any sort of point he can. Yes, he's in placements. Yes, he's in the circle. But he's got so many teams around him, so many players that will get sidelines at some point. And he's got a full Turkish squad that is just looking to take dominance in this game.
That's exactly what's happening. Couple of shots towards 7, but I think he's just about safe behind that buggy that he's parked. And I'm more interested to see where that last Ukraine player has now made its way to. As you said, it looked like he was just sending it straight through, but I don't see him anywhere near the center. So I guess for us, we'll just have to wait and see. Kyrgyzstan, one player's been taken down. They've made a big effort now to stay alive in that forest area, and it's been working out perfectly. It's what Egypt would have loved in the last round. Unfortunately, it shifted back towards the west-hand side. Otherwise, they would have been in a similar position last game. And Kyrgyzstan now trying to put that to use, and they have 8 eliminations going into these last couple of phases, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3 more games. This is one of them. to decide who's really got a chance at not only the $130,000 prize pool, but at the very top spots here at the World Esports Championship. Who can crown himself and his country? That's even bigger than anything. Arguably even bigger than the prize pool. Who can crown his country? Who can be the representative? Be able to tell the whole world we've got the best PUBG Mobile players. And I guess we're going to find out in the next couple of games. It's another knock coming out. It's a headshot. Puts down 7. And this is a really tough one for Brazil because 7 is surely going to go down as a result of it. And now Kyrgyzstan uses that knock as an option to spread out even further towards that western side.
Saudi Arabia in the kill feed, knocking down Turkey, getting themselves a knock onto Pakistan as well. They're not staying quiet in this. They're making moves. They're trying to be aggressive. But how much can they really do against Turkey on that hillside? How much can they really make work here? 7 finally taken out. Kante knocked as well. This is Nox coming in the wrong side. Slovik finds one, finds the flush as well onto Mongolia, but he has 3 more Mongolians on the southern side to worry about. Both teams are in fights, but Ukraine goes out in 8th. 4 elims or 5 elims is all she wrote for them. Turkey has already picked up 4, and Turkey is looking to make that 8 here in the next few seconds. Look at them unleashed in Scarface now, not missing any of those. And they want to clean up that northern edge. They want to clean up all of their fights. And they might even go win the game from here, Felix.
Yeah, I think it's highly likely at this point, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's 9 elimination for Kyrgyzstan, and they have a pretty good spot to work with as well. While Turkey is in the midst of fighting Saudi Arabia and hasn't cleared that edge, I think it becomes very likely that Kyrgyzstan could do the same for them. And there it goes. Good nade coming in from Solkay, though. Clears out that edge, and I think that's Saudi done and dusted. That's them out of the running as well. And a couple of more eliminations being secured by Turkey. One more nade now. Kyrgyzstan, I told you, they have to do the same exact thing, but Pakistan realizes them. Look at how aggressive they go. This is a perfect entry. 1-2, just like that, but it's a good trade once more. And suddenly, with the help of Flaky and his teammate, Nord, they clean up that edge too. And it's 13 eliminations for them as well. This is 2 big teams once more. This time around, not Indonesia though. Not Indonesia though, that picks up the majority of the points that are available.
I love the play. Jumping onto the rock, gives himself the high ground, finds the angle. No time wasted, no doubt in his mind, right? Not passive at all. Literally gets the knock, instantly jumps onto the rock, gets himself the seconds. Keeps his team in it, because if this would have taken a little bit longer, they would have been in trouble. Circle is about to shift, and they're about to have to make another move. So they're happy that they've got the reset through, that they got the first 8 off. Because they will have to make another move here very, very soon. They might have to go for the shack. They might have to even go for a third party. But whatever fight they take, they could open the door for Turkey, right? If Kyrgyzstan is the team that tries to take out Mongolia here, this game is all but open for Turkey from the take. And now this circle is telling us Kyrgyzstan is the one to move. That's a big knock, though. That at least buys them some time here for Mongolia. They're outnumbered, and they are outpositioned. But at least they're alleviating the pressure a little bit.
I wanted to see Kyrgyzstan take another win. I've told everyone, and everything else would have been crazy. Going out of this tournament with not another big round, that's just not like them. That's just not like the players we have representing that nation. They're so incredibly strong. There's a reason these guys are the reigning champions. Yes, maybe winning this tournament is not going to be in the cards anymore, but even finishing top 3, top 4 is going to be massive. Not only prize pool, we said it before, representing your nation. There's so many fans in the chat. So many fans, yesterday, especially the day before, that have been cheering on these guys. It was full of Kyrgyzstan flags. So shout out to everyone supporting. You guys are keeping these guys going, keeping these guys alive. And we know how much it means to the players as well. Seeing that support in chat, looking back at the bots, and finding yourself just that tiny bit more strength for the upcoming day.
Making the moves onto the road. They're not getting super aggressive just yet. They're just trying to survive for now, but they're posing a big issue to that Mongolian squad. There's the knock coming in. It's 1 onto Mongolia and 1 onto Kyrgyzstan. Things working out nicely for the Turkish squad from the top, from the high ground. They're working this slowly but surely, closing out the angles, making moves into the zone. I'm not sure how aware they are of the solo in the shack, who now starts to unleash, but doesn't find a knock for himself. So that should be short-lived of a distraction, but it keeps the Turkish squad at bay for now.
Good shots coming out from Kyrgyzstan. Once again, this circle is probably going to close without any more casualties. But after that, it's all going to come down to who's got the better sidelines, who's got the cars parked just a tiny bit better, who's got the more utility as well. And Turkey, they haven't lost a player. Essentially, they haven't gotten a player even down throughout the last 10-15 minutes. They've got a couple of crates to work with. They should have the utility advantage. We're going to find out in just a couple of seconds. 30 to be exact until that zone closes.
It's really all up to Ragnarok. Can he ruin the game for Turkey here? He's got a good angle, but his angle is very predictable. He only can peek out of the door. It's an easy one to pre-fire.
Okay.
And that's a pre-fire around the smoke right there. Scarface lets it rip. Takes one down. That's a hard rest to get as well. They don't even want to cross back on that road. They're at least going to let him bleed for a little bit while they get the smokes deployed. But even if they do res him, it's going to take a whole lot of time. Circles on their side, though.
Oh, Zerike finds one and brings it back, but Fly Queen, the meanwhile, has been taken down so low that he bleeds out. Scarface is picking it up. That's the 9th elimination. Not quite there yet on the level of Kyrgyzstan, but they are slowly but surely creeping up. And in fact, find someone else now. It's in fact being taken down by Mongolia. This is just a three-way fight all around. Zerike, these are some massive, massive shots, but it gets traded out immediately after by Mongolia once more. And it's just one player left standing, and that is not for Kyrgyzstan.
Half of the lobby right now is just knocked. Everybody's just tearing each other to pieces. Ketched crawling for a crate in the middle. Ragnarok still alive and kicking, still posing issues for multiple teams here. Not just Turkey, but also for the Kyrgyzstan squad in the south. I say squad, it's now down to a solo. Scarface still holding on strong, and look at this, he's even knocking Mongolia all the way across the zone. Somebody take this man out, and there it is. Scarface finally puts him out of his misery. One on Kyrgyzstan, a 4-man Turkish squad, and a duo of Mongolia that try to stay alive in this. But how long can they hold on here, Felix?
That's the question. I've been saying this is going to be a battle of nutrition, a battle of who's got the more utility in his inventory, who's got maybe 2 more smokes than the opposing side. Because you can tell Mongolia is just holding on to their life. As soon as these fade, it might just be enough with the nades into the smoke. Solus takes him down. He's going to get spotted out by Nord. Nord surely he's going to be able to take him down before being traded out himself. But one thing's for certain, this is not being lost by Turkey. They will strike back, and they will find themselves another chicken dinner. And there it goes. Solus is even able to take down the last Mongolian player, and now it's just not unthinkable scenario if he makes anything work. Even a knock would be absolutely miraculous, and he's already being shot at. Spotted out behind the rock, left, right, and center. Turkish players approaching. One more nade coming on through. Surely that's got to be the end of it. Peeks around the corner. He even takes down Solkay. How is this even possible? And also, that knight doesn't hit either. He's down to 10 HP, but he gets the first nade through Cobra. Wow, how?
He gets the first hit off, but there is the nade, and there is the last frag. Ketch is the one to close things out for Turkey, and they've just made a massive step to winning this tournament. There it is, clap, clap. Easy pickings for the Turkish squad there in the end. But I say in the end, they were in control this entire match, Felix. They were never in doubt.
Unbelievable scenes. Kyrgyzstan falling short once more. It's heartbreaking for them. If that zone would have shifted any other way, if it would have gone west once more, that entire circle would have been completely different. And I mean, we gave Turkey the advantage as soon as we saw how far east it was, as soon as they cleared out that edge cleanly. But still, man, I would have loved to see Kyrgyzstan up there once more. It would have kept it more interesting on the overall leaderboard as well now, because Ukraine didn't have that big of a round as we wanted it to be. They had a pretty tough edge. We said, maybe they can do it, but only because they have been the favorites so far. That doesn't negate the fact that that is just a tough edge to play off of. So many teams around you. Yes, it's the Forest. Yes, that kind of makes it fair to some degree. Third party is going to be tough, but either way, you have to still fight 2-3 teams to make it out alive.
And they don't do that. They go for the winning play, right? They don't want to fight for a few scraps in the Forest. They want to find an edge that they can win the game off of.
Exactly.
But they cruise into that edge, and it's just full Turkey lined up, waiting for them. Even third parties coming in from Saudi Arabia, but Turkey alone was just holding that down. They were not letting anyone in.
No.
And I respect the play, once again, from Turkey. From Ukraine. They're trying to go for the win there. They're trying to make a play that actually has a chance of getting them into late game. And I think it's the right decision, but they just end up under the wrong scopes. And now we're looking at 2 more games, and we're looking at a big gap. Turkey has just made a massive move to win this tournament.
It wasn't just any game as well. It was a game, double digits eliminations.
Yes.
I thought Kyrgyzstan was going to run away with it just based off of how much they fragged throughout this round, but then Turkey came back and essentially got almost everyone.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about it. They found Mongolia in the end there when I thought Nord was surely going to pick him up, but he couldn't peek because his feet were showing.
Yeah.
Like, how unlucky is that in the first place? And then ultimately he wasn't able to pick up anything else. So they just went out with, what, 12, 13 eliminations, and Turkey was at 8-9 before that until they cleaned the whole entire circle.
Yeah.
So they got themselves back up to around 13, 14 eliminations as well. So this is easily like a 24, 25 point game for Turkey once more. Now it's true, right? Now, actually, Ukraine has to hope for Turkey making some kind of mistakes or them circling them out like they've done in the last game.
They have to go back to back, essentially. They are now...
I wouldn't go that far.
They do. We'll look at the overall leaderboard in a bit.
We'll take a
and
look.
you'll see. All right. We'll leave that to the analysts later on. But crazy moves. Crazy moves made from the Turkish squad. We also, like we talk about, right? Myanmar falling short. They were some of the hopes we were hoping for. Indonesia not keeping up the pace.
Yep.
They fall short here. That is something we expect to see. Nobody should be able to be this consistent. Nobody should be able to be this crazy as Turkey is. But it is Kyrgyzstan who makes a stand. Proactive gameplay, aggressive moves coming out of them. You love to see it, but the big story for me here is what Turkey has been able to pull off.
I mean, it has to. I don't think there's anything else but Turkey that we have to talk about right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what we're doing back on this stage. It is Solkay, ready for an interview.
Well, we are here right now with Turkey. Mabruk, congratulations. So, first of all, how do you feel?
Çok iyi hissediyoruz, çok mutluyuz. İnşallah böyle devam eder ve mutluluğumuzu devam ettiririz.
We are very happy and proud to be in this position right now for this match, and we're looking for more for the next two matches.
Okay, so now everybody's been noticing your performance and you know how you are like collecting all the points and making a comeback and pretty much seeing the Turkish flag pretty much coming in with a chicken winner. So, what are your expectations for the next few maps coming up right now?
İki maç daha var. Onun hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Çok hayranlarınız var. Onlar insanlar da heyecanlı sizin için.
İş daha bitmedi. İki maçımız daha var. İki maçımızda da güzel bir şekilde puanlarımızı alıp farkla şampiyon olmak istiyoruz. Ve Türkiye'deki tüm fanlarımıza kucak dolu sevgiler diyoruz. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkürler.
We have two more matches, and we are so excited to make Turkey proud of us, and the result will be soon as the match that we would like to be.
Looking forward, the entire world is right now looking forward to see what's going to happen in the coming matches. So, for you, to the people of Turkey, what do you want to say right now?
Türkiye'deki insanlara ne diyorsun?
Hepsine tekrardan çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. İnşallah bu kupayı ülkemize getirip hepinizi gururlandırmak istiyoruz.
Türkiye'deki the fans, our fans in Turkey, we will make you proud of us, and we will be champion for this coming Iesf. Thank you.
Let's see what's going to happen pretty much with all the pride taking place right here at the WEC24 Iesf. Well, I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling the confidence and pretty much being humble about it. Well, let's see what's going to happen coming up next right here. And back to you, you amazing talents.
Thank you very much, Bara. And now we finally see Turkey striking again. I mean, the consistency has been ridiculous. 9 out of the past 10 games in top 5. A chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. They managed to get 70 elims in 10 games, an average of 7 per game. We said this before at the beginning of the day. Now, Ukraine is starting to feel the pressure, boys and girls. So this is the segment where chaos starts to ensue on the battlefield, because Turkey is getting far ahead now, DK.
Well, they're getting ahead, but of course the pressure is going to be up to on the shoulders, as you said, of Ukraine to see if they can play that catch-up game. But we were talking about the consistency, right? You were asking what does Turkey or Ukraine need to do to maintain their positions. Said they're going to have to focus on keeping that consistency going, and that is exactly what we've been seeing come through. But now for the Ukraine, they're going to have to try and ramp it up that extra little bit, right? Try and take it as far as they possibly can. And I mean, just looking at how they kind of played their way through that, aside from the insanity that we just had in that quick little bit of a replay that we'll get back into later on, of course, Ukraine, right? They also just brought such a bit of aggression moving through here. We did see quite a few of those eliminations also finding their way on in. In fact, also they were able to secure themselves 5 eliminations, but comparing that to the 13 that we had come through from Turkey, it's looking pretty tough.
It is.
It really is, and now Ukraine has to. I mean, you either hope that Turkey gets eliminated early on in one of the next games, or you kind of have to do it yourself. And then doing that kind of risks you losing second place. But what's it worth to you? Do you care that much about second place, or do you just want to go for it all and try and gun for first place?
I would want to keep up with first place. If I don't think first place is as important when you're this close. When you have a team like Turkey actually going and running with it a little bit, right? I think at the end of the day, you don't want to jeopardize the placement you already have. I think the next best bit would be to actually be like, yeah, but we only lost first place by 10 points.
Yeah.
You know, rather than trying to go for it and losing by 30. I think really that's at some point.
I think they're gonna go for it. I think they're gonna try and drop as fast as they can and try to take down Turkey. And yes, I see you, DK. I see you. You know, I'm gonna give the bell to Nep though this time.
All right, fine. Ding, ding, ding, bell!
There we go. Another 1,000 damage game that we've seen so far. And honestly, credits to Turkey. This is something that we've been discussing since before the competition started. It's like, what are the teams that we're going to be looking out for? And Turkey was a topic of conversation for a while, but not to this extent. Like, I know they have a lot of years of experience under their belt and synergy, and just the communication is on point, but that is an insane performance to see on this stage. And now all they have to do is just play it cool, calm, and collected for the last 2 games, and Soulless and the squad of Turkey has been doing exactly that. 1,028 damage, 6 knocks, 6 elims. He's keeping himself. He's not stealing anyone's eliminations, and he's not allowing anyone else to steal his either.
No, I did notice, I think it came up in the replays as well, his aim, and the team in general, the aim in this match was on point. I mean, they did not miss, and that's really hard to combat when you're up against a team like that who have the momentum of the zone, who have the momentum of the split, the control, and then you back that up with just immaculate aim. It's very hard to beat. I don't think you could.
Plus, they were able to position themselves multiple times in the best place possible, I feel like in zone 5, 6, and 7. And it was just constantly in their favor, and they were putting themselves in the best position. And at the end of the day, they managed to get the chicken dinner there, DK. So I just want to see the overall rankings. Like, how big of a gap is it? Because it was, I believe, 13 points between first and second before jumping into game number 4. And now, with this, the gap is going to be around 30, I think, DK.
Well, we'll find out soon
Hey,
enough.
yo.
But yeah, you gotta take a look at these graphs, right? I mean, as you can see there, Turkey doing what they were doing, but this is the other team that I wanted to talk about as well, right? Kyrgyzstan.
Yep.
Right. They didn't necessarily have the best start coming into the later stages of the game. As we can see, they were able to find a bucket load of eliminations and then some.
Yeah.
Right. But they started all the way over towards the western front, rotated up in the blue zone, not ahead, not with, but a little bit of a late rotation starting to make their way in. By that point, Turkey had already been just, obliterating the opposition ahead of them, right? So they did clear out that center zone, but looking at Kyrgyzstan, they were clearing up that southern rotation, right? They were picking up all the other teams that the squad from Turkey was not being able to find just yet. So a very interesting play coming through from both teams, of course, also then finishing on 13 eliminations each. And I think this is where we see a little bit of that resurgence play come through from Kyrgyzstan from last year.
Yeah.
Right, we said day 3, they amped it up again. Seemed like they waited a little bit longer to ramp it up today, but still a ramp up nonetheless.
Yeah, I think, but it's a little too late to try and ramp up to defend your title, especially with just the insane consistency. And now Turkey has reached 200 points. So Ukraine has to outperform Turkey by 15 plus points on average over the course of the next 2 games. How are you going to do that? You have to take them out early.
Yeah.
Because you already have a 41-point gap between you and Myanmar. So I want to say, realistically, there's no fear of you losing that second place spot. So you have to go for it all, I believe. And it starts for, I'm not asking for like a hot drop, but
No.
you have to find a way to, I think, to cut off their rotations maybe. Or what are other things that they could do now?
No, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, yeah, you have to kind of figure out what's the closest point of rotation for you both and go, oh no, we've gone a little too far over. Oh look, there they are. And just kind of take them out. It got to be that way.
All right, well, any predictions before we jump into game number 5 and our first Miramar of the day? Nep, I'm taking your prediction first. Ukraine. Okay, so you think Ukraine's going to fight back now? DK, do you think Ukraine has it in them?
Based on what we saw yesterday, I think Turkey is going to be kicking some butt.
All right, well, personally, I am going to save the teams for my prediction because I know just how bad my caster curse can
Can't do
be.
the no comment.
Yes, I can.
No, you
Watch
can't.
me.
Oh
No
my
comment.
God.
And now we're going to be jumping over to the casters in a few short moments now. You know what? I'll go for... I've been liking Brazil, so I'm just going to stick to them one more time. Or Myanmar, one of these two. But, boys and girls, it is time for game number 5. Alex, Kowo, take it away. And don't forget, start us off with your predictions.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. What an introduction, and he's all about these predictions, honestly. We're more than just predictions, aren't we?
But
you know,
we were just the best of them. That's why they keep asking us.
Fair enough, fair enough.
What can you say?
Very true. Also very true. We're not going to talk about our predictions again.
Months
We did before
the tournament started, right? Ukraine, Turkey.
I'm just saying, you know, we kind of seem to know what we're talking about, don't we? Either way, heading into the last game, it's 30 points difference. To keep you guys at home up to speed, it's 30 points that Ukraine has to catch up on. And, man, I hate to say it, but at this point, it's doable, but it's unlikely.
Yeah.
That's just how the situation
like
is.
the desk said, you take them out early, you play a big game yourself. If you don't win the game, right, if you're getting second place, that's still 10 elims you have to get, right, to close that gap per game. So mega games have to come out from Ukraine here. We've seen them do it before. We'll see if they can do it again. We're waiting with bated breath. But don't forget as well, when we watch that overall leaderboard, Myanmar was always clearly the third team. They are now absolutely in striking distance of Saudi Arabia and Brazil, who can both still fight for third here. So there's a lot going on in this game that is not just Ukraine and Turkey. And like I said before, third place is double the prize pool of a fourth place, right? You double in your money from 7 to 14K. That's pretty big. That's a nice chunk of cash to be taken home for a lot of these players, for a lot of these teams. So don't forget about Brazil, don't forget about Saudi Arabia or Myanmar in this game either. Lots to unpack, lots of chances for these squads. And we are starting off the final matches of the day. Miramar, show us what you got.
It's going to be the deciding game. If Ukraine strikes back, if they have a big game, it's going to be possible in the next one. If they haven't, Turkey might just, or rather, if they increase the distance, put it that way, if they increase the distance with this game, it's not going to be possible mathematically. So for everyone's suspense, for everyone's sake, we want to see Ukraine now with a big, big game. Obviously, you do, especially with your prediction.
It's not about me, it's about them.
It is.
They want to win this tournament.
$40,000 US. I think it's 28,000 on second place, so you kind of miss out on 12,000 US dollars. This is not to be underestimated how much money that is. And that's what they're playing for in these last two matches. We are heading into Miramar, and that also means it's the usual stuff. It's the usual hot jobs. Of course, it's Jordan. Who else would it be? I don't think we've not seen a hot job or a contest, rather, in any of these games today. Maybe except Sanhok, but even Sanhok is relatively contested now that they've stretched so far towards the northern side. We talked about this. Hasn't been the case in the very first Sanhok game on day one. Now it's kind of come to a point that other teams realize this, and even on Sanhok, I think they lost a play in the very first phase. So not even Sanhok is safe at this point anymore. Jordan just loves fighting first phase. It's a surprise to me that these guys are not at the bottom of the scoreboards, not all the way down there at least.
They do have the skill. They have the individuals to pull that back. Ragnarok in that last game.
Yeah.
Absolute massive performance from him, especially when you look at how much damage he dealt. He didn't actually come away with a ton of frags there, but still a huge, huge resurgence from him, making that game so hard for everyone else. Now they're going to look to single out a player. They're training up the stairs here together. Not a single bit of space in between them, but they got to keep this clean. The util is ready from Bulgaria. They are looking to punish this as soon as they can here from the outside. Notorious already cooking that one up. He's been spotted by Lathe. They're going to trade nades. Who throws it better? It's looking good for Lathe. But it bounces a little too far. And I don't think they've dealt with the player in their building just yet. But there's a knock onto Notorious. So that's one of the outside guys on his feet.
He was caught out of position there. He was spotted out really, really early. And unfortunately for him, that means getting naded out. I'm surprised Jordan even had nades. That must have been almost the only 2 nades they had. Oh, that's a frag, and that's first blood against Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fight that might just decide the tournament. Ukraine has lost a player to none other than Solkai. And he's picked himself up the first elimination in this game against direct competition on the overall leaderboard. Lathe will do the same, just on a smaller scale in terms of what that frag really means. Miracle's gonna get that flash, and Solkai takes down Old Boy as well, flushes him through. And I'd love to see if that was what Turkey was thinking of doing anyways. Making sure they weaken them as much as possible with a 30 points difference. That is perfect. That's a good decision right there. Every player you take out means less and less chance for them to have a double-digit game. And this is exactly what they're doing. 2 players now have been traded. Halflick has brought things back. Scarface is down. Slonic low HP, but he might be brought back up to 75 any second now. And it becomes likely, but this is 30 points difference. Ukraine needs to stay alive at least as 2.
If they don't win this, if they don't win this, it's over. Yes, if they don't win this fight,
even if they do, that's the point. They've already been weakened. This is perfect play by Turkey. They're realizing that if they just fight against Ukraine early on in both of these games and take down at least 1 player, it's going to be possible. Lonic somehow makes it across. How is that even possible?
That is a crazy move. He might just not have meds. That's why they're so desperate for this. They want to strike while the iron's still hot. They want to strike while there's knocked players on the ground, but that's easy for Ketch. No HP on Slavic at all. Havlik is making the push as well, but what can you do at this point? 1v2 for him. No HP to deal with. He's got the car, but any sort of bullet would instantly close him out here. It's not looking good for Ukraine. And it's Turkey who take matters into their own hands. They might have just decided the tournament here.
They might have just decided the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. That is crazy, and I'd love to see how that whole fight started. There might have been some mind games in place. I don't think this is a coincidence right now. I think this is perfectly played by Turkey and Ukraine at the same time. Both needed this fight. Both needed these isolated 4-on-4s. And if we replay this, maybe Ukraine is going to be able to take these guys out, and then they have a perfect game in front of them, because they needed Turkey to have a weak game as well. And it doesn't even stop there. Easy's being taken out as well. I don't necessarily understand this push from the Saudi now. They have entirely different enemies, but apparently they want to get into this one. But all they did is lose a player up until this point, and it's not going to get easier from here on out.
They see a weakened team, they try to third party, but it goes all sorts of wrong. Kante falls to his own vehicle, that's massive as well, that slows them down so much. And like you said, Easy instantly taken out. Ketch plays that to perfection. He realizes the angle he has, uses it, goes for the instant flush, and then slows things down. Once he's secured the point, not before that. He doesn't let them get the res. He confirms it instantly. Now they're building up more angles. Nawaf from the distance might make that a little tricky. But Turkey has already just claimed 1 more Elim, making this a more one-sided opportunity. The longer they play, the more time you give them, the more they will work you. And they've shown us to great effect what they can do. What a fight for them. It literally might have just won the tournament.
Unbelievable.
Right there and then.
We gotta watch the map string back. We gotta watch the map string back. Who decided on that 4-4? But I think, as I said, I can't blame either team. It would make absolute sense in the grand scheme of things for any team to engage the other one. It's just crazy that both of these teams landed so close to each other and decided on the fight as well. But that the first couple of frags were being picked up by Solkai is gotta give him some form of bonus for the MVP at the end of the tournament. Really, really big frags coming out from him. 5 Elims, still strong. And if they get a couple of more points, even mathematically, that's what I was talking about. It's going to be almost impossible for Ukraine to catch up. You're extremely sure. I wouldn't necessarily say I've seen crazier things, but I've seen things just as crazy as Ukraine still coming back and having a chance in this tournament. I wouldn't write them off just yet. But it really depends how this round, this remaining round, really goes for Turkey. Because so many other teams, that's the problem as well for Ukraine now, so many other teams are fighting now. They need these points. They're desperate for it. They want to get into isolated fights early, not be at the mercy of the zone. And as soon as that happens, that means less players alive. That means less teams alive. Placement points are easier to get. And third partying becomes easier as well.
Someone's about to pop. Oh my, what a shift. That's big for Brazil. Big news for them. They've been a team that struggles with these rotations. Now they don't have to. Now they are in one of the best spots in phase 2. They can do what they do best, just fight their way into late games. Saudi Arabia, they were trying to grasp the opportunity at hand, and they were instantly punished by catch there on the angle, instantly knocked down to 3 players, instantly had to get away from that fight. As we see Myanmar as well. Those are 3 teams I will keep my eyes on, fighting for 3rd place in the World Esports Championship. And then there's just a ton of players in this lobby that are grasping every single placement they can get, every single point they can get. Push themselves a little bit further up that leaderboard, 2 more chances. There's a lot you can do in 2 games. Indonesia has shown that earlier. But imagine just being Ukraine right now. Having to sit on that stage.
Unbelievable.
And watch the entirety of this game out. It's so cruel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything worse than this right now. They've given it all. And I'm not the one to write them off just yet. You apparently do. But as I said, it depends on how the rest of this game goes. And if they have to watch Turkey now get a couple of more points, get up to double digits, then at that point they realize themselves it is get the biggest round anyone's ever had here in the Iesf World Esports Championship history, or go home in 2nd place. But that's also the good part. They have nothing to lose. They're sure as hell not going to lose that 2nd place. That's the one good thing going into the next game that they have going for them. Nothing can really take it away. But they also need to take down Turkey again. So I think Turkey, and now the worst thing they could do next game is fight them again. Now they've already won the crucial fight, right? The first one. The 2nd one they don't need anymore. They don't need. They can just hide. Drop somewhere else. Ukraine, on the other hand, they need to drop on Turkey in the next game. Otherwise, no chance. They need to clear them for all and get like 15, 20 more points depending on how this game goes. Ragnarok, let's focus on this game for now, not get ahead of ourselves, is being taken down by Suke. Interesting angle. I wouldn't have expected that angle either, to be honest. Mongolia way out of position usually, but it's an off angle that really works in his favor. And just like that, they will secure themselves that side of the city.
You can really tell some of these teams are getting antsy. They're looking for points, and Ragnarok there, he sees a few players to his north, instantly runs up below them, tries to go for an angle, tries to go for a cheeky pick. Caught out of position, his team's not there to help him. Players are looking for every chance they can get. And a team like Jordan is not shying away from early fights. They take every fight they can get their hands on. And sometimes a team is well set up to deter whatever you throw at them. Phase 3 is about to pop. We are centralizing on Brazil on the high ground. I've said power position a few too many times in this tournament, but that is what they're holding right now. The only question for them is, do they group up or do they hold this 2-2 split on both sides of the ridge? But they are in one of the best positions to be playing this game out from. They see so much. They control so much. If they can just weaken some of the teams around them, get themselves in a comfortable late game, they should be a good candidate here for a 3rd place.
They should. Myanmar, they've got it in their hands now. It's going to come down to the very last 2 games. Match number 5 that we're in right now is the 2nd to last game. Be reminded, 18 games in total will be played before the Iesf World Esports Championship. Only for Pubg has ended. That's the thing as well. If you're interested in other esports titles, it is far from over. This 10-day event, which is crazy by the way, it's a 10-day event, keeps on giving. It's just different titles then. But your favorite country, your home country, that most likely is, might still compete in different titles. So be reminded, if you're a fan of your country, check around for the other titles, check out Iesf on the socials. They'll keep you up to speed on who's playing and which countries are participating.
Look at this though. Saudi Arabia has been caught out. They lost another member in transition. Now they're almost down to 1. And Egypt wants to close this. Egypt, once again, smelling blood in the water. They love getting these early frags. They love getting these early engagements. Not as crazy as maybe a Jordan likes to take them, but they like to take them controlled, calculated. And they will look for this. Kante, he's got to get his heels up. Nawaf as well on the lower ground. Both very isolated. The only real hope for them is that the high ground cover Pakistan has provides a bit of support, provides a deterrence for Egypt to cross all too quickly. It's a matter of time, I think, until they make that play, make that aggression, and try to take that 4v2. You don't get a whole lot better fights than a 4v2 in a compound that you control.
Couple of shots traded back and forth. Saudi Arabia up there as well, which is why this fight matters so much. They're not allowed to be taken out just yet. A couple of more points would already be great to keep the comeback alive in the upcoming round, in the very last round. But yeah, looking at the overall leaderboard once more, it's not surprising so many teams have lost a player already. We said going into these last games, especially all these teams second part of the leaderboard that have only to win, nothing to lose when it comes to the prize money spots, that they will play more aggressive. Now Saudi's being pushed. Egypt, very close around the corner again, might just run himself in to get traded, but he doesn't even get taken down. Nawaf, headshot to his face with the S12K is going to be enough to put him on the floor. And he's going to attack again in the next round. This round is over, and it's just one teammate left standing here as Egypt looks to take the third frag of this round as well. It's Kante up there. You said 3 KD. Yeah. I don't think he's got enough frag so far. I'm pretty sure he hasn't.
Yeah.
So if he wants to keep that alive, Egypt has to be careful.
That would be a nice
Egypt
start.
has to be careful, not him.
Oh, but Egypt has to be careful because they're going back into their old compound, or at least they wanted to for a second here. But I think they realized last minute that that's been taken by the French squad. They wanted to fall back and realized just in time that that's not longer on the cards. Good thinking on their part. Ketched finds another one onto Kyrgyzstan. That's an opening knock that might keep Turkey alive. I think they've already lost. They took a knock to the blue zone, but they have gotten that res back up as well on their eastern side of things. As we are watching with bated breath what Egypt can do with this, what Turkey can do with this. Seric is cooking up an 8 already. He's heard that car land, and he's looking to do something with it. Trying to get away, but it is Soulless that gets caught. It is Turkey, a little disjointed, and they do lose members here. 5 elims, 4 of them towards the squad that matters the most. And now we just have Ketched sending it somewhere center, trying to survive, trying to scrap out a few more points in a lower ground dip maybe. A tractor in the field maybe. Not sure where he's going to end up. Shouldn't be playing a big game, but you never know with these guys, Felix.
Yeah, you just never, ever do. It's like one of the biggest things that this roster is going for them. They are unpredictable to some degree. And now Ketch is being caught on rotation once and for all. He's been taken out. It's 5 points. So that's 4 additional points now for Turkey on top of the 30 they've already gotten. So let's think about this realistically, what needs to happen in the next game and take that point away from the analysts once more because we've got the time. It's about 15 to 20. No, it's more than. They need more than 20 frags and a win, yes. Ukraine next round.
Yes.
Technically 24. Possible. We've seen crazier things from Indonesia come out of nowhere. But it's going to be really, really tough. They need Turkey out as the very first team.
It's a 24 at least. 24 kill win. We want to keep the dream alive. We want to believe. I'm not believing. I want to, but my brain's telling me no. As we move further on into the round, Egypt still hasn't cleared Kante. They're still being hesitant because of the angle Pakistan is holding from the top. But they will have to at some point because they want to move up that hillside. So yes, they can wait around. And yes, an opportunity might arise. But I would love to see them take this a little bit more into their own hands. As we see Myanmar on the other side, that's a lot of nades flying towards Kyrgyzstan. That's 2 big teams as well.
Absolutely. Well, more nade being thrown across. That's the 3rd one in total that hasn't hit its target. But it's more damage being dished out by Myanmar. And Kyrgyzstan slowly but surely has to think about how to approach this. I think there's only one way this goes, and that's the direct fight with Myanmar. This is going to decide a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Molotov comes in, barely touches his feet, but he needs to push because of it. He can't turn back, and that's Effect grabbing himself on quick entry. Saruke to top things off, but it is one trade at the very least for Myanmar. That's Godspeed from up top. He's got the back of his teammates, just not fast enough, unfortunately. Lewis has been taken down before then. Sai is still knocked down on the ground. Pakistan from up top hits a crazy nade as well. I don't think he saw them even. I think he just anticipated his position. And that is perfect, obviously, for Kyrgyzstan once more.
And they already wanted to fall away from that. They were already in the car, leaving the scene. But then they find that opening, and they're like, oh, maybe we do get a little interested in this. Maybe we do close out our edge here. And that might be the chance that Egypt's been waiting for this whole time, waiting below Pakistan, waiting for them to get busy. Chile on the other side, they're in an absolute mess of a fight versus Romania here. It's an absolute battle on the outskirts, but that is Marnet out, and that is Myanmar eliminated in 12. The door is wide open for anybody to catch this up. Simple is making a stand here for Chile. But how much longer can he hold on? They're flooding over the ridgeline. The DBS comes out. He gets himself another one more to deal with. Can he do it? No! It's Romania that closes it out in the end. An absolute bloodbath on the south side.
Man, that would have been a 1v4. That would have been a 1v4. One of the first ones we've seen at the grand final here at the Iesf World Esports Championship, live from Riyadh. But it wasn't meant to be. I definitely would have given it to him, if I'm being honest. That looked like he was going to do it as well, but the M4 finally superior to the DBS in that singled out firefight towards that southeastern side of things. Indonesia, still strong, looking to grab themselves one more big round. 2 dinners is what they've achieved today. Quite in contrast to the last 2 days. We've talked about this extensively. It's been a turnaround, the biggest turnaround of the tournament. The biggest turnaround by far. We've had huge amount of Indonesian fans in the chat for these 2 dinners. Everyone has been cheering on them, has been proud of that performance. Hashtag IndoPride has been one of the most used hashtags in the chat. I've seen that plenty of times. And it's definitely going to add fuel to the fire that is Indonesia today.
You love to see it. You love to see a comeback on the last day. You love to see some fire in these players. Kyrgyzstan is now taking control. Kante finally cleared out Egypt. They took their time with it. They really waited for quite a while, but they finally decided to take matters into their own hands. Now, having to move up the hill, definitely next circle, very, very likely, with multiple teams above them, but there's Pakistan opening things up onto Zeric, and that is instantly traded on out. So it's a 3v3 on the hillside and an Egyptian squad that really just wants to third party this, the first opportunity they get. I think they're already making up the moves. Again, it's already running up. This is a beautiful opening for the African Esports champions.
Exactly. Look how close they are. They're just waiting for any Pakistani to go down. They're just waiting for any Kyrgyzstan player to lose his HP advantage that they have right now. But in the meanwhile, well, things are looking quite different. Sanhok has been revived, and Egypt, the Egyptians are turning around. How is this happening? And suddenly they find one of the Pakistani players now, Shamir, who's had an incredible journey in this tournament as well. He's been one of the key fraggers for them. And there's more shots now coming on through. Rendi takes down T24, and he has also hit the ground as a result. No chance for him to get picked back up. Shamir now being picked by Egypt too. That's the 4th point in total. Solely for eliminations as we head into the top 8.
Oh my god, what a nade. What a nade to melt the HP of Nord. He actually falls to Brazil from afar, but the nades from again are doing this. He's found the opening onto Pakistan. He's now finding the damage onto Kyrgyzstan as well. But effect taken out means the door's wide open here. He's running in with the DBS. He wants to take them all. He's jumping over them in the smokes. The man knows no tomorrow, but he's out of bullets now, instantly traded. This is not what Egypt wanted. They wanted to third party this, but they've put themselves in the middle of it, Felix.
Absolutely. Saxi, he tries his best, but Pakistan comes out swinging. And Goku is able to secure the last 2. That's definitely an upset in my books as well. Look at the sliver of HP he has left before he hits the first 8. Before he's able to regroup and reconsider his options. But wow, what a turnaround. Out of all these teams, I wouldn't have expected Pakistan to come out on top.
No.
Because that edge is heavily fought. That
They were in the
edge
worst
was
position
heavily
too.
fought. Now it isn't anymore.
They were in the middle of it all. They
Yeah.
were taking knocks from range. Multiple teams coming in, right? Remember,
even
Indonesia,
Indonesia,
Brazil,
exactly.
everybody was teaming up on them. But they slip on through the cracks, and Egypt goes a little too hard on Kyrgyzstan, maybe. You can't fault them for wanting to close out that fight. They are on a clock, but they end up in the middle between everything, and they end up taking out. It's a hard balance, right? Confidence and patience. And it's a little bit too far on the side of confidence. We talked about Brazil in phase 1 here. We said they were in one of the best spots once that phase 2 came in. And they still are. Picking up a few kills, few elims on each side of the zone with the DMRs. But keeping it slow, keeping it calm, collected, not risking anything just yet.
Not risking more than they need to. Brazil, now that things have calmed down quite a bit, now that all these edge fights have concluded, finds themselves in one of the best spots in the circle, actually the best spot in the circle by far, let's be honest about this. This is a power position, in Kovo's words. There is no doubt about this. No one is really able to attack a position like this late in the game. It's open all around it. If you attack that ridge line, you're gonna get seen not only by Brazil, but by the teams surrounding it. Everyone's gonna have sidelines on you. And at the same time, you're in deep circle center. You have absolutely no reason to move. You've got hard cover. If you get knocked down, doesn't matter. You get back up. So Brazil looking to overtake Myanmar now with this game. This is perfect for them once more. Mongolia on the other side is weakened. Even Morocco is weakened. The only team really having a potential here to do something about this, man advantage-wise, in an equal fight, would be Indonesia.
Yeah. But they have so much to deal with as well. They have so much to deal with. Coming out of the lower ground here, Jordan is going to pose some massive, massive issues for them. And if they do swing north, they're in one of the most low ground positions. They're giving up all of the control they have. So hard situation for them. But the one team that can really challenge Brazil in this. Jordan, yes, they can play below. But they have to wait. They have to hope Pakistan doesn't get too many shots on them. They're outnumbered as well. Everybody's just looking at the king of the hill, and that is just Brazil all the way right now.
There's another team being taken out. We're down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second to last round here at the Iesf World Esports Championship. And even though that top-heavy leaderboard, as of right now, is heavily in favor of Turkey, it's not over just yet. Who's going to pick up the rest of the prize for the $130,000 that are for grabs? And it looks like Brazil has something to say about that. Takes down Carry Boy, long distance, Rafa. It's the shots that he needs to. 7 even with a very unusual weapon at that point. With a Mini 14, tries to take down Marshall. He barely escapes behind the ridgeline. He tries to take on Indonesia all by his lonesome. But that doesn't work. Obviously it doesn't. These guys are unbeatable today. And they will find the 3rd elimination only. I gotta say only.
Yeah.
So far.
Quiet game for them. Picking up a few solos here or there, but well read as well. Realizing the Moroccan player has to walk their way. They secure the elimination point, and they regroup into the northern edge. Now, they've come into a survivable position, and they will wait. And they will wait and hope that the compound gets contested. Hope that Jordan has to make a push. Hope that the king of the hill is busy enough for them to make a move. And that's the only thing that can go wrong for the Brazilian squad, is that they get approached by 2 teams at the same time, and everybody around them has to work for that as well. They have to try and almost coordinate the attack. Because if you're going in alone, if you're letting them pick you apart, your chances aren't looking good, and the only thing you can really hope for is them running out of ammo.
Exactly.
Oh my god, the nades.
Wow, oh my.
Oh! What is this, Brazil? 1, 2, 3, 4 nades. Nothing hits the target. That's so surprising to me. That looked so coordinated. That looked perfect. That's textbook play. That's how you want to do it. You immediately take 1 or 2 knocks. You push out of the compound. You clean them up. But surprisingly enough, nothing hit. That is crazy to me. I look back at this in the board and think, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Where did the nades go?
Throwing nades downhill is so much harder than straight or uphill, because they will fly so far away from the target if they're just not perfectly cooked. And you could see it there. Like the timing, the decision making, perfect. They were ready for this. They probably talked about this beforehand and realized whenever they pull up, whenever they get close, we have to blow them up. But the nades are hard to land, and that will cost them quite a bit because that was a lot of their utility expanded. And now they're stuck in whatever they didn't want to be. Jordan's made the move. Indonesia's made the move. They're being choked out of this.
Exactly, but look, exactly what you said, right? Brazil has used 4 nades. We don't know the exact amount of nades and smokes they have left, but Indonesia is playing this one so smart. They could easily nade back. Three nades on Excel. I think that's another 4 nades on Rendy. Maybe a couple of more nades on Fazriel. No one is doing it. They know the time to fight is not just yet. They're waiting the next circle out. They're waiting for Jordan having to make a move. They're waiting for Pakistan to get out of this round as well, to get cleaned out as soon as the next phase comes on through. And if that happens, then you use the nades.
The only real problem for Indonesia is the best move for Jordan is never into the compound. The best move is wrap around the ridge to the north, almost every single time. And if then they don't dispose of them very cleanly and very quickly, they might be in trouble themselves, because that would lead them into a fight, and if anyone gets knocked, it's not going to be good. Now, Phase 9 is coming on in. The circle's closing its ways. Pakistan, the first one to be out of it. Probably the first player to go down here as well, but any knock he could get would be massive impact on the outcome of this game. There's Life picking him up. 3 before. Who's going to take it?
That's the big question. Pakistan gets cleared out, and now the big 3 in this round. Jordan, Indonesia, and Brazil are fighting for each other. Now the nades are coming on through. Indonesia finally realizes the timing has come, but the zone is definitely in their advantage as well. Not only the utility, and as you said, that move from Jordan is not to the compound. It's actually wrapping that north side around.
Yeah, and that is a big, big problem for Indonesia, and it's beautiful for Brazil. Problem with Brazil is they're so exposed on this plateau, right? They can't see down as much as others can see up, and the util is now coming on in. They're pushed into smokes. They're taking some casualties here. It's an absolute bloodbath in the smoke. They're trading each other out. Shotguns come in, but look at Jordan. They're just chilling. They're loving this.
It's an absolute disaster all around. Everyone is losing players just now. It's a 3-way fight. Brazil is pushing. They're on top of the red line. Nades are coming out. Indonesia out of all of these teams eliminated in 3rd place. And they're jumping across the rocks. And out of all these 3 teams, it is Jordan coming out on top. And we've been saying it from the start. These guys have the potential to do something massive. They just haven't used the opportunities that they've been given. Fighting in phase 1, half of these games just doesn't win you rounds. This time around, apparently it does.
You love to see it. The potential is there. Remember, when I was faulting them a little bit, Ragnarok just overstepping in that phase 1, getting caught out instantly. Doesn't matter. The rest of the squad, they pull it together. They know when to cut their losses. A slow game from the low ground, the correct moves in the end game. They just read that last circle perfectly. They know they don't have to go into the compound. They don't know they don't have to overstep into Indonesia either. They bide their time and they close things out. Bigger news for me, though, is a really good game from Brazil that locks them in right now in 3rd place, I'm almost certain, and everybody else is playing catch-up.
I think so as well. I think they easily overtake Myanmar with this one. They definitely lock in, the 3rd place. I'm not sure how big that gap is going to be. We'll leave that to the analysts at the desk, but it's got to be probably double digits as well. It's probably going to be double digits.
Regardless, it's going to be a lot of teams still playing for this. There's a lot of teams still playing for that 3rd place, but Saudi Arabia really quiet in this one. Caught out early, caught out again in the breach on the compound towards Egypt. I think they actually got away with 0 points this game.
Yeah.
So that's big, big news. And then a lot of teams that were further down the leaderboard didn't make any big moves either. So the only one that really makes a move here is Jordan. Once again, we talked about them, right? It's how crazy they've been playing these early games, and how they're still up there, and I believe it was 9th place or 7th place before this game, somewhere around that mark. That is actually mental, and they've shown us once again why that's the case, because they've got everything it takes. They really just got to iron out that early game.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it a million times, and I'm so glad that these guys are not leaving this tournament without getting a chicken dinner, because that would have been heartbreaking, right? Qualifying here, not necessarily qualifying, actually that's the first one, right? They didn't qualify. They backfilled the team, but Rain unfortunately couldn't make it, so Jordan replaced them, which is a strong contender. Don't get me wrong, which is a super strong contender, so I'm not surprised they're performing here. But then coming into this and just sitting around for half of these games, because you fight early, you lose players, things don't go your way. You continuously hot job. That El Pozo fight has happened every single round almost, and even though you get ahead of Bulgaria on half of these times, it still means a quarter of the games are just gone. and maybe another quarter of the games you start with maybe 3 players. So your chances of picking up rounds just slim down to exactly the scenarios we see. And if you don't win these, then it's done. 18 games go past like this.
We can't ignore what's happening on the top of the leaderboard, though. We can't ignore that Turkey might have just sealed the deal. We will have to talk about that again, especially once we come into the last game. Yeah. But we'll let our analysts break that apart. One more Miramar is what we have left in the tank here, right?
One more Miramar and one more interview for you guys before we head into the last game. It is Jordan up on the stage.
And now I'm here, ladies and gentlemen, with Miracle from Team Jordan. أول شيء نقول مبروك وألف مبروك for this chicken winner. فشنو إحساسك? And what is your feeling right now?
والله أخيرا يعني بعد ما حاولنا كثير وما قدرنا بس الحمد لله اجت على الجيم قبل الأخير وإن شاء الله الجيم الأخير كمان.
Inshallah, alhamdulillah. So the answer was pretty much, finally, we made it. Our flag is there, and we made it here in this match, and hopefully we're going to make it for the coming match. So for now, for the next question. الحين في آخر زون شلون قدرتوا تضبطون وضعكم وتفوزون؟
في البداية كان معنا 4 كيلات فايت حضن مع بلغاريا وبعدها تفنش منا لايجيل راجناروك فحاولنا نلعب سيف أكثر عشان نحاول نجيب وينر وهذا اللي صار. لعبنا واخر 4 كيلات جت بالإند زون يعني.
So pretty much asking what happened in the last zone. So what happened, they had 4 kills with Bulgaria. They lost 1 team member, but then they contained themselves to keep it safe and consistent in the last zone. So now for the last question taking place right here. شنو استعدادك للماتش الجاي والأخير؟ ها ايش بتسوون الحين؟
أكيد هالوينر إن شاء الله بيعطينا دافع إنه نحاول نجيب وينر آخر جيم كمان أو نقدم فيه شيء يرضي الشعب الأردني يعني.
Inshallah. So pretty much for the next one, they're going to prepare and hopefully going to go for a win. And of course, with us right here, as we can see, the prince himself right here from the Jordanian Federation for Esports. And of course, to the last thing here. What do you want to say? وشو انت حابب تقول للشعب الأردني؟
أول شيء اعذرونا على الكسور وإن شاء الله القادم أفضل.
Inshallah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Umar, a miracle from Team Jordan right here taking place. And now, guys, let's make it happen. One more map. Let's go.
One more map. One final match to decide who will be walking away with that trophy and getting the lion's share of the $130,000 prize pool for PUBG Mobile only. Turkey and Ukraine, that has got to be the first topic of conversation on this analyst desk, because what happened at the start, before we even got into the game, boys and girls, we asked what should be the game plan for Ukraine and DK. Like we talked about it off air, but I want to hear it out. What happened? Ukraine had to make a move and they did, but I think it just all fell apart.
I mean, the idea was to be consistent.
Yep.
They looked to go the opposite and they went, let's change things up. Right, normally we see them move all the way down to Minas del Valle, especially on the map of the lovely Miramar itself. But today they decided for something else. Came match number 5. They decided to drop in between the side of Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Right, now that would have been fine, I think, under normal circumstances. But Turkey being Turkey,
yeah,
they spotted out a bit of movement. Yeah. They spotted additional team, and they're like, something's up.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you jump out of the plane, typically you can kind of see teams jumping out around you. So the minute they spotted more than one team, they're like, I wonder who this could be. And it's the preemptive move on Turkey's part that really sealed the deal for Ukraine, because they put Solke right on the path of Ukraine's push, because they knew where they were going to be coming from. They knew what path they were most likely to take. They put Solke there as a scout / watchdog, and then they just obliterated them, and it worked so well. So really, Turkey put the final nail in the coffin there.
I gotta say also, just looking at what we have right here, I mean, what a play this was coming through from Jordan.
It really was. It was quite something for them to actually get themselves to the very last stage. And I feel like the whole team was motivated after the performance that we saw from Ragnarok, specifically on game number 4 today in the last Erangel, because 3 members from Jordan got knocked out instantly. Then it was a 1v4. Ragnarok left and then somehow came back, took down 3 members from France, and managed to get the team all the way to top 3 in game number 4. In game number 5, now getting themselves that chicken dinner, definitely going to help put them back into that first page when it comes to the leaderboard. And now with 1 game left, everyone is going to try to come out with the best possible result and end in the highest position possible. But I think at the end of the day, the focus is going to be still on Ukraine and Turkey. And going into Game 5, we talked about there being a 30-point difference. And now, with Turkey getting 5 eliminations and Ukraine only getting 1 with 0 placement points, that means that the gap is around 35 points. So you're talking about 25 eliminations needed, along with a winner-winner chicken dinner in order to take that number 1 spot. Is that possible? I mean, it is, but that means that you have to hot drop, wipe a team, and then just constantly maybe play edge and take fight after fight after fight. And they have to be absolutely flawless.
Yeah.
We have to see a record-breaking game, not just a record-breaking game for this tournament, but a record-breaking game in terms of international PUBG Mobile tournaments.
Yeah.
So it's, I would say, like 0.0001% chance of success, but it's there. It's possible. There is a chance. But it's incredibly difficult because all Turkey has to do is survive.
Yeah, yeah, that's all they have to do. At this point, it's kind of like it's last. The gap, as you said, 25 eliminations to actually get anywhere close to Turkey right now.
And that's with Turkey getting 0 points too.
And that's with them getting 0 points, which I don't think we're going to be seeing, right? Not
the
after the day they've had.
they had, no.
They're at an all-time high right now. You don't lose performance unless you get knitted out completely. You don't lose that kind of momentum that easily. It's just too difficult now. So, yeah, it's almost. I almost want to say it's game over for first place.
I mean, I would like to agree, but
it's not looking good. But if anybody can do it, it's Ukraine.
Like we know, anything is possible in these kinds of tournaments. And I want to look at this this graph that we have in front of us. I think this has been the most stacked one so far. Every single team. I mean, look at the amount of damage compared to the amount of eliminations that they've been able to secure. It's quite insane. And I want to say, like, I got close with my prediction with Brazil getting number 2. But now I want to say, like, there's a struggle as well between Saudi Arabia and Brazil for that number 3 spot alongside Myanmar. So that's going to be another topic for us to discuss. How are these teams going to work it out, and what are they going to focus on going into that last game?
But you also got to commend the push coming through from Egypt. Yep. Again, right? Still picking up those 7 eliminations, continuing the consistency, and I think this is definitely a good morale boost, especially coming through for the Egyptian team. They might not have had the most insane day, but they are still able to secure some form of consistency, right?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see them all of a sudden catapulting to the top of the leaderboard of the overall rankings, but they're still going to be able to secure themselves in a very decent position on that left-hand side.
No, absolutely, especially after their day 1. Remember, in day 1 they had 3 points for the entire game, basically, and now they've been able to, get 8 points in just 1 match. So the consistency is definitely there after day 1.
Oh yeah, of course, and it's always going to be there, I feel like, for a squad like that. But now let's have a look at the overall ranking and see what the impact of that last game was. Thank you for the drum roll, my lovely analyst. I love these guys so much. The amount that they're ooh, hold the phone. Okay, so multiple things to discuss here. Number 1, we have a 34-point gap between Turkey and Ukraine. So all you have to do as Turkey is just don't be bad.
Don't die.
Yeah, just don't die.
Literally.
Honestly, don't die, and that's about it. Ukraine has to do the impossible to catch up to this team. Brazil, Myanmar, and Saudi Arabia, there is still a potential for any one of them to end up in the number 3 spot. So that's going to be another fight there. And Jordan, like we said, they managed to jump to 8th place. But I mean, I want to talk about Kyrgyzstan again here, boys and girls. What's going on with this team? They started off quite strong in day 1, day 2. Had a couple of nice games, but when it came to day 3, they've been kind of quiet compared to the likes of Turkey, Ukraine, and specifically Myanmar, who had an explosive tournament, honestly.
I mean, you say quiet, but they got 13 eliminations in match number 4, while also still placing 2nd, right? So I think they were just conserving energy. Right?
But for what? WEC 2025?
To end the last 3 games with as much of a show as they can.
Yeah.
Right, because I think they came to the realization, it's like, you know what, maybe we won't be able to hit pole position again, but let's go out with a bang.
But let me give you an idea, though. Look at what Indonesia has been able to do. They started today with 42 points, and now they are ahead of Kyrgyzstan before going into our last game, which is insane to think about, because we've seen Kyrgyzstan consistently to like top 4, top 5, a lot of Olympics, or they're not there at all. But with Indonesia, it was just an explosive day 3, realistically, that pushed them all the way to that far up in the leaderboard. So with one game left, I'm looking at the that first page. I want to see if, I keep saying I want to see if Ukraine can make it. It's quite difficult. It really is. It has to be like one heck of a game for them to do it. So now, prediction time. Yes, sir. Starting with DK this time. I felt like I started with Nep a couple of times. So DK, I'm not gonna ask you for like champion of the tournament, but like chicken dinner. Who's gonna get it?
Chicken dinner. Well, I would definitely here go for I'd add Myanmar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
Myanmar for DK. Nep, what do you have?
You know what? I'm gonna Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Okay. So we have Pakistan for Nep, and I personally will say, I think Ukraine will get the last chicken dinner, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very close. But let's head on over to our casters for our 6th and final game of the day. The final game of the WEC 2024 PUBG Mobile Tournament. And we will finally crown our champion. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure who the girl is. I guess that's me out of anyone. Does that make sense? I get the long hair, longer than you at least.
You're well dressed and stuff. You know about clothing.
That's good. Skincare
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
Wear your sunscreen,
skincare.
ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, prediction time has been pretty interesting. Myanmar has been picked. Something that I'd like to see as well. It's been quiet, at least in terms of a very top placement for Myanmar. They had that little showing yesterday, especially. But other than that, unfortunately, it's been relatively quiet in recent times.
Yeah.
So I'll just go ahead and ask you again. Asking for the first place at this point would be a little bit too easy, honestly. Yeah. It really would. But so I just got to go with the chicken dinner. Who's going to take it?
The thing is, the momentum is really strongly against Myanmar. They've really fallen flat today. They've really just not been able to pull off the performances, especially in the last few games here. And they have been passed by Brazil, right? It is a bit of a gap that they have to catch up now. They have Saudi Arabia right on their heels. I'm thinking I'm going to go crazy here and say the best team of the tournament's going to win the game. I'm going to say Turkey's going to close it out. All right? And I think the Deska said something that's very true. They have said all that Turkey needs to do is not be bad. But I'd go even further than that. They can be bad if they want to. They just have to make sure that Ukraine doesn't go ballistic. Like, if they take a fight again early game, and if they delay that fight for a few minutes, so that Ukraine's out of position, maybe out of vehicles, that's enough, right?
Yeah.
Just wrap your head around the fact that you need to kill 24 people in a lobby that has 60 other people, right? That is mental. The amount of elims you have to get is half of the lobby, essentially.
Yeah.
we love talking about it. We want to see it, right? We always want the underdog story. We always want it to be exciting. But at that point, that is French for delusional.
It is French. We still haven't looked at the dictionary and what that
Déliré. I looked at it.
What is it?
I don't know how to pronounce it. Déliré, I think.
Déliré.
Yeah, I don't know. Something like that.
Sounded fair enough.
Je ne sais pas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the very last game of the Iesf World Esports Championship. So give it up one more time for all these teams that are competing, the 16 countries that we have live here from Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be exact, competing for the lion's share of $130,000. It is coming down to the line. I'd love to say it's coming down to the wire, but it unfortunately really isn't. It's going to need one heck of a game from Ukraine. We've talked all about it. And it's going to need Ukraine taking down Turkey really early. And this is interesting now. We said Turkey, all they need to do is not fight Ukraine early. This is the only thing that could potentially secure them the win is if they get wiped by by Ukraine 4-0 at the start. This is the only way this happens. So if we see that fight again, once more, which could potentially happen, then I don't necessarily understand Turkey. But even then, if they take this fight, it becomes really unlikely.
The thing is as well, they are in the driver's seat right now. They've played a massive tournament. They're not going to go hide. They're not going to hide away from this fight that they've been winning and that they've won throughout the entirety of this tournament now. They're not in the position to be hiding away from things. Ukraine stretching on towards that southern side. They have Romania in Impala, and they have an extremely northwestern circle. One that will require them to go extremely far. But I think that's a good thing. I think they don't want to be sitting in a center compound. They need these elims. They need to pick up points before the game even starts. And this could be a chance to get them. Romania has not been looking bad in these last few fights. But Ukraine, on paper, should be still able to take the fight to them.
Yeah, but then again, it's Impala. I'm not sure I'd want to fight Impala first phase. That's kind of dangerous, isn't it?
Can you be picky at this point?
Yeah, I think so. I think you should. You should still be picky. I'd still, out of all the fights I want to take for phase 1, I'd not pick an Impala fight, but we'll have to wait and see if they really do. It really looked like they were going to set up for it. They set themselves up towards the cross-section compound, towards that little 2-story warehouse southwest compound, and then towards gas station as well. It's just south of Impala. I think that's where the Ukrainian players are right now. So if they do want to engage Romania, that's for sure, they will at least notice it. It's not going to be a surprise to them anymore. Look, hot drop has not happened, which also means Romania will be having at least some amount of equipment to take this fight head on. How it's going to turn out, we'll have to wait and see once more, but I'm really surprised that apart from Ukraine, no one's really changed anything. Even Ukraine hasn't changed much, but apart from them, no one's really going for any early aggression. We now see the very first knock coming out, but even that aggression is less than I expected out of all these teams in phase 1.
They're just trying to play a good last game. They're just trying to get it one more round. Bulgaria, on the other hand, they've gone for the hot drop. That's the change-up you've wanted to see. That's definitely different. Egypt has been doing this for a long while. Supra is out of bullets, but he makes the jump to the bottom, survives a few seconds longer, but the trade's there again. Comes around the corner. Arthur, I don't think he knows exactly where Bandita is hiding on out, but again is there. Hard to not make puns with his name, but he just keeps getting these multiple knocks, multiple eliminations in every team fight that they are in. And look at that, cleaning it up. Bulgaria decide they want to add some spice to their last round, and Egypt shows them the door. This is their hot spot. This is their loot spot. They're not letting you get away with anything, and they keep it clean as well, keeping all 4 up, even though a lot of them are on very low HP.
Zaxi had to make sure they realized that this is Zaxi they just essentially have fallen to. Make sure to get a couple of extra bullets into the crate that is now left behind by the players.
That is cursed.
That is
Pakistan. Losing a member right there and then. Something with these predictions coming from the analyst desk is just wrong.
Yeah, I'm not a believer usually, but I mean, it's literally happened to me like twice already in
Never
this
seen
tournament.
anyone as cursed.
Yeah. These guys are the real reasons. They gotta go around the tables, around the venue in the upcoming minutes that are to come after the game, and just make sure to apologize to everyone they've cursed.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of them. There's
Personal
plenty of apologies that have to go around. France, that's gotta be the team they have to start with. Still 4 men strong in this one, but yet to have a big round, yet to crack that top 3. I don't think we've seen a top 3 from these guys.
I'm not sure. We've seen them snake into late games every now and then. We've seen them win some fights really convincingly, and just to get 1v3'd by a guy with 20 HP. They have broken some dreams here, but they've always well-spirited. As I said, good luck to them before game 4, I think it was. They looked like they were in a really good mood, despite of what happened. That's a drive-by. That's a nice shot coming out of Trigger. And that's an early fight that's not really going the way of Jordan just yet. But if he does find it, no, he doesn't. Trigger gets the better of him. Jordan down to 1. And Chile finally gets something going. They've been a team that's been bullied early game quite a lot, but this time they come out on top.
They are. It's a lead with a double knock now as well. Double flush. Something that we are used to from him, but not in that consistency, to be honest. Grabbing himself 2 eliminations and grabbing his team 2 eliminations at that as well. And Chile will start with 3 points in the bank. Potentially money in the bank. That's what Jordan wants as well with that last game. They have gotten themselves into reach of prize pool money. One more good game is needed though. to really solidify their spot up there.
Yeah. They've
If
already been surpassed this game, by the way.
Yeah.
Egypt with 4, Jordan with 1 will tie them up, and it's very likely that Egypt outscores them for the rest of the match. We'll have to wait and see, but that is the direct contenders. This is a direct contender for 3rd place here. This is Saudi Arabia, the hometown team, with an early frag here onto Morocco, and they are looking to continue the aggression. Kerry Boy all by his lonesome. Got to be careful what he steps into. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And the rest of the squad, yes, they are in the vicinity, but they're not in close range positions to be helping this. He does fall away far enough to be safe for the moment, but not the start of the game that Morocco would have wanted.
Really not. It's the same story with them as for Jordan. Too many early engagements that haven't gone your way. If you do have that many early engagements, in sometimes even disfavorable, disadvantageous positions. I wouldn't even say disfavorable, because these fights, there's arguments to be made that some of these fights should be taken, but even at a disadvantage, do you know, kind of stand your ground, but very often it's disadvantageous, and it's been that way for pretty much since the start of the tournament, and they just can't seem to turn it around that way. They just can't seem to turn it around the other way, and this last game seems to be no different. Carry Boy has to hold out here in this little building now. His position is somewhat known, but I don't think he's going to be changed. Question only is, like,
what does he do?
Yeah, what does he? What do you? I mean,
He
there's
gave
plenty
up
of
his
cast
vehicle
up
as
there, but now that I think of it, Saudi's probably taken all of them.
Yeah, he gave up his vehicle as well, so not in a great position. Lost a teammate, stuck in the blue in phase 1. And that's the big difference between Morocco and Jordan as well. Yeah, early engagements, but Morocco has been losing the brunt of it. Jordan's been consistently winning them, consistently getting elims, even though they lose time and they lose members. Now, phase comes on in. It's a pleasant one for Morocco if they do manage to group back up and they do manage to make plays into this zone. But it's not looking likely.
This is interesting now. Look at Turkey repositioning immediately. Turkey has now found themselves a really solid and really easy entry to the southern side of things. And now that I speak of them, they're on the screen. I love it. Thank you so much, production. They'll have prio on some of the best spots in the circle. And these type of spots are really hard to contest. And most of the times, gives you a couple of points for free as well. Now, for Ukraine to catch up, with so many players already being taken out, and this position, it becomes all the more unlikely, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to not make this possible, to not make this a thing that they have to sweat at all. Saving the vehicles, making sure they keep these into the late game. Playing 4 guys, 1 compound as well, not all too shabby when you're only looking for a few points. You don't need to win this game, right? You don't need to get away with the chicken dinner. You just want to survive and get a few of these points your way. Pakistan struggling to make headway towards the zone. Shots coming in from Myanmar, another one of those contenders for 3rd. So it's the second race we got going on. As we see Brazil, we saw them extremely far in the blue. Same for Ukraine, by the way, playing extremely slow late games here. Hoping that the craziness of the last game will provide some openings. Hoping that enough people fight themselves early to give space on the map. Right now, that's been true to some extent. But with that circle shift, and with Turkey's position, it's hard to make use of any of that.
Is he going to be able to hit the last shot? It looks easier than it is, to be honest. Or maybe for some it looks harder than it is. But for me, it definitely looks easier than it is. I would never hit anything at that distance. Luis almost does. One of the top players at the Iesf World Esports Championship so far in the finals especially. He's been having one hell of a qualification. He's put that to the test here in the finals too. And that test has definitely been confirmed. It's definitely succeeded in that proving. And yeah, unfortunately, Jordan, not the round they've hoped for. Switching over to the northern hand side. It's Egypt taking them down. Jordan, just one single player left alive. Actually, that should have been the last one. No, it's probably not updated yet. But Jordan is out of the running as well. Just 1 point. They'll be packing things up. They'll be logging out of the devices. And sometime soon, head home. Unfortunately, not the round they needed to finish off of to potentially have a shot at the prize pool. I don't think it's going to be enough for the money.
They'll be getting some, but they will almost surely getting passed by Egypt here. One more point for Egypt needed to break the tie, as France is the one getting approached by Kyrgyzstan. Far northern side of the circle, excuse me. One Kyrgyzstan player extremely far away from this, but Zerek finds the nade. It's a big one onto a player with nade in his name. Ironic, I know, but it's now a 2v3 in the compound once the res comes through. 2v2 with one player so far away. Not is so far gone for this, but Kyrgyzstan, they do not mind, they do not care, they take it anyways.
And that's another flush coming on through. And in fact knows exactly where the last two players are. He's dodging and weaving, he's playing around with the French players and knows exactly where to stand and where not to be able to dodge these nades. He's not really giving them any chance to anticipate his movement. And there goes another flash first and foremost. Before they engage the last two players, they needed to make sure to get these 100%, and they did. They take control of the building, they force France into two positions that they highly likely know of, meaning they can now use that utility even better. That's Slonik. That's not Egypt, be reminded. That's just a little bit of a display bug right there. But that was indeed Ukraine, and Tulika has found another one. Again, goes down as well. Tulika with a massive position here, actually. Look at this. He's having a massive chance now to potentially take down some of the Egypt players. There goes Arthur. He turns around, potentially gets another flush. This is perfect for Ukraine. This is absolutely perfect. This is what they need. This is the start they needed as well. But some of the players are still inside the blue zone, and it doesn't get easier from here on out.
No, they need to close this, and they need to close it fast. They don't have a lot of time to deal with this. Remember, they're on a clock. They want to get potentially the biggest game of the tournament. If they want to have a shot at this, as unrealistic as it might sound, they can't be taking their time in these fights. They really got to steamroll all of them. Similar to what we just saw Kyrgyzstan pull off versus France, but even they have slowed things down. They don't want to run into a shotgun. They are happy with the space that they've been able to grab, and they slow things down after the two initial knocks, just to make sure that they have all their cards sorted and a good idea of how they want to approach this. 40 seconds until Phase 4 is revealed. And I might be wrong, but I don't think that fight on the southern side, I don't think that fight has really let Ukraine into a winning position just yet.
Exactly what this is. The search for the winning position, to be honest. That's ultimately what it comes down to with a circle like this. So many different power positions that I could put on the list of exactly what we're talking about. Turkey has one of them. I think Mongolia even more so. Romania, probably the top one spot actually. This very rarely shifts up north. And as I'm saying that, it shifts down south. Exactly what I was expecting to as well. These endings tend to kind of end around the street from Romania. And it's a compound that very often gets breached late game as well because of its strength. Because of the way the ridge lines around it work as well. Because of the way the sack lines work. It's just a really strong position. But this time around, actually surprisingly few teams up on the southern side that could potentially do this. And I'm reading the elimination feed, it's Tulika with another one.
He gets the opening. And this is a team that's already lost members. That is Pakistan. They lost one super early. Shamir basically barely gets this first hit off. A bit of damage coming on through, but look at the trades. And this is what they need, Falix. This is how they have to play these. Run them over. Just steamroll these compounds. You see Sloik instantly wants to go for the next one. A bit of util comes in to help push the player away, and it's beautiful stuff from the Ukrainian squad. The confidence is there, the speed is there. They just have to not trip over anything right now. They have to stay as clean as that fight was for the rest of the game.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect for them. Do not get confused by the live leaderboard on the left-hand side. That is not up to speed, and I think that makes it actually surprisingly all the more interesting. I kind of love it at the moment. That's the one time I kind of prefer Pubg, to be honest, because you can never be sure how many points Ukraine really has. You can never be sure about Turkey and who's really closing down on who. Chile, in the meanwhile, takes down one of the French players. And now this phase is going to be all about staying alive somehow, finding a position if you haven't already. Indonesia even has to rotate out of the circle because they just cannot seem to find any safe haven towards the northeastern side. There is a compound that's completely and entirely open. That's across the street, if I see that correctly. That's crazy. I'm surprised that Indonesia didn't take this, but I think they got engaged towards the northern side and kind of had to reposition in order to help the remaining teammates.
I think they're fighting off Saudi Arabia in the north. That's what they're doing. They're choosing to fight for their edge, and so far it's looking like that's working out for them. The elims are trickling on in. 5 for Ukraine at this moment. It's a good start, but it's a long way from what they need. We see a few of the elims trickling on in the kill feed as well, towards the Indonesian side on the northeast, as we see Ukraine going for a reposition, making moves, figuring out where to go in this stage 4. The problem is they want to play this for the win. They want to play this as well as they can, but they're not on the pace that they need right now.
Ukraine 5 eliminations. Has been a pretty strong game, and look how much space they have. But they are now engaging another team, and that's Myanmar. This has got to be the ultimate test in this round. If they can do this, maybe it's somewhat possible. It's Slonik now who has to hit it. He hits the first couple of shots, but he needs to hit the remaining ones, and he does. Slonik takes the first one. This is an important frag for Ukraine. And they solidify themselves up towards the northern side. But it's Christian now who's got a pretty strong angle. Takes down Slonik. He's barely behind the cover. They cannot afford to lose him. Not just yet, but Romania, you can see they're in a fight as well.
Yeah, they're in a different fight across the map as well, so they are busy, at least for the time being. But that doesn't mean that Ukraine is not on the clock. Now Tulika is being taken out, and it's not looking all that hot for Ukraine here. They're taking a little bit too much fire on this. The one good thing here is that the team in front of them has also taken a knock, but you can see they need to run this down. They need to get on Oppo side of the ridge here, and they need to close this fight out so fast here, Felix.
Yeah, but the good thing is, look at how much Oppo has already, closed down the distance, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Look at how much space he's already gained. Despite there being 2 knocks, Oppo continues to push. Myanmar continues to be scared, knowing that, yes, we have the zone, but honestly, it doesn't really give you much, because as soon as Ukraine takes this ridgeline and they're back up to 4, you're going to be at a disadvantage whatsoever. And this is a pretty easy compound to close the distance to once you're on top of them, and they are now, so I'm excited to see what Ukraine can do with this. But I think the main problem is Turkey is still alive, and we're closing down on placement points. They need to win everything they can now, and they need to start doing so this very moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a breaking point right now at the Iesf World Esports Championship. It's one of the most important fights we've seen throughout the last 3 days, and it's Ukraine fighting Myanmar to potentially have a chance at the championship.
They're getting in there, the damage is coming in, the nades are good. Tulika wants to get on the roof, doesn't quite make it. Shotgun around the corner, he's got a player up down to just 1 HP right next to them, but he's running this down, he's got exactly the pace that they need. Can he find the opening? Comes around the corner, he's walked past a few of them, Halving goes down in the distance. Tulika, you need to win this 1v1, this is make or break at this point. Lewis with the Tommy gun as well, they're dancing around him, he's trying to do so much, he finally finds it, isolated to his own devices now in the compound. But he's got the support from the top. Can he get the first hit off? It's not looking likely. Godspeed wants to close this. This is make or break here, Felix. And is Tulika going down as well?
Yeah, he is. That's going to be really tough to get him back up.
No.
A second frag as well. The micro Uzi comes into play.
It's
Slowly goes down. And that's it. Done and dusted. We have our champions, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be Turkey. There is no chance for anyone to catch up, unfortunately, as Ukraine loses the deciding battle they have left in this round. They lost it moments ago, and it all looked so perfectly, so brilliantly. But how unfortunate is that as well, that you meet one of the few teams that has shown us immense firepower throughout the finals as well.
The final hurdle for them will be Myanmar. A team that's very happy to win that fight as well. They need every single point they can get, and they take out the contenders. Turkey's going to be still playing the rest of this game out, still in a position to try and take a fight. Solar's now knocked and flushed. Solkai on an island, out in the open. He's got to bait, got to wait, got to see what he can do a little bit later on. A few shots will come into Chile here. Trigger, he's got a long ways to go. That's a lot of damage done. Finds the knock in the end. Solkai from a distance. And they will be picking up point after point here, maximizing once again and showing everybody in the lobby they are not to be beaten. They are not to be messed with. Just dominate performance all across this tournament here, Felix.
No chance for anyone else. They're running away with it in these last 2 matches. And deservingly so, for honest, that's completely deserving. They have been just a tiny bit more consistent. If you replay these 18 rounds up until this point, maybe we'll have a different champion. Maybe Ukraine. 1 or 2 more chances on the very first day. Let's be honest, they have not used that chance on the very first day. They were more consistent teams. They were by far on the top 1 spot, but there could have been so much more, and that's what's going to make them fume, unfortunately. Just 1 more dinner on the very first day in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
Would have been very, very different, and maybe Turkey would have been the team that tries to catch up. But it's far from over, at least in this round. Still so many placement points to be gathered by all these remaining teams. We're down to the top 7. Myanmar still alive, obviously, on that southern part. Has to make their way down the hillside. Not an easy pathing, not an easy crossing. Good thing for them is everyone else that's really deep center and could potentially have sidelines on them kind of has to worry about plenty of other teams around them.
Look at the minimap as well. The basically center compound is free. It's been evacuated. There is an opening there. Very unrealistic to scout that out, but if you do manage to get that information for yourself, could be making a big move here past the Romanian squad. And keep in mind as well, Myanmar and Brazil are still heavily fighting for the 3rd place here. Brazil had the upper hand. There were a few points ahead before this game, but Myanmar has already closed that gap significantly, excuse me.
I mean, they've closed it consistently as well, to be honest.
Fair.
They've been consistently performing. They've consistently gathered the points they need to solidify themselves all the way up there. But it's now going to be Mongolia. They've been waiting for a dinner on their own as well. Kyrgyzstan is not going to get the last one either. Out in 7th place with 5 eliminations. We'll have to wait and see what the rest of the teams do here to really have a good grasp on where they end up on. Definitely going to be exciting too. Randy, in the meanwhile, continues his streak that he has today. It's complete domination. Even the scoreboard tells you it is that way. And they're still up as 4. The only team that has all players left standing. Now Mongolia in a little bit of a fight. Catch straightens things out. The first one did go the way of Mongolia, so he has to bring things back and gets the first flush too. Turkey, maybe there's 2 more points in this for them.
Not looking to stop anytime soon. Indonesia pulls up another big performance here in our last match of the day. Signs of brilliance, especially today, from them. Sparks here or there. And they don't stop anytime soon. Ketch now caught out. Solkai trying to reposition, goes away from, might want to go away from this fight. He's down to very little HP there on the edge of the circle. He does realize this is not a team he will put a stop to. But he keeps himself in it. Keeps himself in the competition. 10 elims for the Indonesian squad. And the game's not nearly over here, Felix.
Over. It's far from over, actually. Absolutely correct in that instance. Indonesia now closing in on that last player inside that compound. Imagine they get a 3rd dinner today. What would that mean for them? It'd be absolutely insane. That would mean the world to them. I just know it for a fact. That would mean the world to so many fans at home watching, so many PUBG Mobile enthusiasts supporting that big, one of the biggest, arguably the biggest PUBG Mobile nation. Some of these stars have millions of followers on Instagram. It's unbelievable how big that game is. I've been in sold-out stadiums in Indonesia watching PUBG Mobile, and these guys are just happy for this game. They're passionate about this game beyond anything else I've seen.
Listen, Indonesia has closed the gap. Indonesia might be a team fighting for 3rd place here as well if they win this game. They were 9 points behind what I think is 5th place. 15 points behind the 3rd place. They've already got 11 elims here. If they somehow, somehow clean up their edge here, they're in the running for this as well with, honestly, the craziest comeback, if they pull that off, I have ever seen. Solkai is probably about to get caught out by Brazil here. Good off angle from 7. Oh, he fluffs the shots though. He makes this a little bit more possible for Solkai than it maybe should have been. Comes over the top and he wins it out, of course.
Of course he does.
Of course. And he does end up falling to his own demise. But look at the eliminations coming in. Another one picked up for Indonesia. They're not stopping anytime soon. They might take control of this completely. think whoever wins this last game, there's 3 teams here, and whoever wins this, whoever runs away with this, I believe will be in 3rd place here. Get themselves the bronze medal at the World Esports Championship. What a way to end it.
Unthinkable scenes for an Indonesian fan. Absolutely unthinkable scenes. Who would have thought? Who would have been able to predict that? I absolutely wouldn't have and haven't predicted that comeback. This is, oh no, how did that just happen? Rendy, that significantly slims down the chances of them winning it because they needed to make it down the hill. And they kind of needed to engage Brazil as well. Brazil has the opportunity to play down the hill. They do not. If they run down the hill, they're running into Myanmar.
Yeah,
Brazil, they have a free compound just below them to potentially reposition.
Yeah, they're absolutely pinched here. This is a hard game for them, and losing the man advantage is big as well. Gonna put them against a wall here. They don't have a whole lot of space left to play. I suspect they're gonna make a play into Miramar here very, very soon, and that should give a lot of different chances to Brazil to close it out. Now they're in the cars. Once again, they have a little bit of space, but look at that. That's basically nothing. That is 1 nade away from being wiped out. They would love to make a play right now. They should be setting up for it. They might be getting the smokes out. You see the smoke line. They're getting ready to breach Myanmar on the compound, but the damage has already come on in. This is not an easy approach for them. They have to wait for the first stage now, and there's more util coming. Myanmar knows exactly what's happening. Lewis, James, the man's been absolutely massive for them. He knows what's coming his way, and he's trying to get himself ready for it. The breach is in full effect. I say that. They hit a rock.
Yeah,
they slow things down. This is a very delayed push.
I think it still works. And I don't think these nades will hit anything just yet. Yeah, Fazriel barely stays alive, but he stays alive. Now, okay, never mind me. Lewis finds
James.
him. And I think there's another nade to finish the job. Unfortunately, Indonesia might just lose a player here, but it's far from over, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching the very last game. Top 3 scenario. Adrian now takes down Fazriel. That's the flush done and out. And Excel, even though he tries to support them from the distance, he can't really do much about it. It's kind of a 1v2 in the compound. He's all alone by himself. And there's nothing he can do, and he's now being pressured. He's got the DBS, though. If he can find this, maybe he can find more. Peeks around the corner. He takes down Lewis. This is an important frag. Now it becomes very, very doable inside that compound, and Indonesia stays in the game, at least momentarily.
Confirm as well. XL picks that up for his squad. And what a last stand in the last game. Is it enough? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Especially with Brazil looking poised to take this still. They have all the time in the world to set on up the close range shotgun versus the Uzi. Godspeed finds the first. The second one is far, far off. They're tearing each other to pieces here. These two teams, they're fighting for dear life. They're fighting for the place on the podium. But look at Brazil now, slowly coming on in. They know exactly what they have to do, and they know that they got this game in their hands. They want to close out the last match of the World Esports Championship. And they have all the cards in their hands here, Felix.
Just a couple of more shots needed, a couple of more seconds until everyone needs to move. And Brazil, they're preparing themselves to take home the last dinner of the World Esports Championship. Axel peeks across the ridgeline, and now it's all down to Godspeed. Can he do something absolutely miraculous? I don't think so just yet. There's too many smokes, too many players, too much utility still standing for Brazil. And they are closing down the distance just now. He's got the Micro Uzi and the M4. He needs to do something long range, but the good thing is they're all being pressured out into the open. He's going to hit the first aid, but what more can he do before they have closed the distance? Indeed, he peeks around it. Doesn't even matter. 7 takes him down. And there it is, another dinner for Brazil. One of the teams, one of the very few teams that have found themselves 3, but actually even 4 dinners. 4 dinners in the grand
They
final.
start the tournament with a back-to-back. They end the tournament with a back-to-back, and that's going to lock them in on the podium here. Back-to-back, I say. They fall second in that game on Miramar before, but massive, massive performance from these guys to come back and lock in a podium finish. They'll be happy about how this tournament ended. They won't be happy about the middle of it. They fell short a bit on day 2 to keep them out of the conversation, unfortunately, but a good stand here towards the end. But we will have to redirect our attention here very shortly here to who wins this tournament. And I can already see the flags coming out. I can already see the celebration starting. This is the team we're looking at. This are your World Esports Champions, Felix.
Unbelievable scenes. We've been cheering for these guys, and that's pats all around the venue, deservingly so. Turkey has done it. They've been waiting for this specific moment for a couple of years now. It's not the first time these guys have made it to the final, not the first time by far.
No.
They've been on the international stage for some time, and this time around, it's been enough for first place.
Second place is what the Turkish roster got last year. Second place is what the qualifying roster got in the Europe qualifier. And now they are taking the trophy. They're lining up to lift the PUBG Mobile World Esports Championship trophy of 2024. And they've deserved it all the way. They deserved it. The way they've approached these games, nobody should lift the trophy but them, and them alone.
Soikai, Soul is the rest of them. It's been a tournament to remember. It's been a tournament for every Turkish esports fan at home, watching this, celebrating, cheering for them. In the midst of it, and it didn't look possible. It looked like it was going to be Ukraine running away with things after the first day, for the second day, and then the start of the third day as well. Ukraine opening things up with a massive, massive chicken dinner, but they've come back. They've overtaken these obstacles that were thrown their way. And to be honest, they will be rewarded with a beautiful trophy here, live in Riyadh.
41 frags, 41 in 18 games is what Solus has been able to walk away from. We talked about MVP for a bit. We talked about who could be in the conversation. 41 in 18 games? That's massive, that's mental.
I don't think we've seen a performance like this in the grand finals. Incredible, nothing short of incredible. It's a deserving victory. I gotta be honest, coming into this day, especially after the first game, I didn't think it was gonna be that big of a difference, but Turkey has had that one round in Erangel, and I think after that we all knew what was gonna happen. These guys are not ones to lose rounds like this. It's been a survivor story of sorts as well for that lineup. This year has not gone their way, and this is a comeback that is definitely one to remember going into next year.
They crown themselves the World Esports Champion in PUBG Mobile. Deservingly so. We see them celebrating on the stage, but we have to throw it over to our beautiful analysts to break everything down that happened this game. We'll get you the scores momentarily as well. That's been it from us. Thanks for watching so far. Don't go anywhere. Tons of interesting stats and conversations coming up from the analysts here. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex and Kovo. And that is that Turkey are your 2024 World Esports Champions for PUBG Mobile. And what an incredible performance that was. This right here is prime example of what consistency should be like. This is the consistency of a champion. The worst performance these guys have had is an 11th place with 4 or 5 eliminations. The worst game they had is 5 points. Every single other game that they had, either it was like 9th place, 6 or 7 eliminations, 8th place, 6 or 7 eliminations. They always go down fighting. And that right there, that is a true champion. And I'm so happy for the team, the fact that they were able to hold on until the very end. But Nep, I don't think a lot of us expected Turkey to manage to take it away from Ukraine, especially with the way that Ukraine was performing in the first 2 days.
Right, yeah, no, it really did look like Ukraine's game for a long time, but Turkey coming straight in, and it became quite clear very early on that they were here to stay for sure. It's very, very consistent. Probably one of the most consistent finals I have ever seen, for sure. I mean, to have your lowest amount of points be 5 and those be mostly elim points is crazy. I mean, it's just insane, their consistency so far.
Like, never a 0-point game.
That's crazy.
There, DK. And here's the thing, like we talked about the fact that the teams have the room to make 2-3 mistakes throughout the entire tournament in terms of like points wise from the game. You have 2 or 3 throwaway games. They didn't have a single throwaway game, not one, where they ended up with a goose egg regarding points.
Unless you go for the one where they only got 5 points.
Yes.
Like,
but look,
we only got 5 points.
Only 5. I mean, look, there's a lot of teams that ended up with so many zeros in their games, but like, oh yeah, they only got 5 points. Like that was like their worst performance. Yeah. Still pretty strong.
It's pretty insane, yeah.
When you're talking about an international tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane. So, you know, a huge congratulations going out to the side of Turkey. But of course, we got to congratulate even more, right? We've got our MVP that we have on. We also did see Brazil score their 3rd victory. So beautiful play. MVP of the course of the match, as we can see. It's right there. Coming through with glorious 5 eliminations with 851 total damage. Again, getting close to having the bell rung, but not quite hitting that point just yet.
Very, very good performance from the side of Indonesia as well. We have to talk about them too. Coming into today's games with only 42 points, and then all of a sudden they just fly towards the top 5. And I think they might have ended up with around maybe 80 points, 80 plus points throughout the 6 games today. That on its own was incredible, honestly, for Indonesia. And you know, shout out to them on one heck of a comeback there, DK.
Actually, it's a slight smidge more than 80. It's more like 92.
92 points in 6 games.
That's highest.
That's an average of 15, right?
So Ukraine, day 1, 77 points, right? Turkey, day 1, 85 total points scored on the day. And then we get to Indo for just today.
Wait, they got 3 chicken dinners today.
Just today. 2 chickens, Indo, 2 chickens, for a grand total of 92. I mean, what a push that was for them just in one single day for those 6 matches. But I mean, Indo, very, very deserving of everything that we've seen come from them, right? Such an impressive play, such an aggressive angle that they've been able to secure here. Again, just looking at the amount of eliminations that they have on board, it speaks for itself, right? You said it, Indo just coming out of nowhere, just stepping up like, we don't even know what to do with them. But they weren't the only team, right? Myanmar was right there alongside them.
That's true, yeah.
Right, we had 3 teams, and they find themselves in the top 3 for this match that were rushing and competing to see who's going to be the team to secure themselves the 3rd place. We still don't know who it is because we have to wait for the official scores.
Yeah.
Again, because cast the math. Let's not do that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, do you want to gamble right now? Now you want to risk it? But yeah, there we have it. And it is going to be Turkey, of course, in first place, 213 points, 179 for Ukraine in second. And it is going to be Brazil with that winner chicken dinner in the last game to get them on the podium and take home 3rd place. Myanmar, Indonesia, honestly, shout out to the both of them for an incredible comeback in day 2 and specifically day 3 for Indonesia as well. Saudi Arabia had a lot of good games, 126 points, 86 eliminations to their name, and they also had quite a few good games today where they ended up in top 3 with like 8, 9, 10 eliminations. And I kind of want to touch on the fact that we had Kante, the substitute for the team, come in, and I think it was a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
Saudi representative.
Yes, absolutely. It's always interesting to see how a sub changes the dynamic of the team and what sort of mood it brings in as well. For Saudi Arabia, I think it did a really, really good thing for them, right? You got some new ideas, new blood, new energy, whatever, and it just invigorates the team a little bit, so very nice.
Yeah, it definitely had a massive impact. Now, before we show the MVP of the tournament, I want to get your opinions. Who do you think was the most valuable player of WEC 2024?
They said it already. Who has 41 eliminations?
It's also about survival time, and it's also about
I know, but
damage
eliminations,
too.
they definitely help quite a bit.
Okay.
Right,
so you think it's Soulless from Turkey?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, what do you got?
Okay. It might not. He might not be the MVP, but he's my MVP.
Okay.
It's
the
Serge.
MVP we need, not the one we deserve.
I know, but it's Serge. For me, it's Serge.
Serge.
100%.
Okay. Well, let's have a look. Who is the MVP for WEC 2024 finals? And it is going to be Soulless indeed. 41 eliminations. The casters did call it. DK did confirm it. 41 elims, 8,566 damage as well.
Do I have to do 8 bells now?
Oh, wow.
Just one really big one.
No, see, you ruined it. I was going to say the 3 of us have to ring the bell, but now it's gone.
No, we do it. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Come on.
The moment's gone.
Oh, he's pouting. He's pouting, DK.
Yeah, because you stole it from me once before, and now you see what she did? She stole the moment. But no, honestly, fair play to Soulless and fair play to the Turkey representatives for an insane performance. Once again, these guys and their consistency. You're talking about over 200 points in 18 games. More than a 10-point average in every single one of those games. And we talked about it before as well. 9 out of the 10 games, before we even got into the Miramars, they were in the top 5. So many high-placing games, so many high-point games. And just well played to them. And I definitely want to see what they're going to be able to do next year as well, and in future competitions.
Yeah, it just shows you the capability of the team, right?
Yep.
That comfort, the confidence that they have when stepping out on the battlefield, it was pretty evident, and it really showcased as they were progressing through our matches here. But of course, we did see quite a few teams really stepping up to the plate on different days, right?
Yeah.
Another team that also stepped up quite a bit was the team from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Right? They had a phenomenal day 1 and also a really good day 3. Day 2, not necessarily the best day that they had, but at least a good 2 out of 3 days. So at least also then in the same time securing them a decent serving of points. And I like the push, especially that they brought into day 3, right? Realizing day 2, they could have touched on a few more things, and really you can see that focus starting to come in the team, really starting to click things into place and then pushing on forward.
And another team, you know what? I'm going to follow you up on that one as well. Egypt.
Yes.
Egypt had a good performance, and honestly, like if we were to remove the performance they had in the first 5 games and then look at the rest, it has been a fantastic comeback from them. You know, because they were in the bottom of the leaderboard, they didn't have that many points, and it looked very, very grim. You're talking 4 points in 5 games, and then all of a sudden jumping to the second page of the leader or first page of the leaderboard with a 15 elimination chicken dinner, and then bringing it back into day 2. So if there's anything to take for the Egyptian side, you practiced a lot and you definitely showed what you're capable of in that short amount of time, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Egypt did a very, very good job. I thought that they were very consistent considering, you know, the other teams and how the other teams were performing and how dominant we saw a lot of those teams be.
Yeah.
Egypt really, really held their own. So it was a really nice show for them. And it's something where I'm kind of like, I hope they're back next year for this, you know. It would be really nice to see them again with this extra experience now from this year, to see them back next year and see what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. And we also can discuss Jordan and the fact that, you know, they weren't even supposed to be at this tournament. They filled in for Bahrain because I believe their representatives are competing in the PMGC. But Jordan came in. They had a couple of good games. They had a lot of good moments as well throughout the 3 days of the tournament, and they managed to get themselves in a good position. And I feel like they gained quite a lot of experience.
They did.
Throughout this tournament.
Yes, they did. I thought Jordan, again, very impressed with Jordan, considering, right, that they are the stand-in team. It was very well done from them. Again, they held their own. They're on the first page, which I don't think anybody, not expected because they're not good, but expected because they're like, okay, well, they didn't really plan for this, right? They came forth in their own region, and so when they come in here, they haven't really prepped that much for it. So it's like, we have no expectations rather than we can't expect much.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you think the lack of, we're expected to do this well,
probably,
it helped them out?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think today, as with many tournaments, I think today was really all about who's going to feel pressured at the end of the day. You can do super well day 1, day 2, but the second you get to day 3, it could all fall apart.
Yeah, at that point I felt like, you know, Ukraine showed up massively on day 1, day 2. They had a couple of appearances, but day 3, I think they were just running on fumes. I believe at that point, that's what it felt like, at least, because I think game number 5 could have been played a lot better. DK, what do you think?
It definitely could have been played a lot better, but of course that is where a specific style of gameplay is required the further and further you progress. Right. Being aggressive right out of the gate, day 1, first few games, it helps. Right, because everyone is still trying to kind of figure out a where and what and why.
Testing the waters type of deal.
Exactly, right? So that's where that strategy works. But once the other teams start getting their bearings and they know exactly what their approach is, how they're going to look to play, it becomes so much more challenging to maintain that same kind of strategy against them. And we saw that being exceptionally evident moving past that second half of the first day. And then from there, it just became increasingly more challenging for Brazil then to get a consistent push. But gotta say, day 3 though, they started to pick it up again, right? They got a little bit more invigorated. They were like, you know what, maybe we gotta try a few more things. Let's try this, let's try that. And it worked out, right? They still had a really strong performance coming into the later half of today.
Yeah. And I want to say, like, there's been quite a few teams that have surprised us in terms of either having a good performance or either having a bad performance. And Indonesia surprised us with the bad performance they had in day 1 and 2, but it's just, what was your breakfast for day 3? Huh? What happened there?
Yeah.
That was like again, it is absolutely insane what they were the numbers they were able to put up in day number 3. And I feel like if they were able to start off on that level, I don't think anyone had any chance of catching up to them.
No, if they
started off that strong.
Yeah, if they had done that, even day 2, right? We go, okay, day 1, they do the same thing. Day 2, halfway through day 2, if they had started doing that, no one would have been able to catch them. It was just slightly too late by like 2, maybe 3 games. And it said that they weren't going to be able to top the leaderboard. But they absolutely, if they had been allowed a couple more games, they would have done it.
Yeah. But I want to ask you, like, is there any team that you felt like didn't have the best performance, or like could have, or expected them to do better? DK, I want to start with you. I don't want to attack her with France already, but tell me, is there a team that you thought would have an incredible performance, but didn't really have the opportunity to shine?
Yes, Morocco.
I agree.
Morocco, right? They did in the African Championship, played a phenomenal few matches, right? Really looking like a strong team to come represent not only the country, but the region as well.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, well, it didn't quite go according to plan, right? We did see a few of the days actually having a very, very tough time. So it's unfortunate, right? We want to see the teams all having the opportunity to play a really strong few matches. And I mean, there was a few instances where we got kind of hopeful. It's like, oh, this could be it. This could be it. And then not quite meeting that final expectation.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that valuable experience that they earned in this tournament being here, and the fact that they were one of the best teams that the region has had a couple of years ago. You know, you look back into the history of official PUBG Mobile tournaments in the Middle Eastern region. These guys were champions of one of the PUBG Mobile Star Challenges. They were able to get on top 2, top 3 when it comes to the PUBG, I want to say like PMPLs and stuff like that. So they do have a lot of experience, but I felt like maybe they're just kind of cleaning up there, like getting the dust off, dusting themselves off rather, and getting themselves back into the groove of competing in high-level esports events. And I want to say, like, this is maybe a new beginning for the Moroccan representative, and maybe we'll see more of them in the coming years for PUBG Mobile. But Neb, coming to you now, what happened? Who do you think was going to have a good tournament, but unfortunately didn't have the best
I kind of have 2. I might cheat a
Go
little
for
bit.
it.
Okay, first one is Chile.
Okay.
Chile, I think they won their regional qualifiers, right, by quite a margin. And for them to come in, I was like, okay, cool. We got Chile and we got Brazil, and they should do super, super well. But Chile just wasn't able to get their footing at all. It was painful, and because I want them to do well, and they just couldn't seem to get the right, play going. So it is unfortunate. The other one would be for me, Pakistan, just because I do believe in them so much, and I felt like, again, as soon as they realized and kind of resigned themselves to the fact that this wasn't going to be their event, in day 3, the second half of day 3, all of a sudden, the full squad are in endgame. They're in those end zones. They are a full squad. They've got those positions. And it's just kind of like, see, when you don't overthink this is what happens. And if they would just not overthink it day 1, we could have seen a very different leaderboard.
Yeah, if they were able to channel that kind of energy from the get-go, then we could have seen a completely different result. But at the end of the day, Turkey is on top at the moment, and definitely ones to look out for the next year when it comes to WEC. But I mean, boys and girls, let us know in the chat. Did you expect Turkey to hold on? Did you expect to see the top 3 the way it ended up? And when it comes to Ukraine, I just want to go back to it. You had such a great start. You had 30 plus points. You were comfortable. You were relaxed, and then all of a sudden, Turkey was like, no, just not anymore. So when do you think Ukraine kind of lost their footing in the tournament? When do you think they started to lose grasp and lose control over that first place?
Realistically, where we can see it being reflected in the points is from the second half today.
Yeah.
Right, they were maintaining that consistency through all of the previous games, all 15 matches up to that point.
Yeah.
Right, coming back from the break, the first match, not too bad of a go, but then heading into the second to last and the last match, that's where things got a little bit more on the shaky end. So I would definitely say that is where it really started to, we did see a few of the cracks starting to fall.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because they were some really strong contenders, right? It really looked like they were going to surpass Turkey. They caught up, right? They were 4 points away.
Yes.
Yep.
Just 4 points.
And then somehow ended up being 30 plus points behind.
Turkey running
Yeah.
in the opposite direction, and Ukraine faltering a little bit. I think, you know, they were running a race, and Ukraine kind of stumbled a little bit, caught himself, but it was already too late. They were already far gone.
Like when it came, I felt like when it came to Game 5, that was the kind of do or die situation for them. You know, all they had to do was, I want to say like it shouldn't have been a hot drop. You know, in hindsight, shouldn't have been a hot drop from the very get go. Maybe try and cut off their rotation. Do you think that might have been a better call rather than risking a? I wonder if we're gonna get better loot than Turkey.
Well, no, because that's what they were trying to do. They actually went north of them and then tried to rotate past, but it was Turkey who went, hey, they're doing that, and put Sulke in the middle of their rotation. So they had notice ahead of time and were able to surround them. So it was a decent play, but it was very risky and it just didn't play out.
Okay. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you guys a little bit of an idea as to what happened throughout day number 3. So we can give you a little bit of some highlights, and we'll take a look at some of these clips, some of our favorite moments throughout day number 3. And, you know, I'm waiting for one specific moment, which I know Nep is absolutely dreading right now. Like she can already see it in her mind, but no, we're gonna have it pop up on our screen shortly. But this is basically the rundown of what happened throughout day number 3, and Turkey again just showing how many times they were able to get towards the top 5, top 6 with an insane amount of eliminations there, Nep.
Yeah, they really were. Indonesia again though, 13 eliminations. It's kind of crazy that each of those maps they ended up, I think they may have even broken their own records a couple of times today in terms of those elimination points. It was insane comeback from them, and you know, oh, here we go. Oh no.
No. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh yes. Let's have a look.
Oh,
that
no.
moment right there, Ragnarok getting that first knock. I mean, 2 bullets would have eliminated him at that point, but he just the fake there, going back and then turning his back again, getting that 3rd elimination. That was just absolutely wild from him. And that, like, he's the IGL of the team, and he was able to frag out in that situation there, DK.
If you got it, you got it.
Yeah.
Right? If you've got it, that is just exactly what we need to see come through from the teams. But that's all part of the show, right? We got to see teams trying things, looking to see if they can maybe get a bit of a surprise happening. That's what Ragnarok did the whole quick surprise thing, and lived to tell the tale for a short little while after. Right, because in all honesty, it went south from there as well.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Ragnarok was able to survive to like
3rd.
4th. Yeah, 3rd. Was he able to get 3rd
I
at the
think
end?
it's 3rd.
Yeah, it was like for a 4th or 3rd place. He was just chilling in one of the corners, just waiting, hearing gunshots going on to his left, to his right, teams pushing everyone. Just like, I'm just gonna sit in my shack. I'm just gonna chill. Just gonna get placement points for my boys, and I mean, he made the best out of a very tough situation, I want to say.
But also, looking realistically, we spoke about Indo a little bit earlier as well, right? I mean, had we seen just that extra little bit of a push, especially in this last match, right? Had things just worked out, we would have had a completely different ending to what we could have seen up towards that 3rd place, right? Because Indo, they needed not only the eliminations, but they needed to get that winner chicken dinner. Had they secured it, things would have been so much different. But I gotta say though, there's definitely something happening in that region, right? Myanmar, also looking at towards Indo, there's something there, right? Really phenomenal performances from both teams there. So, yeah, gotta look forward to seeing what they'll bring back in the next season.
Yeah, and now I'm looking forward to seeing our crowning ceremony. So, thank you very much, Nep. Thank you very much, DK, for joining us over the past couple of days. It has been quite a journey being with you on this analyst desk, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show. But we're not done yet. We're gonna crown our champions, and we're gonna see who ended up on that podium. So let's take it away to the stage with Veracity and with Barat. Boys and girls, over to you.
Well, first of all, big shout out to all our talents firing it up through the amazing tournament of PUBG right here in Riyadh, WEC 24 Iesf, and of course, with the amazing queen, Yasmin.
Once again, oh my gosh, honestly, you're going to make me blush. What an incredible tournament it's been as a whole. Every single one of our players and teams absolutely pulled out all of the stops, and it's been an intense tournament to say the very least.
Totally. And now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen the action, And now it's time for the award ceremony. Let's call in all the top 3 teams right here on the podium to appreciate them for their achievement. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our top 3. And of course, to present the medals, it is with great honor to welcome on stage the chairperson of the Iesf Athletes Committee, Miss Tiffany Lim.
And here we have it, folks, your 3rd place of the IESF World Esports Championship. Please give it up for Brazil. A chicken dinner in their final game, 6 eliminations to add to that as well. These boys should certainly be proud of themselves, walking away with $14,000.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you have it right now, here we have the appreciation moment for all the amazing achievements that took place right here at the World Esports Championship 24 right here with ISF in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our 2nd place, make some noise. And let's hear it for Team Ukraine! And their journey, 3 chicken winners and dinners, all that taken place with 109 total eliminations. And of course, having old boy, that big boy himself, leading charge with his amazing administration and leadership. All that taken place in this journey in Riyadh. As you can see,
these boys have honestly had quite the journey. Speaking to them earlier on, mentioning, you know what, this tournament is going to be pretty darn easy for us. And they did make pretty light work in some of their matches.
You got that right. Look at that. Such a proud moment taking place right here. And these medals, they just look stunningly beautiful, representing their achievement.
And I need everybody in the crowd right now, everybody watching at home, put your hands together, spam in the chat your IESF World Esports Champions for PUBG Mobile. It is Team Turkey! eliminations today alone, walking away with $40,000 under their belt. 134 total eliminations this event, and 3 chicken dinners to add into the mix as well. What an incredible event it's been for them. These boys should be wearing those medals with absolute pride.
They definitely had quite a journey from day one all the way to the last match. keeping it consistent, learning every skill and learning every maneuver to make this happen. Definitely a well-earned achievement for Turkey. I can only imagine how their fans and their families and their friends back home feel right now about this achievement. First place for Turkey.
National pride for them, the weight of the world on their shoulders, making their fans, their families from across the globe incredibly proud, and rightly so. So without further ado, let's go ahead and cue the national anthem of Turkey.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, let's hear it for your champions of the WEC 24 Iesf for the PUBG tournament, Team Turkey! Fire it up right here, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful moment. Another one for the books. Definitely a memory to remember taking place right here, ladies and gentlemen, here with the WEC 24 Iesf. That's what happens when you mix glamour with a victory, right, Yasmin?
That's what happens when you mix glamour with esports professional players. And oh my goodness, we've had an absolute abundance of it. But you know what the best part of all of this is, Bada?
Tell me.
We're not done yet. There's still
yeah.
so many tournaments to go, still so much more prize money to be handed out. And CS2, the women's tournament, is still underway right now as well.
Totally. But not only that, we still have a lot going on with another CS tournament, Dota 2, Mobile Legends, and more taking place right here with this amazing championship. Well, we are done here for this tournament, but we're not done yet with the entire championship. Let's see you more with more things taking place right here with WEC 24 Iesf. Let's see you in the second stream with CS2.